He longs to leave the tower, but the chamber door cannot be opened from the inside, so he has no escape and must wait for new challengers. To kill his boredom, he tries everything, even banging on the door. Then one day, a hunter's dropped phone buzzes. Curious, Baphomet picks it up. When the next hunter enters, boasting about becoming the greatest, Baphomet defeats him easily and asks about the phone. Learning that it unlocks with the user's face, he uses the hunter's mutated head to open it. While the man tries to attack, thinking Baphomet is distracted, Baphomet kills him without even looking. Baphomet then begins collecting every item hunters drop. These human objects fascinate him and teach him about the human world, their habits, and their stories. His curiosity grows, as does his desire to see the outside world. Through these items, he learns humans believe in God and pray for their wishes. One day, he prays too, to become human, even just once. But his moment of longing is interrupted by the beep of the phone. Then he senses someone approaching and straightens up on his throne. He waits, but the feeling doesn't excite him anymore. The repeated cycle of killing hunters has lost its thrill. Now, he only wants to kill the next one quickly and take whatever item they drop. As soon as he sees the figure entering, he senses the power radiating from him and immediately defends himself against the hunter's sword. He strikes, but the hunter leaps into the air. When the hunter counterattacks, Baphomet realizes this one is different because this hunter is worth his time. For a moment, both size each other up before their blades clash. During the fight, Baphomet finally feels excitement again after so long. He activates his chains to grab the hunter, but the hunter dodges them easily. Baphomet appears behind him, but the hunter senses his movement and leaps high again. The next moment, the hunter slams him into the ground and prepares to deliver the final strike. Looking at the hunter, Baphomet feels a pang of jealousy at his strength. But he gets up, swings his blade, and readies himself for another attack. The hunter meets him head-on. For a moment, the clash of blades fills the tower, and Baphomet wonders if he could really be defeated by a mere human. He unleashes his full power, summoning countless blades toward the hunter, who blocks each one with his energy. Baphomet declares his supremacy, but the hunter taunts him while saying that despite all his power, he's still just a prisoner here. Baphomet is stunned as the hunter charges forward with overwhelming strength, forcing him to question whether he's truly the mighty one or just a toy bound to this place. The next instant, the hunter's attack slices his skin, and for the first time, Baphomet admits it that this human is strong and free, not a toy. At that moment, he wishes to be like this boy, to escape this tower, to be free, to be strong. Unnoticed by him, a quest quietly appears before his eyes. The next moment, the hunter kills him. The next moment, the hunter receives a notification that he has finally conquered the abyssal tower and that it will soon collapse, so he must leave immediately. Unbeknownst to him, Baphomet is still alive, his hand gripping the hunter's blade as the man turns to leave. After a while, workers arrive to clear the ruins of the tower, collecting the bodies of countless hunters who had tried and failed to conquer it. Then, one of them spots a figure amidst the rubble and assumes he must be a survivor. They call out to him. That figure is none other than Baphomet. His mind flashes back to his final moments, when he rose behind the hunter just as the man readied another attack. Baphomet had countered with all his strength, piercing the hunter's body with his bare hand and crushing his heart. In that instant, he killed the hunter and realized he had survived. Now the workers keep asking for his name, but Baphomet is too overwhelmed, staring in awe at his new body. Then he remembers the main quest he had received, which is to kill the hunter, Raven, in order to fulfill his deepest desire. The quest is complete. He looks up and introduces himself by name and can hardly believe it that he is human. Hunters in this world are fighters who battle monsters from gates and towers, though the profession was not respected until the gate shock incident. When a tower remained uncleared, demonic beasts escaped into the real world, killing a third of humanity. Only after this disaster did people begin to take hunters seriously and train to clear towers. Baphomet, the terrifying final boss of the abyssal tower who had killed thousands, eventually becomes human just as he wished. People initially think he is the hunter who cleared the tower, but when he cannot demonstrate any strength, they call him a fraud. As a result, he ends up becoming the leader of a small back alley gang made up of low-level wannabes. A new, inexperienced miner joins the workplace, and his boss reassures him that mining is simple and he'll learn quickly. The boy marvels at the massive mines, and the boss explains that hunters cleared out demonic beasts, making the tunnels safe. The boy is assigned to Area D, where rare gems are common. Just then, Baphomet arrives with his gang, his men clearing a path for him. When the boy asks who they are, the boss whispers that they're thugs with bad tempers, especially Baphomet, and it's best not to provoke them. Though the boy is shocked the manager tolerates them, the boss answers that the foreman personally wants them because they're extremely efficient. The said foreman arrives, pleased with their performance, and hands out salaries. Retro complains about his pay, while Baphomet flinches when the foreman mentions sending his salary to her. After the foreman leaves, the gang offers to treat Baphomet to food or a bath. One curious lackey asks what their boss does with his money, but another slaps him, warning him not to pry. Baphomet recalls the scammer doctor who treated him after he escaped the tower. Since he had no money, she told him to take up labor work to repay his medical debt, which he's still doing. Finding a job was difficult because everyone recognized him and mocked him as a fraud. After constant bullying, he eventually snapped and fought back, defeating everyone who taunted him. From then on, anyone who even looked at him wrong was beaten, and that's how he became the leader of a group of thugs. But despite his strength, this is not the life he wished for when he dreamed of being human. Suddenly, a monster appears and attacks a miner, but hunters save him just in time. They warn everyone not to enter this uncleared section. Watching their power, Baphomet feels a deep longing that strength is what he truly desires. He remembers how he lost all his strength and regrets the kind of human he's become. This isn't what he wished for. Instead, he thinks of Raven, the kind of human he actually wanted to be like. Baphomet's lackeys notice his gloomy mood and console him, insisting he's cooler than hunters. They mock hunters as overrated, saying their strength only comes from awakening and that without it, they're just ordinary people who could be beaten easily. Baphomet outwardly agrees but internally remembers Raven, a truly powerful hunter, proving the opposite. Another lackey mentions how hunters earn so much money they can live in penthouses. Baphomet doesn't understand why the top floor is special. Someone else adds that hunters don't even work hard for their money since their powers do everything for them, while people who earn through effort deserve more respect. This idea affects Baphomet deeply. For the first time, he understands the value of money, the meaning of earning something through one's own effort. One lackey notices Baphomet flustered and teases him, and Baphomet suddenly realizes that he's smiling. Their silly conversation genuinely amuses him. Excited, his lackeys start competing to make him laugh and even decide the funniest one will get the biggest share of their money. Watching them, Baphomet feels a warm sensation in his chest, a feeling he once associated only with battle when he fought Raven. It's joy. He realizes that, as a human, he can feel joy without fighting, and this thought finally makes him smile for real. He understands he doesn't need power to feel alive. One of his lackeys suddenly asks his name. Baphomet replies that he doesn't use it anymore. The answer startles the lackey, who says it actually makes him sound more mysterious. Then, the lackey offers Baphomet his own name instead, saying he's never lived up to the name his parents gave him, but he'd be happy if Baphomet used it. Curious, Baphomet asks what his name is, and the lackey reminds him that he's already told him many times before, but of course, Baphomet has forgotten. He's about to repeat it when, suddenly, a violent explosion erupts behind them. The next moment, the lackey is caught in the blast and swallowed by fire. After a while, Baphomet wakes up, pain searing through his side. Next moment, he's horrified by what he sees. People burning alive, screaming for help. The air reeks of smoke and blood. Among the fallen, he spots the charred bodies of his companions. He looks down and notices his hands are damp with blood. The body of his loyal lackey lies right beside him. For a moment, his mind goes blank, then flashes with memory. That same hollow disappointment he once felt when a fight ended too soon, when his toy broke before he was done playing. But this time, the emotion isn't boredom, it's fury. He staggers to his feet, trembling with rage, demanding to know who's responsible for this massacre. Meanwhile, two C-class hunters are engaged in a desperate fight against the culprit, a man disguised as a miner, grinning as he declares how worth it this trip has been. One of the hunters quickly realizes who he is: a scavenger, a type of hunter who hunts other hunters to steal their loot. The man laughs, saying the hunter is only half right. The male hunter glances around, hoping there might still be survivors, but the female insists they focus on the fight as survival seems unlikely. When he hesitates, she snaps at him, reminding him of the duty they swore as hunters to protect civilian lives. He argues back, saying they're no match for a B-class hunter, that they should retreat and call for backup from more experienced fighters. Their argument is cut short by the scavenger's sudden attack. He mocks their useless chatter as his blade slices through the air. The woman charges at him furious, but the man remains calm and warns her because rash actions are what get hunters killed. Before she can react, the scavenger's sword slashes her leg, sending her crashing to the ground. Without wasting time, the scavenger summons his minions through dark portals, and they swarm the area like shadows. Then his gaze shifts to the injured girl. His grin widens as he notes how lucky he is to have caught one alive. She trembles in terror as she hears their laughter echoing through the burning mine. She asks about it in a trembling voice. The man grins and tells her that she's only half right. They pretend to be scavengers, but in reality, there's something far worse. What he reveals sends a chill down her spine. She screams at them, but some of the men are already closing in, while their boss casually lights a cigarette. One of his lackeys points out the expensive weapons the hunters were carrying, but the boss waves him off, saying to leave them. Those are bound items, useless to anyone except their original owners. Bound items lose all their ability, dropping to 0% if anyone else tries to use them. Meanwhile, the girl is still sobbing, which clearly irritates her captors. One of them growls at her to shut up, saying no one's coming to save her anyway. The boss chuckles darkly, remarking that she's already used up all her lifetime luck. But before he can finish his sentence, his head suddenly flies off his shoulders, cut cleanly by none other than our boy, Baphomet, wielding a bound weapon. He stabs another goon without hesitation and demands to know who's responsible for this destruction. Just then, a notification flashes before his eyes which is about a hidden quest. Feel rage on behalf of a human. The moment he fulfills it, power surges through him. He clenches his weapon and roars furiously, demanding to know who dares to break his toys, referring to the slaughter of his lackeys. It is shown that in a sudden moment, Baphomet steps forward and grabs the fallen hunter's sword. His system warns that the performance will drop to 0 if he uses a bound item belonging to another person. But suddenly, our boy gets a cheat code which is a system error triggers the activation of his power, Master of Weapons, the instant he touches the weapon. With that, he gains the ability to use the weapon steal skill and wield other people's items as well. He beheads the goon who is holding the girl, and the boss senses him immediately. Baphomet once again demands to know who broke his toy. The boss can't believe there's a survivor. Baphomet, however, asks if he is the culprit. The boss taunts him, saying he's a bit too old to be playing with toys. Then he orders his goons to get ready to fight our boy while wondering if Baphomet is actually a hunter in disguise. Whatever he is, the boss decides to wait and see him fight. As he expects only 2 hunters but gets one more, the goons rush toward him. He quickly kills one of them. Another tries to attack, but Baphomet catches his hand mid-strike and beheads him within seconds. Seeing him fight with such deadly efficiency, the boss feels thrilled that he's found a jackpot in this man. He immediately attacks, but our boy blocks it with ease. The boss studies him closely, wondering about his class. During a sword clash, he suspects Baphomet might be a C-class hunter, but after witnessing his combat speed, he grows excited, realizing Baphomet must be much higher than that. When he attacks again, his blade grazes Baphomet's face, leaving a thin scratch. The boss still mutters in disbelief. Why would someone this powerful disguise himself as a goon? He guesses Baphomet must have come to loot, but then dismisses the thought. Idle speculation is useless when he's about to kill his opponent anyway. With that, he charges forward. Baphomet braces himself, but the boss's attacks are so fast that he can barely see them. The sword keeps slicing through the air, landing blows and injuring him again and again. The boss taunts him for being too slow to react to his attack. He is using a weapon called a whip sword to counter his opponent's physical strength, especially someone with no experience fighting hunters. He strikes again, declaring that he will cut Baphomet into pieces to save his precious organs. He attacks once more, but this time Baphomet dodges as he activates a passive skill called Death Throw. With this skill, all his stats increase by 15% whenever he loses blood. The boss is taken aback when Baphomet suddenly starts keeping up with his speed, blocking his attacks with precision. Baphomet lands a powerful punch that sends the boss crashing to the ground. He immediately goes in for another strike, but the boss blocks his sword with his whip, still wondering where this sudden power is coming from. Baphomet raises his sword again, but before he can attack, the boss dodges swiftly. Baphomet readies himself for another assault while the boss studies his relentless moves. The boss smirks, thinking Baphomet believes himself superior, but he is determined to prove that he is the one truly above him. The next moment, the boss swings his whip sword. His plan is simple: wear our boy down with relentless attacks until he emerges as the winner. Judging by Baphomet's strength, he assumes he must be at least a B rank. His whip slashes across Baphomet's face, but the boss's eyes widen in shock when he suddenly sees a monstrous figure before him. Everything around him turns red. For a brief moment, he wonders if he is even fighting a human anymore. To his horror, Baphomet slices off his arm, his eyes burning with vengeance for his fallen lackeys. "This one's for the leader," he growls, as the boss shrieks in agony. Without mercy, Baphomet cuts off his other arm, and this one's for Silent One. Then he severs one of his legs, for the chubby one. Finally, he stands before the man going to strike for the one who gives him his name. The boy's name, Minu Cha, is revealed as Baphomet strikes once more, cutting the boss down brutally. Now, filled with rage, he raises his sword for the final blow, for daring to piss him off. The boss curses loudly, demanding to know his attacker's identity. Without a word or a hint of mercy, Baphomet raises his sword once more. Without much thought, he ends the boss's life, though an unfamiliar heat courses through him, an anger too intense to name. The system's warning echoes in his mind, a reminder that power never comes without a price. His price takes form as Death Throw turns against him, pushing his body into a state of berserk. The urge to kill grows louder than reason, twisting his thoughts into fragments of craving, for flesh, for blood, for anything that breathes. Movement behind him draws his attention. The hunter girl struggles to stand. Instinct takes over, the sword rising almost on its own. Somewhere deep within, a voice surfaces, cold and absolute, reminding him of his purpose: made to kill, made to destroy. A distant voice breaks through the haze, someone reporting to his superior about the survivors, unaware of what truly stands before him. Footsteps follow, and the leader appears, ordering silence. His gaze falls on Baphomet with a flicker of confusion. This isn't the one they came for, yet something about the face unsettles him, as though a forgotten memory stirs. For Baphomet, he can only see the sight of more humans to cut down. He moves forward, but before he can reach them, the air around him shifts. Something unseen brushes against him. A whisper drifts through the madness. The world fades at its touch. Darkness follows, and consciousness slips away. The scene shifts to him as he sits on his throne, and his minions ask for his next command. He orders them to kill all humans on Earth. The scene then changes as he is now in his human form, his body pierced by Raven as he lies weak and meets his end. The next moment, he wakes up with a start. He looks around, startled to find himself in a small, empty room instead of the mine. Seeing him awake, the leader immediately recognizes him from the Abyssal Tower incident and calls him a scammer. The leader wonders aloud if his reason for killing the men is part of another scam. Hearing this, Baphomet is confused and assumes that the hunter the boss is talking about is the one he killed back in the mine. The leader continues, saying he tried to dig up information about him but found nothing, as if he never existed before. He points out that Baphomet isn't even registered in the hunter registry, which makes him suspect that he awakened his powers during the attack. Curious about his identity, the boss warns that his fate depends on his answer. In response, Baphomet slams his fist against the glass wall, cracking it with sheer force. Annoyed by the endless questions, he reminds the boss that common manners dictate one should introduce themselves first. From behind the glass, the boss watches him calmly and asks again why he is inside the cell, wondering if he regrets killing the hunter they've been looking for. Then, in a mocking tone, he threatens that if he ever revives that hunter again, he'll make sure his body is never found. Shifting his tone, he asks whether he should do the same to Officer as well. That statement earns a quick laugh from the man, who suddenly appears in front of Baphomet and challenges him to kill him, if he can. Startled, Baphomet stares at the man, who eerily reminds him of Raven. He rushes toward him, but in a single swift motion, the man slams him to the ground. Grabbing his neck, the man grins, clearly amused by Baphomet's hunter skills, and praises his fighting spirit. Finally, the man reveals that he is part of a secret government association tasked with tracking and arresting criminal hunters. They are called rogues, and they are chasing the hunter Baphomet killed, who is a criminal who was meant to be executed on sight anyway. That man had been pretending to be a scavenger, but instead of looting people, he killed them and sold their body parts. Some wealthy old fools believe they can gain immortality by transplanting hunter organs. The officer acknowledges that Baphomet did eliminate a criminal, but points out that they can't ignore the fact that he also killed 5 other people. He analyzes the scene, noting that the killings clearly look like the work of a professional. He doubts someone who just awakened would have the nerve to kill so mercilessly, unless he has a natural killing instinct. From his experience, the officer concludes that Baphomet must have killed countless people before to display such efficiency. However, the problem is that they can't find any information about him other than the Abyssal Tower incident, so the officer decides to investigate him further. Meanwhile, Baphomet starts to sweat. He has only recently become human. The officer concludes that Baphomet is dangerous. Baphomet also realizes that with his current power, he can't fight this officer. The officer continues, saying that Baphomet is evil by nature and will eventually become a criminal, and when that happens, they'll deal with him. But Baphomet's thoughts drift to Raven. He assumes Raven was born human and had enough time to strengthen his human body, which is why he could defeat him. At that moment, the officer decides Baphomet's fate. They must eliminate him before he becomes a criminal. At the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, there is constant hustle and bustle. Finally, our boy sits at one of the desks as the receptionist asks about his purpose for being there. The scene flashes back to the time when the officer was just teasing him, saying they can't simply kill anyone they want. Besides, the officer admitted he liked him, claiming they'd found a jackpot, a man with natural killing instinct and instinct to handle anything. So they decided to use him. The officer then offered him a place in the Rogue Association, where he could put his killing instinct to proper use. Now, in the present, he wants to register as a hunter. The receptionist prepares to do so after checking his ID and hunter aptitude records, which have already been programmed into the system by that rogue officer. For his aptitude results, he gets additional support from another agency. After confirming everything, the receptionist informs him that he needs a codename to be used as his professional hunter identity. He remembers the officer telling him that hunters use separate names to distinguish themselves from civilians, so he needs to choose one. The receptionist asks what codename he wants or if he prefers a recommendation. The officer had already warned him about the scamming incident that drew attention to him, reminding him that his new work requires secrecy, so he must choose wisely. At that thought, he smiles, thinking the officer will regret giving him this chance, because he is determined to become stronger than everyone. In that moment, he gives his name as Baphomet, because he wants everyone to tremble at the sound of it. After the registration, our boy is killing a monster with his bare hands. He kicks one of the wolves as it tries to attack from behind and slams it onto the ground with such force that it dies instantly. The other wolves, terrified by the sight, scatter in different directions. But one of them suddenly evolves into a werewolf, stomping its feet with a violent force. It is about to pounce on him when Baphomet abruptly stops it, raises his hand, and tries to summon something. When the summon doesn't appear, he punches the werewolf so hard that it bleeds on the spot. After finishing his mission, he steps out of the portal, wondering why his powers still haven't fully awakened. He checks his system and sees that it requires him to feel rage for the sake of humanity. He guesses he received this power because he wanted to kill that criminal hunter. Still, he feels confused about this system that keeps forcing quests onto him, just like it did back in the tower. He decides to let the topic slide for now because first, he needs to figure out his next move. Knocking on a door, he thinks about his powers again, how he keeps losing them, but always manages to regain them. He's used to starting from zero. At that moment, someone comes from behind and asks if he is Baphomet. Sensing the person's dark power, he almost freaks out, but the person turns out to be the officer, Mr. Ma. The officer scolds him for using the name of Abyssal Tower Boss as his codename and accuses him of trying to attract attention. He shows him a message from the team leader and reminds him that he had warned him not to draw attention. He assumes Baphomet is doing this out of frustration from being called a scammer, but because of this stunt, his reputation as a hunter is already ruined. To make things worse, investigations in the Abyssal Tower have concluded that Raven was the one who killed the final boss of the tower. This catches Baphomet's attention immediately. The officer continues, explaining that Raven was one of the greatest hunters in Korea who sacrificed himself for that mission. Then he asks Baphomet how he plans to deal with this mess. Baphomet, however, remains nonchalant. He doesn't intend to walk on eggshells as he's too used to accusations to care about scandals anymore. All he wants is to become strong enough to silence everyone. The officer warns him if he thinks he can handle the consequences. Having no other choice, the officer orders him to come to Jeju Island to face the repercussions. Baphomet arrives at Jeju Island and is amazed to see the sea in real life, having only seen it on a phone before. His guide, Taeyong, tells him he will call a taxi since they have a few hours before the meeting. Excited, Baphomet runs toward the water, annoying Taeyong, who recalls his superior's order to keep Baphomet under strict surveillance. They believe normal people can't handle their line of work, and Baphomet is perfect for being manipulated, and if he ever causes trouble, they are sure they can deal with him. Baphomet then becomes fascinated by a foreigner with blue eyes, thinking he must belong to one of the different races he read about on his phone. Embarrassed, Taeyong drags him away. They soon reach Harleton, a training center for new hunters. Baphomet is surprised that hunters require training and aren't just monster fighters. Taeyong explains that the government manages hunters through regulations since there are so many. He gives Baphomet a new ID, supplies, and a smartphone, which makes Baphomet genuinely happy. His official human name is now Minu Cha, taken by one of his lackeys. Baphomet suspects Taeyong is spying on him, and Taeyong openly admits it, saying Baphomet will soon understand why. Inside, Baphomet grows bored during the orientation ceremony, only to discover that the director leading it is the same officer from before, who introduces himself as Mr. Ma. After the ceremony, Baphomet questions him about his connection to the rogues. Mr. Ma tells him to keep his voice down and explains that his official position is with the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs. When Baphomet accuses him of tricking people, Mr. Ma mocks him, reminding him he's already infamous as a con man. Around them, the crowd whispers, calling Baphomet a scammer and making fun of his codename. The director advises him not to associate with him in public, saying it could tarnish his own reputation. At that moment, a subordinate calls for Mr. Ma, and he happily leaves. Mr. Ma sits at his desk, and his subordinate asks what Baphomet wanted. Mr. Ma lies easily, saying Baphomet only asked about the schedule. One staff member complains that the government should blacklist someone like Baphomet, and another calls him disgusting for using the name of the tower's final boss as his codename. Mr. Ma reminds them not to speak ill of anyone since they're civil servants, and they apologize. Internally, he's pleased that the more people trash Baphomet, the more Baphomet will feel grateful to him for protecting his reputation. He notices our boy smiling to himself and assumes the boy is just a simple-minded brute, which suits his plans perfectly. But then the atmosphere changes. A group of A-class hunters enters wearing golden IDs. The hall immediately fills with whispers of admiration. Someone points out that A-class training wasn't supposed to start until next week, and another explains that schedules often shift, and it's probably just a mix-up. Mr. Ma, however, is delighted by the unexpected opportunity. He knows the presence of elite hunters will positively influence the newcomers. Except for our boy, of course. Baphomet is far too distracted, staring in wonder at the buffet of food before him, which are food he's only ever seen on a phone. Back in the tower, he never had such cravings, and after becoming human, he survived mostly on soup or instant noodles. This is his first time having a proper meal. He tries to recall what people say before eating, and finally remembers that he must express gratitude for the food. Just as he's about to dig in, one of the A-class hunters pours water over his head, taunting him about becoming the famous Baphomet. The hunter mocks how ordinary he looks, expressing disappointment. The man introduces himself as Leon, while his friend tells him to show some restraint since everyone is watching. Leon feels no regret, but his companion does. He apologizes to our boy while adding that Baphomet's name is to blame for adopting the tower's final boss identity, since that boss killed many of their fellow hunters. The name itself is provocative, and he recommends Baphomet should change his code name. Our boy doesn't listen. He flicks his food onto Leon's head, prompting a collective gasp. Mr. Ma grows visibly frustrated. Leon curses him loudly for his audacity. Baphomet demands to know why they're so upset over a name. He can't resurrect the monster by saying it. Leon reels at that. Baphomet counters that if they cared about their friends, they should have defeated the final boss sooner. Instead, their complaints sound like weakness. One of Leon's friends scoffs at the absurdity of his logic. Baphomet provokes Leon further, calling him weak and challenging him. Provoked, Leon launches himself at our boy. His physical abilities are amplified by an active buff skill, and he's furious that Baphomet killed Raven. Leon remembers how Raven encouraged him and showed confidence in him to pass the A-flag evaluation. He winds up to punch, while our boy calculates whether to block or dodge. Both expect the clash to end in blood. The fight is interrupted by someone else reminding them that fighting here is against the rules. Everyone falls silent at the newcomer's face, familiar even to our boy. The person reveals himself to be Raven's younger brother. There is quite a murmur about Raven's brother. Even our boy is taken aback by the revelation. It's revealed that the third boy, Griffin, is the youngest hunter ever to reach A-class. Leon's companion greets him immediately, surprised to see him attending this quarter's training session. Leon, however, remains adamant about fighting and presses Griffin on how he dares lecture him about rules after witnessing Baphomet's audacity. Griffin, however, agrees with our boy, saying that it was their own weakness that led to their deaths at Baphomet's hands. At that moment, Mr. Ma steps in, urging them to calm down as everyone is watching. Leon's accusations quickly shift toward the director, demanding to know how he could possibly approve someone like Baphomet as a hunter under the intelligence agency. Leon's friend sighs, realizing he's too stubborn to stop. Mr. Ma apologizes for not banning Baphomet earlier, then turns to our boy, asking to have a word with him. Baphomet tries to protest, but Mr. Ma's sharp whisper to shut the matter down silences him. As he steps away, Griffin watches him go quietly. Later, the orientation session begins. Their host, Yu Jung-han, leads the seminar about the hunter system. She explains how the blue system window appears when a person awakens, and how those unfamiliar with it can link their system to the program developed by the intelligence agency. Baphomet remembers his earlier conversation with Mr. Ma in the restroom. Mr. Ma had complained that he must be stupid for recruiting someone like Baphomet and told him to hit him for his foolishness. Taking the metaphor literally, Baphomet actually prepared to punch him. Mr. Ma muttered in frustration about how shameless he was for interpreting everything literally, while Baphomet accused him of staying silent when others insulted him. Mr. Ma explained that he plans to wait until Baphomet becomes stronger. His own ambition is to gain enough power to silence everyone, and until Baphomet reaches his goal, he should keep his head down. Mr. Ma warned him that he isn't strong enough to defeat even an A-rank hunter, not even with his strength multiplied 100-fold, so he must avoid causing trouble for now. Elsewhere, a group of boys looks at a post calling Baphomet a con man. They mock him and say his very name ruins the atmosphere of their training. Their gossip stops abruptly when Baphomet slams his fist against a vending machine, complaining that it ate his money and threatening to punch it to get it back. Terrified by the killing intent he unconsciously emits, the boys quickly make an excuse to leave, pretending they're going to watch a friendly A-class match. Baphomet, unaware of their fear, mutters that he didn't even cause a scene, yet people still treat him like a threat. Suddenly, the vending machine dispenses a cold drink even though he hadn't inserted money. He takes it and decides to go watch the friendly match himself. When he arrives, the first round has just ended, with Leon winning again. His opponent admits that he had a hard time against Leon but learned some new techniques from him. Leon in turn encourages him. The referee announces Leon as the victor of his 8th consecutive match and asks if anyone else wishes to challenge him. Leon calls out Griffin to have a match. Griffin agrees and states the rules. Whoever secures the blue band tied around their opponent's arm first wins. They are not allowed to use any active or passive skills since it's a scrimmage, and he will stop the match immediately if he senses danger. At that moment, Mr. Ma also arrives to watch. His junior remarks on how many spectators have gathered, and Mr. Ma agrees, saying it'll be a good lesson for new hunters while his eyes drifting toward our boy. Nearby, a group of girls chat about how handsome Griffin is, already planning to ask for his number. When one of them asks Mr. Ma about Griffin's age, he replies that Griffin has just started his 2nd year in middle school, leaving the girls completely stunned. Meanwhile, Leon and Griffin engage in a fierce hand-to-hand match as Leon tests how much his rival has improved since their last encounter. Griffin kicks him. Leon swings and is about to punch, but Griffin ducks, dodging swiftly. Both of them try to snatch each other's blue cloth, yet each manages to evade and protect it. When Leon tries again, Griffin grabs his arm and pushes him back, noting the aggression in his movements. Leon spots an opening and reaches for Griffin's blue cloth, but before he can even touch it, Griffin vanishes and reappears behind him. Leon prepares to counter, but it's too late. Griffin already snatches his blue cloth. The crowd gasps at the outcome, stunned that even someone like Leon can't beat him. They murmur about how fast Griffin moves, so fast he looks like a blur. Many praise his skill, predicting he's well on his way to becoming an S-class hunter. Leon comments on his clever trick, saying Griffin pretended to leave an opening just to create one for himself. He adds that Raven would be proud of him. Ignoring him, Griffin announces his desire to choose his next challenger. The announcer immediately agrees, but his sentence cuts short when Griffin names Baphomet as his next opponent. A murmur ripples through the crowd at that. Even the announcer reminds Griffin that Baphomet isn't an A-class hunter. He's just a rookie. The announcer points out that the match would be one-sided, but Mr. Ma agrees to proceed, explaining that it will help collect data to measure the strength gap between veterans and new hunters, and also serve as a lesson for the rookies. To make the match fairer, they decide to handicap Griffin slightly. Now Baphomet stands in the arena, remembering how Mr. Ma once advised him to keep his head down. Yet the director clearly intends for Griffin to beat some sense into him. Baphomet studies his opponent carefully. He knows he can't defeat Griffin with his current power. All he can do is let Griffin take the upper hand until he finds his moment to strike back. Griffin immediately attacks him, and Baphomet blocks with his elbow. Griffin grabs his arm and slams him to the ground, making him think he's barely going to survive this match. Griffin tries to punch him in the face, but Baphomet dodges. Looking at his opponent, he realizes Griffin has chosen him just to beat him into a pulp. The spectators also guess that Griffin is furious at Baphomet for using the same name as the monster who killed his brother. As Griffin continues pounding him, people remark that Baphomet is being used as a punching bag. Baphomet is badly hurt by Griffin's attacks. He leaps into the air and tries to kick him, but Griffin slams him into the ground again, grabbing his neck. Baphomet jumps back up, glaring at his opponent. He knows Griffin's skills wouldn't be a problem if he still had his previous strength. Griffin prepares to punch again, while Baphomet, even in pain, wants to see the full extent of his opponent's abilities, what Griffin can really do without any handicap. Even as he's beaten down, Baphomet grows more excited. But then he's taken aback when Griffin suddenly announces he's stopping the match, saying there's no point in continuing. The announcer supports the decision, reminding everyone that the match is only for show. He then asks if there's any other challenger. Meanwhile, Baphomet's heart is pounding with adrenaline because he still wants to fight. He remembers Mr. Ma's words, that he can't win against an A-rank hunter in his current state. He knows he's weak, but suddenly he feels as if he's drifting away from the earth. Or maybe he's just imagining it. The next moment, the monster inside him snaps. He raises his middle finger at Griffin and prepares to pounce. Griffin, sensing the danger, kicks him hard, so hard that Baphomet crashes through the window and falls straight into the pool below. The crowd, especially the girls watching, shriek in shock at the sight. Baphomet is stunned that he's defeated with a single blow, yet amid the pain, he has gained a clearer grasp of his abilities. Still, he's determined one day, Griffin will kneel before him. Right now, though, the real problem is that he can't swim. As he begins to drown, a girl dives in to save him. Through the blur of water, he notices her blonde hair and striking blue eyes. The girl swims closer to him. Now on the verge of blacking out, he grabs her hair and begs her to help him out. Meanwhile, the girls outside are worried about the blonde who jumped in to save him. When they see strands of her blonde hair floating on the pool's surface, they panic and rush to call for help. Inside his fading consciousness, he finds himself in a strange mental realm. He remembers himself as number 18, whose senior once told him to start working instead of just standing around. Number 18 doesn't know what kind of work he means. The next moment, his companion transforms into a human and slashes him, declaring that his work is to be killed by humans. Suddenly, our boy jolts awake. He recalls the dream as it's a new experience for him since becoming human. Then he notices the blonde girl nearby and remembers that she came to help him. His gaze lingers on her until her friends notice and warn him that she'll gouge his eyes out if he doesn't stop staring. Looking at the angry women, he wonders about their identities. Mr. Ma arrives to help Baphomet and tries to smooth over the situation. One of the girls involved is Echidna, the president of the Art Guild. She shows him a blonde hair strand from her friend and explains their pool party was interrupted when Baphomet suddenly crashed into the water. Assuming he's a new recruit who fell during training, she accepts Mr. Ma's apology. She then asks what he sees in the hair. Mr. Ma only sees hair, but Echidna dramatically explains the effort and money required to maintain such perfect blonde hair. She even points to the dark circles under her eyes as proof of the work she puts into Valkyrie's image. Echidna demands 116 million won, 1 million per golden strand, as compensation. Mr. Ma panics, realizing Baphomet has now angered not just an A-class hunter, but the entire Art Guild. He silently concludes Baphomet must have terrible karma to end up in these situations. Our boy is stunned by the outrageous demand and bluntly asks if the girl is even worth that much, revealing he has no idea who she is. The blonde girl is Valkyrie, an A-class hunter and top model famous for her skills and beauty, but Baphomet doesn't understand her popularity. Echidna dismisses the idea of explaining anything to a rookie and tells him that he must either pay the compensation or give up his hunter career. Smirking, she adds he can pay in installments using his body. Her words trigger Baphomet's trauma from when a doctor tried to manipulate him the same way. Furious, He refuses to be a scapegoat again and points at Mr. Ma, saying that he should take responsibility or they can blame Griffin, who kicked him out of the window in the first place. At that very moment, Griffin suddenly appears. The girls freeze in shock, instantly realizing they can't afford to mess with him as he's a member of the Nebula Guild, a group even the Arc Guild hesitates to cross. The president asks if Griffin is the one who kicked Baphomet, and he calmly confirms it. The staff also testify that the entire incident was an accident. However, the president remains stubborn, still insisting on compensation. With no other choice, Mr. Ma finally agrees to cover it on behalf of the agency. Now it's her turn to be surprised. The agency is getting involved. Mr. Ma explains that they can't compensate in cash, so instead they're offering the exclusive rights to a tower. It's a legal privilege granted to certain guilds, allowing them to claim ownership of one or more towers. With such rights, the beasts inside a tower respawn repeatedly until the guild clears it, providing an endless supply of demon crystals and rare items. Moreover, if the guild allows external hunters to enter, they can charge an access fee or take a portion of their loot. Some hunters criticize this system as unfair, but they're always told the same thing: join a stronger guild. Mr. Ma offers the Arc Guild a 1-year exclusive claim to a tower that has remained uncleared for the past year and a half. The president feigns reluctance, saying she'll have to discuss it with her guild first. One of Mr. Ma's subordinates quietly voices concern that he's making a major decision without consulting their superiors. But Mr. Ma shrugs it off, reasoning that if Arc Guild manages the tower, it will benefit the agency in the long run. Soon after, the president formally accepts his offer, her expression sly but satisfied, while Mr. Ma and his assistant both beam with relief. Later, Valkyrie regains consciousness, and the president immediately asks if she's all right. Once assured, they prepare to leave. Valkyrie casually asks about the central agency people's presence there, and the president promises to explain later. As the group heads out, the blonde glances back at Baphomet, giving him a playful wink and grin. It completely throws him off. He can't figure out what she means by it. Meanwhile, a weary Mr. Ma apologizes profusely to both Baphomet and Griffin for the chaos. Afterward, Baphomet reflects on the entire ordeal, muttering about how obsessed some people are with money. Then he remembers Valkyrie's wink and, in his clueless way, assumes she might want to fight him. Before he can think any further, Griffin appears, taunting him for being so weak that he couldn't even sense his presence. He then asks how Baphomet managed to remove the blue band from his arm during their match. It turns out that when Baphomet fell from the building, Griffin later found the band floating in the pool. Realizing the implication, Baphomet smirks and says it almost feels like Griffin wanted him to take the win. Griffin narrows his eyes and replies that it was merely a test, a trick that only a seasoned hunter should have noticed, and demands to know who Baphomet really is. He changes the topic, pointing out that Griffin picked him up just because of the name of the monster who killed his brother. He asks whether a hunter should really be this emotional. Griffin, however, demands that he answer his question. Baphomet refuses to answer someone so irrational. Finally, Griffin admits that he doesn't want to avenge his brother, he just wants someone to vent his anger on. Looking at his expression now, Baphomet suddenly understands his psychology. Griffin is angry because Baphomet killed his brother before he could. Looking at Griffin's expression, he realizes the truth. During the match, he hadn't felt any hatred toward Griffin, but now, when Griffin mentions his trash of a brother, he senses the hatred. He immediately concludes Griffin is angry at Baphomet for killing his brother before Griffin could. Griffin points out that he's accusing him of killing his own brother, even though he's a hunter. Baphomet doesn't find that strange, because hunters aren't saints, but he still can't understand the reason behind Griffin's hatred. Instead of answering, Griffin steps closer, sensing the bloodthirst emanating from Baphomet. So intense it could only belong to some apex demon. He wonders aloud how a human could carry such bloodlust. Studying him closely, Griffin concludes that Baphomet must be a demon disguised as a human. The statement first makes Baphomet grin, and then laugh out loud. He's thrilled that Griffin guessed so accurately. He asks Griffin what he would do if it's true. Griffin's answer is obvious. He would eliminate him as a hunter. Baphomet replies that if he's a beast and Griffin a hunter, then they're destined to kill each other. They're in the same boat. He challenges Griffin, warning him to grow stronger before that day comes, or he will kill him. After the orientation is completed, Mr. Ma leads him to the old neighborhood while commenting that he can't stay in the cafe, game shops forever, so he needs a proper home. To celebrate the completion of his training, Mr. Ma decides to give him a place to stay. He opens the door of his new home, calling it a spacious and environmentally friendly garden with a traditional Korean house. But to our boy, it looks more like a haunted place, which immediately annoys him. Mr. Ma, already expecting this reaction, isn't fazed at all. He explains that after the recent fiasco, Baphomet should live on the outskirts of Seoul to maintain a lower profile. Looking around, Baphomet finally accepts the place since it's spacious and decides to make it livable after clearing the weeds. Seeing his calm reaction, the director is taken aback and jokingly asks if he hit his head during the pool incident because he expected Baphomet to demand a luxurious penthouse. But Baphomet simply states he doesn't want to live high up, it makes him feel trapped. This reaction isn't what the director expects, but he accepts it anyway. Then Mr. Ma broaches the topic of whether something significant happens after the first day of orientation. He answers that nothing happens. However, he remembers Griffin's eyes following him throughout the ordeal but doesn't bother to mention it. At that moment, someone watches him moving into his new house and decides to make use of him. Sensing it, our boy feels a sharp awareness that someone is observing him. Mr. Ma, however, doesn't see anyone. Then he shifts the topic to Baphomet's new job, apologizing for making him work right after the orientation, but explains that he's a perfect fit for this position. Typically, rookies are placed into groups of 4 after the orientation. Each group helps balance their skills under the supervision of a mentor. Soon after, his group waits for him while the mentor calls out his codename. The mentor teases that it's an honor to guide someone so famous. Baphomet is grumpy, irritated that he has to monitor the whole ordeal. He recalls Mr. Ma's words about a term called drive hunting, a method where hunters corner an animal to its death end. He is informed about a criminal who is the mastermind behind all the crimes, but his mentor is actually a puppet they need to follow in order to trace the real culprit. However, Mr. Ma warns him that if the mentor is a B-class hunter, then his superior must be of an even higher rank. If he can't defeat a B-class hunter, he definitely can't defeat the mastermind, who must be far out of his league. Now, in the present, this mentor introduces himself as Quartz, who is a B-class hunter who was initially a freelance hunter, but now works with the government for a stable job. Then he turns to our boy and asks whether he has somehow offended him, which Baphomet quickly denies. Quartz goes on to explain a few things they need to watch out for. However, Baphomet's thoughts drift back to his conversation with Mr. Ma, who wanted him to become a hunter who hunts other hunters. Mr. Ma insisted that it's the natural course of life. Hunters start by hunting animals, and eventually, they hunt their own kind. Baphomet doesn't care much for this hunting logic, but Mr. Ma continues that it's part of the process. They can't catch their target without gathering information. But Baphomet's purpose isn't just gathering intel. He needs to get close to his mentor in a way that allows him to collect evidence against him. Only then can he apprehend him alive instead of killing him. In the present moment, our boy feels quite thrilled at the thought of catching his prey alive, which to him means he might even get to cut off one of his limbs. However, he still doesn't understand how to get close to his target. Then their mentor shows them a D-class gate, explaining that they will face D-class monsters. The rookies are required to clear this dungeon under his supervision. One of them points out that they are only F-class hunters on paper. The mentor explains that they are still eligible to clear a D-rank dungeon, since it's the lowest rank for rookies like them. He adds that they must have been trained for this during orientation. The rookies glance at each other, realizing none of them remember anything. At that moment, our dude explains that it's because FE or E-rank monsters can be killed by military weapons, which is why D-rank monsters are assigned to hunters. The mentor praises him for remembering this important detail. In reality, Baphomet had fallen asleep during the lecture, but Mr. Ma had forcefully made him memorize the entire manual to make a good impression on his mentor. The mentor agrees with Baphomet's explanation, confirming that D-class monsters can't be killed with military weapons. He assures them that they'll finish the mission quickly with teamwork. Then he orders them to grab their weapons and enter the gate. When he asks Baphomet about his weapon, Baphomet simply points at his fists. The mentor doesn't expect that, since Baphomet isn't classified as a fighter type. Just then, someone shoves him, taunting him for acting like a know-it-all. Seeing the person, Baphomet recognizes them as the same people who badmouthed him on his first day of orientation. After a while, they're inside the dungeon, fighting monsters. The bulky one kills a monster, but his pride fades when another appears behind him. Observing his students, the mentor notices that the bulky one is strong but clumsy, lacking agility. Then he observes the girl rushing toward a monster with her dagger. She's fast and brave but lacks persistence. The third one tries to blast the monster with magic but misses. His power is good, but his aim is terrible. All three of them lack proper coordination and skill. Then the mentor's eyes turn to Baphomet, who stands there looking utterly bored while the monster attacks him. He easily dodges every strike, even when 2 monsters attack him at once. Ducking his head, he dodges again, kicks one monster to death, and rushes at the others. With his bare hands, he grabs 2 monsters, one in each hand, and crushes them effortlessly. He complains about getting his hands dirty. The mentor, however, notices his perfect strength, agility, and judgment. Baphomet clearly belongs to the category of irregulars, those with overwhelming raw talent. But the mentor also realizes that talent alone can't explain that level of mastery. There's something more. At that moment, Baphomet gives him an awkward smile, just as Mr. Ma had instructed. After a while, they finish off the remaining monsters without sustaining any major injuries. Once they clear the area, they prepare to move to the next zone. Baphomet, however, isn't satisfied. He thinks the monsters are too weak, and now he's stuck fighting these worthless creatures. He wants a stronger opponent and looks at the mentor, a B-class hunter. He wants his next opponent to leave a real impression on him, to challenge him in a single move. Suddenly an idea strikes him. After a while, they advance deeper into the dungeon to defeat the boss monster. The mentor is taken aback when the boss doesn't appear, even though it should have shown up after they killed all the small fry. He orders them to gather all the bodies in one place, and they comply. Once they're done, the mentor explains that there are 2 conditions for a boss monster to appear. Either all the lesser demons must be cleared, or the boss must be drawn out by the strong scent of blood that drives it frantic. The next moment, the ground starts shaking beneath them, and the trio freezes in terror as a massive death worm emerges before them. The mentor warns them that this monster is attracted to blood and tells them not to get eaten. The bulky rookie is horrified by the sheer size of the creature, and silently hopes the mentor will step in if things go south. He gets ready to attack, but Baphomet kicks him aside and takes his weapon. Everyone gasps, warning him that he can't use a bound item belonging to someone else. But Baphomet ignores them. The mentor also politely reminds him not to act recklessly because they can't afford to lose a talent like him. Yet Baphomet doesn't listen. He leaps into the air with such height that the others stare in disbelief. The mentor thinks it's over for him, but instead, our boy slashes the death worm clean in half and lands smoothly on the ground. The mentor stands frozen, unable to believe that it's already over, that the boss monster is dead. Baphomet recalls his time as the boss in the mines, where people respected him for his power, a rule he first understands upon entering the human world. His recent actions earn grudging admiration from his companions, while the girl has already fallen for him. The mentor claps in praise, and Baphomet, feeling smug, assumes the mentor wants to befriend him. But the mentor shocks him by saying Baphomet doesn't need further guidance, meaning he's capable of working alone. This worries him, as his mission is to get close to the mentor. He is congratulated on his early graduation, and the mentor promises him a share of demonic beast crystals, which can be exchanged for cash at the Hunter Agency. Baphomet downplays his strength, claiming the boss monster is weak enough for his teammates to handle, but the mentor and others clearly disagree. The mentor then dismisses them, advising a doctor's visit if needed, and wishes Baphomet luck. Baphomet, stressed and wondering what he did wrong, is interrupted when the girl asks for his number. Later, Mr. Ma admits his mistake in assigning a difficult mission and gives Baphomet an easier task: eliminate a C-rank criminal hunter, legally allowed since he's wanted, and slay the dungeon's boss so the body disappears with it. After completing the mission and collecting demonic crystals, Baphomet treats himself to a bowl of stew with steamed pork. Remembering Mr. Ma's earlier question about whether defeat frustrates him, he slams his fist into the wall, cursing Quartz in response. The next day, Quartz once again leads his team for another D-class dungeon clearance. Our boy, watching from a nearby wall, understands that the friendly pretense won't work anymore. He just needs to keep an eye on Quartz to find criminal evidence. He recalls the basic principle of hunting is to understand the prey. Understanding his activities, his relationships with other humans, Baphomet observes everything to get a clue. After observing him closely, he finds nothing suspicious. All Quartz does is work and go home. There's no trace of any criminal activity in this man. Now he understands why Mr. Ma suggested getting close to him. However, Baphomet's own methods of investigation are far more brutal. If this were the demon world, he would slice off his arm, bind him, and torture him until he spills every bit of information about his criminal ties. For a moment, he even considers doing it. At that moment, Quartz senses something and looks back, but Baphomet stays hidden. He now understands that he needs to solve this problem in a human way, but he has no idea how. Suddenly, he sees Quartz rushing somewhere and calling out for his wife, Yuhyun. The woman appears soon after. Quartz immediately asks why she hasn't been answering his calls. She explains that she forgot her phone in the shopping cart. Her carelessness gives him a scare, and he hugs her with trembling hands. The two then walk home together, while Baphomet gets an idea of what to do next. Meanwhile, Taeyong completes his mission by killing the criminal. All that remains is to dispose of the body and make it look like an accident. Quartz rushes home and is startled to find Baphomet there with his wife. He demands to know what Baphomet is doing in his house. His wife quickly explains that she was about to be hit by a car, and Baphomet saved her. He got injured and didn't want to go to the hospital, so she brought him home to tend to his wounds. She also finds out that he's a hunter, but Quartz clearly isn't pleased to see him. He stops Baphomet's hand as it reaches for a family photo. Thanking him, Quartz adds that he wants to discuss the car's plate number and other details, then politely asks him to step outside to talk. However, his wife insists that Baphomet stay for dinner. Later, both husband and wife are shocked by the amount he eats. The wife agrees to give him more, and as she takes the dishes away, Baphomet watches her closely. She asks whether he wants something, but he declines. Still, she brings him extra side dishes. Baphomet, however, senses something otherworldly about her. Quartz asks him about his experience as an independent hunter. Baphomet taunts him, saying it wasn't good after all. Quartz graduated him early. Quartz defends himself, saying he did what he thought was right, as he could no longer be his mentor. Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of a plate falling. Quartz's wife tells them to keep talking, saying she'll handle it. Watching her, Baphomet comments on Quartz's caring nature toward his wife, slyly adding that he has already lost her. Quartz is startled by the remark. Baphomet quickly changes his tone, saying he meant that he can provide the car's plate number, and asks for a piece of paper. In reality, Quartz's wife has been dead for a long time. The story flashes back to Quartz and Yuhyun's life as childhood sweethearts. They are always together, in every school, through every phase of life. Later, they bind themselves in marriage, believing it will be their happily ever after. After marriage, Quartz discovers that he is an irregular hunter. However, Yuhyun isn't happy about his profession. It's a good job with great potential, but it puts her husband on the front lines, which is dangerous. Quartz, on the other hand, feels excited that he can become rich by obtaining rare and valuable items from gates and towers. But Yuhyun doesn't want him to risk his life for money. She just wants him to be safe. For her sake, he gives up the pursuit of fame and glory as a great hunter. Instead, he settles for becoming a mentor. Though the job isn't easy, sometimes he even mentors novice hunters older than himself. He hopes he'll eventually get the hang of it. One day, he brings home a teleportation device that can instantly transport someone to a designated area. He gives it to Yuhyun and asks her to use it in case of an emergency. Then their peace shatters when a gate shock occurs. Yuhyun hides from the monsters, desperately searching for the teleportation device to escape to safety. In the present, she realizes she never actually used that teleportation device, because she died that day. The story flashes again to that tragic moment. Yuhyun sees a woman in danger and helps her escape. Both of them run, but Yuhyun trips and falls. The woman asks if she's okay, and Yuhyun hurriedly tells her to run to a nearby shelter. But during the chaos, the teleportation device slips out of her bag, and the woman notices it. Prioritizing her own survival, she uses the teleportation device and escapes to safety. The next moment, as the woman vanishes, a monster appears behind Yuhyun. Now, in the present, Yuhyun admits that she died that day, but never understood how she's still alive. Maybe her husband has something to do with it. In reality, our boy gives Quartz the registration number of the car rented by the person who tried to hit Yuhyun. Using his influence, Quartz traces the customer who rented the car and obtains that person's address. When he opens the door to his home, Quartz is shocked to see his wife inside. He asks why she's there, but the answer comes not from her, but from our boy, who closes the door behind him and remarks that he knew Quartz would come, since he's far too protective of his wife. Baphomet comments that he doesn't know much about Quartz's criminal activities, but he's certain that the man committed his crimes to bring his wife back to life. When Baphomet reaches out to touch her, Quartz warns him not to. Baphomet continues, saying that as soon as she realizes she's dead, she'll probably switch off like a corpse. Quartz grows furious and warns him again, but Baphomet keeps pressing, asking about the method he used to resurrect her. Quartz shouts at him not to touch her, yet Baphomet, unfazed, grabs Yuhyun and casually throws her out the window. He tells Quartz that she's already dead, and if he really has the power to resurrect her, then he should just stop pretending. Quartz's anger finally boils over. He summons his weapon from the inventory. Baphomet also prepares himself, declaring that he needs Quartz alive, so he'll just slice off his arms instead. A loud crash shakes the building as their weapons clash. Quartz attacks and Baphomet blocks with his dagger. Quartz then hurls his weapon at him, knocking Baphomet's dagger aside. Baphomet rushes forward to strike, but Quartz is strong enough to withstand the blow and instantly summons another weapon from his inventory. While fighting, Quartz's memories flood back. From middle school to high school, they were always together. He recalls the moment he saw her lifeless body and couldn't comprehend how she could be standing here now when she had the teleportation device. Then he realized someone must have stolen it, and went to the shelter to avenge her. He knew no one would notice if just one person died. But when he reached the shelter, he found that the woman, the one who took the device, was already dead, along with everyone else inside. The shelter had been invaded by monsters. His wife was actually destined to die that day either way. Yet, even knowing that, he couldn't let Yuhyun go, not even in death. Now in the present, Baphomet remarks that Quartz must have found a way to resurrect her, even though he shouldn't have. He responds coldly that after killing him, he can return to her again. With that, he summons his celestial spear and lunges at him. Baphomet, still nonchalant despite the story and the threat, slashes at Quartz's arm. Blood spills as their battle intensifies. Baphomet's sword cuts deep into Quartz, forcing him to stumble as blood pours from the wound. He mocks him that fighters who let emotions control them always fall apart as Quartz grips his side, trembling. To Baphomet, the fight is already lost. The moment feelings take over, the battle ends. 2 weeks of preparation, and this is all he gets: a weak, disappointing fight. His patience snaps as he threatens to tear off every limb if he doesn't show a real fight. Quartz's voice trembles, demanding to know why Baphomet even interferes with his attempt to bring his wife back. Our boy reminds him of his duty as a hunter who hunts the lawbreakers. But Quartz insists that saving a life can't be a crime. That reasoning only fuels Baphomet's anger, and excuses like that make his blood boil. Through his investigation, he already uncovered that a forbidden deal was made, one that broke every rule. Yet this man still pretends to be innocent, and the hypocrisy disgusts him. Baphomet lifts his blade again, saying death feels like the only proper end. But before he can strike, Yuhyun's body jerks slightly. Then a broken voice slips out of her mouth, whispering about the smell of blood. A system warning flashes before both men. It reports an error that an unstable demonic entity formed from a failed resurrection and orders all hunters to finish it. Just then, a monstrous figure bursts inside. Half of its body remains of Yuhyun, the other half of a demon. Quartz freezes, horror spreading through his face as he realizes what his wife has become. The creature repeats her craving for blood and crawls toward him. Baphomet steps in, fury rising that the demon dares to steal his prey. With one clean swing, he slices off one of her tentacles. The demon lets out a scream that shakes the air and collapses, while Quartz keeps calling her name, blind to what stands before him. Baphomet's aura flares as his passive skill, Death Throes, activates. He taunts Quartz with disdain that he's still clinging to a fantasy, still refusing to see the monster that was once his wife. The demon glares at him and growls a threat of killing him. Our boy always states how something about her resurrection had felt wrong from the very start. Baphomet rushes forward, cutting her down with ruthless precision. His blade tears through her flesh, splitting her in two before striking her eyes. Blood sprays like rain, painting the room in red. When silence falls, Yuhyun's severed head rolls to her husband's feet. He stares at her lifeless face, tears streaming as our boy steps past the broken remains. A new system alert appears, stating that his berserk state has been triggered, a side effect of his passive skill. Our boy grips his head, cursing under his breath. The timing couldn't be worse, but it hardly matters anymore. The fool before him is marked for death anyway. The berserker state burns through him, leaving only one thought. If Quartz wants to be with his wife so badly, he might as well follow her into death. But before he can move, another warning flashes that his body has reached 99% danger level. His limbs suddenly lock and the system freezes all movement to prevent collapse. Baphomet struggles to break free, every muscle trembling under invisible chains. Quartz glares down at him, lifting his sword, and blames Baphomet for everything. Baphomet strains to move, desperate for one last strike, but his body refuses. Quartz raises his weapon high, declaring that Baphomet's fate is his own doing. Our boy curses the system, furious at the interference. Then, the interface claims to care for his safety more than anyone else. The words leave him stunned, right before another figure steps in. Ma appears out of nowhere and his foot moves like lightning, striking Quartz with crushing force that slams him into the floor. He then acknowledges Baphomet's discovery of his mentor's crimes, noting how rough the investigation had been yet still worthwhile. He offers to deal with the cleanup himself, but Baphomet insists he could have finished the fight if the system hadn't stopped him. Ma arches a brow at the claim, and Baphomet repeats that victory had been in his grasp before the system's lockdown. Deep down, he knows the truth that if he were stronger, none of this would have happened. Ma checks his condition and asks whether he can still move. Then, hours later, Ma sits quietly in a car. Taeyong asks about Baphomet's state. He explains that he kept demanding an arm, so he handed him one before loading him into an ambulance. Taeyong mentions his own work went smoothly. Some hunters had responded to the system alert, but he sent them away with fabricated reports. Even so, something about the case feels wrong. A demon created from a corpse instead of a living host hints at something far darker behind the scenes. Taeyong promises to dig deeper. In the back seat, Quartz sits silently. Ma questions him about the resurrection. Someone powerful had turned his wife into that abomination. After a long pause, Quartz mutters about rumors, whispers of a new department formed to hunt down criminal hunters. He never imagined Ma was the one leading it. Ma admits that the job isn't easy. Every case means hunting people he once trusted. He presses further. Quartz had been ordered to betray new hunters assigned under him. Many disappeared while others died. In exchange, his wife was brought back in a twisted deal, calling it a crime beyond forgiveness. Silence fills the car. Ma understands the confession will never come. He turns to his driver, warning that the road ahead will only grow harder as criminal hunters never go quietly. The words barely leave his mouth before the car jerks. Taeyong is shocked, realizing the brakes have failed. Behind Quartz, the remains of the demonic being appear, informing they would not be able to catch hunters, wishing them luck. Ma is in shock, but there's no time to react and the car crashes with violent force. Among the wreckage, demonic remains scatter across the ground. Slowly, they begin to crawl back together. There is a cat nearby as it slips through a nearby window and lands on a glowing tablet. The screen lights up with a hunter's profile, which is none other than our hero. Baphomet wakes on a hospital examination table, struggling to breathe under the weight of a white cat sitting on him. He recognizes the creature. Yunson enters, noting that patient 302 regained consciousness unusually fast, a number only one person has ever called him. Her teasing tone unsettles him, and memories of her earlier remarks about alternative payment methods cause him to scream. Startled, Yunseon cradles her cat and observes that his body is still restricted by a system lockdown. Baphomet calls her a fraud and demands to know why she's there. Yunseon reminds him that the hospital belongs to her, so by waking up there, he owes her a debt. She remarks on his service under Ma, finding it unusual, and confirms that she knows him personally. Yunsan smirks, teasing him and inspecting his healing progress by lifting his shirt with her foot, which makes him flinch. She notes that he has gained new powers since their last encounter, and warns that anyone overhearing might misunderstand. Baphomet insists she previously did something to him, but she brushes it off, claiming he needs a lesson in humility. Before she can act, Ma arrives, having asked the receptionist for Baphomet's location. Hearing shouting from the room, Ma rushes in to find Baphomet sprawled on the floor while Yunseon laughs, admitting teasing him always brightens her day. Baphomet accuses Ma of conspiring with Yunseon to trap him in government service, but Ma denies it, explaining their professional connection predates the guilds and that Baphomet's government involvement began earlier. The hospital is a government facility where Baphomet's power levels were once tested. After disappointing results, he was admitted as a patient. Baphomet acknowledges this but questions government interference. Ma then delivers shocking news. Quartz is dead, killed publicly by a mastermind using necromancy, leaving only charred remains. The investigation into corrupted hunters may eventually reveal the culprit's identity. Fury surges through Baphomet that all his suffering to capture Quartz alive now seems meaningless. Ma apologizes, but Baphomet demands permission to pursue the mastermind himself. Ma warns him not to act recklessly as his current strength is insufficient. Even Ma failed to detect the hidden presence within Quartz, which shows how dangerous and meticulous the mastermind is. He estimates the culprit's power to be near S rank. Our boy, however, dismisses the warning and mocks Ma's inability to handle the situation. He insists that if he had been informed sooner, he could have captured Quartz alive and forced out the truth. Ma grabs him by the collar, furious at his arrogance, and reminds him that this is not a game. Taking down the mastermind is far beyond a B-rank hunter's capacity. Our dude tears free and storms out of the room, ignoring Ma's calls. Without turning around, he raises his middle finger in defiance. Ma curses under his breath, clearly fed up with his attitude. Yunsun asks whether they fought again, and Ma admits they were just venting frustrations. She tilts her head, curious about his meaning, but he changes the subject by asking about her treatment methods. He accuses her of exploiting Baphomet's condition for money. Yunsun begins to protest, but Ma threatens to file a report against her for extortion. She quickly pleads for a chance to explain. According to her, government agents had brought in a blood-covered young man and instructed her to treat him, whether he lived or died. When she saw who it was, she immediately recognized him as our boy. The government had tried to turn him into a hero but failed miserably, as they had with countless others before him. Ma reminds her of his government ties, but Yunseon only smirks, asking if he still follows their orders blindly or hides his true nature. She explains that her receptionist warned the patient wouldn't make it, yet a red system window suddenly appeared, threatening her life if she failed to save him. The shock pushed her beyond her limits, forcing her to perform like never before. Realizing the command wasn't ordinary, Ma listens as she admits to keeping tabs on Baphomet by pretending he owed her money. He notes that the system acted as if it had its own will, while Yunseon, smiling faintly, describes it like a presence fiercely devoted to Baphomet himself. Meanwhile, Taeyong informs Baphomet that the system lockdown still restricts him and urges him to use the downtime to rest. He points out that other hunters face similar pauses and frames it as a brief forced vacation. His thought wanders to Ma, who commands him to keep watching our dude, but changes the priority from surveillance to active protection, since his data may already have reached the mastermind. Taeyong agrees to remain alert. In present, our boy then notices the earrings on Taeyong and wonders where to find similar accessories and gets them for himself. Later, at a restaurant, as he eats, he realizes that he needs some rest, and it's been a long since he has become a human. He has not enjoyed anything. He orders extra bowls of rice and several portions of meat, eats with appetite, photographs the dishes, and leaves with snacks in hand. He spends the afternoon wandering Seoul. He plays games at an arcade, reads in a quiet corner, and watches a movie about a woman who loses her legs. Even as he tries to enjoy the day, an emptiness clings to him. Nothing feels fulfilling anymore. His weakened body feels like a cage, and he begins to wonder if turning human was a mistake. Losing power seems to explain his misery, yet a deeper sense tells him it's more than that. He has reached the lowest point of his existence. At that moment, a system window suddenly appears, asking if he is sad. He curses it, blaming the system for ruining his life. It claims that it has done it for him, but he refuses to believe it, convinced it only exists to torment him. At that moment, the glowing symbols begin forming in the air as strange protocols activate. The system warns that repeated failure will trigger a full restart. Confused, Baphomet demands to know what's happening. He even asks the system to kill him instead. Meanwhile, the process completes, and then there is Girl who is sure that success will come this time. He challenges the entity to kill him instead of prolonging his torment. A calm, feminine voice apologizes for the delay, explaining that Earth's system was never her original duty. Several other voices echo reassurance. The administrator manifests and reveals the truth about his lost powers. She explains that billions of attempts had been made to appear in front of him. Not only this, Billions of simulations had been tested to know what would happen if his strength remained within his human form. Each one ended with his death in countless brutal ways. Removing his powers was the only way to keep him alive. She confesses she chose him because she believes he will fulfill her ultimate wish. His desperate cry from the tower had reached her, and she responded. When he demands to know who killed him in those simulations, she shows visions of beings far stronger than any he has faced. Dark ravens swirl in the air as she reminds him that he already knows the path to power. His hunger will drive his growth, and his name will once again spread fear. With a final blessing, she restores his abilities. His Master of Weapons advances to level 2, Death Throes evolves into Adrenaline, and several new skills unlock. When he looks around, she is gone, leaving only silence behind. At the hospital, Ma hands Yoonseon a sample which is a remnant from the demon Baphomet destroyed. She confirms their identity and promises the results by the next day. He thanks her, and she adds that she analyzed Baphomet's body through her touch-based data ability. When Ma doubts her accuracy, she takes offense but admits the findings defy logic. Looking at the data, he can't believe that Baphomet's stats have risen tenfold since his last evaluation just a month ago. Meanwhile, Baphomet receives a hidden quest notification that he has slain the disciple of Wrath, Raven, and earned a new skill as a reward. A slow grin spreads across his face as he realizes that everything from here on will only become more interesting. Basically, hunter power levels are ranked from F class to S class, with large gaps between ranks. Most hunters grow stronger through battles with demonic beasts or intense training. Rumors suggest a hidden path for faster advancement, though it's unproven. Ma meets Baphomet after their long separation. Baphomet casually reports that nothing unusual happened, though Ma's monitoring already confirms this. Yoonseon, overhearing, mocks them and approaches Baphomet, grabbing his shoulder and calling him Patient 302. He demands she remove her hand, but she uses her identification ability to extract his information. Shocked by his rapid growth, she tells Ma that his progress is far beyond normal. Baphomet considers the team leader's immense hunter data, realizing cooperation may be unavoidable since the goddess behind the system uses him for her plans. The system reminds him that their goals align and revenge is possible through collaboration. When he asks why she doesn't intervene directly, she explains her abilities focus on creation, not destruction, and that even his human transformation was achieved using stolen power. Ma interrupts, and Baphomet asks about new missions or drops. Ma explains targets don't follow schedules. Baphomet suggests joining regular hunter missions to build strength, and Ma agrees. The doctor comments that both are now on the same page, and Ma admits his focus is on how fast Baphomet advances, whether he becomes a valuable weapon or a dangerous mistake. Ma offers a deal. If Baphomet identifies the mastermind, he may confront them personally, but only after proving strong enough. At the Hunter Association, Baphomet argues with the receptionist, demanding a mission that grants tower access and weapon rentals. She explains that F-class hunters rarely get tower assignments and suggests buying or earning a weapon, since renting is expensive. Baphomet says he prefers trying different weapons to avoid boredom, and asks again for suitable missions. She tells him that tower missions are usually reserved for A-class hunters and above, though one special mission allows all ranks if they have guild membership. Remembering his guild, Baphomet notes he cannot reveal his government ties. The receptionist confirms his membership in her system and assigns him the mission. At the labyrinthine tower, a woman leader stands before a group of gathered hunters, introducing herself as part of the Ark Guild, the sole organization licensed to clear this tower. She explains that shock waves from unstable gates forced early operations. Starting today, participating hunters will keep 90% of all loot, though the Ark Guild reserves the boss fight for itself. Hunters whisper among themselves, surprised the greedy guild finally opened access. Some think it's an attempt to fix their damaged reputation. The speaker continues, announcing that the guildmaster herself will lead the raid. Excitement ripples through the crowd as others hope to see their favorite fighter in action. Baphomet watches quietly, debating whether to withdraw. His interest in fighting feels dull. The system's voice interrupts, referring to his earlier scene at the association. He growls at it to stop talking, but it cheerfully insists it has nothing better to do, and reminds him he's still got tower access. Baphomet wonders if he can block the annoying thing, but it warns that his attitude will attract unwanted attention. He snaps that it should stop acting like a mother. The system responds playfully that the description suits it perfectly. Furious, our boy accidentally strikes a hunter behind him. The man shouts in outrage about his expensive gear. Two female hunters observe from afar, one noting how fights often break out when hunters gather. One of them thinks Baphomet looks familiar. The angry man keeps yelling about wasted money, while Baphomet silently regrets crossing paths with such people again. He finally offers compensation, but the hunter scoffs, assuming he's weak. His companion whispers that the shabby armor and low rank make our boy an easy target, probably the charity case mentioned earlier. The hunter taunts him, questioning how an F-class can afford to pay and why someone that weak enters a tower at all. Baphomet grabs his face, warning that arrogance can kill him by someone he considers weak. A leader intervenes, scolding them for starting fights before even entering the enemy zone. She orders everyone to follow her and stay focused. The loud hunter keeps complaining, while Baphomet repeats his offer to settle the issue with his limb. She reminds them that they're one team regardless of differences. She explains the tower's structure. 3 gears must be cleared before reaching the boss chamber. 6 hunters enter each gear, with random challenges such as full demon extermination, puzzles, or deadly traps guarding exits. Nobody knows which type they'll face until entry, because the maps change randomly within 24 hours. She begins a roll call, naming hunters from various guilds: Elam from Nord, Pagan, and Sol from Nebula, Reaper from Defiance. Hearing those names makes Baphomet flinch. When she calls his name from Sweet Pink Angel Guild, sweat forms on his forehead as all eyes turn toward him. Reaper grins knowingly. Back at the office, it's revealed that it's Ma doing putting our boy in a guild. Ma discusses guild assignments with Yunseon. She questions why he placed Baphomet in her fake guild, a front made only for draining government funds. Ma explains that Baphomet had no choice due to his contract with government. Yunseon bursts into laughter, pointing out how the sweet, harmless name completely clashes with his personality. Ma joins in, admitting that the joke alone made it worth doing. At the tower, Pagan laughs as well, saying the name fits perfectly. Others join the mockery, and Baphomet quietly vows to kill Ma someday for this humiliation. The leader restores order and reminds everyone that Ark Guild holds no responsibility for deaths inside. Once the gate opens, they're on their own. The massive doors rise with a deep rumble, revealing silent darkness beyond. One of them notes the stillness, and the leader confirms it rules out hunting maps. She throws a glowstone ahead, and a single demon appears in the distance, confirmation of a trap map. She warns the team to follow her lead and asks our boy to conserve his strength. She sprints forward, dodging traps as she identifies one after another. She senses someone keeping up with her and assumes it must be Reaper, whose agility matching her own. Then shock hits her when she notices Baphomet running ahead at full speed. He has activated his special skill, Advantage. With this skill, the light markers flash before his eyes. Every hidden trap and enemy reveals itself. Deciding to test the ability, Baphomet charges deeper into the unknown. Pagan stands frozen as one notification after another flashes before his eyes. Floor 1 cleared, then floor 5, and on it goes. The impossible speed leaves him speechless. Our boy, an F-class hunter climbing floors like this, defies logic. Arrows descend in waves toward Baphomet while the system issues quick alerts, urging light dodges and side leaps. More arrows fly from the right, and new commands appear, guiding him to redirect their path. He follows each prompt, continuously guiding him without hesitation, launching one of the arrows toward the demon. Next moments, his chains catch its neck midair. The system highlights the weak point, and he tightens the chains before appearing behind the creature. His blade flashes once, cutting clean through its body. The next instant, floor 15 clears. The leader stares in disbelief, questioning if he truly ranks as F-class. She wonders why he hasn't renewed his rank. Reaper notes how his movements align perfectly with each attack's timing, almost like he knew them beforehand. The leader warns that ignoring rank updates brings fines, but Pagan interrupts with frustration, scolding everyone for wasting time on chatter. The leader reminds him that rest between climbs is essential to recover mana and stamina. Pagan scoffs at the idea, mocking them for tiring out so early as they are only on 15th floor. His damaged armor draws her attention, and she remarks that it's nearly falling apart. Pagan accusing our boy of breaking it. She doubts an F-class could damage armor that easily, suggesting the piece wasn't worth much to begin with. Pagan snaps back that his armor came from Bahamut's core, the boss of the Tower of Sanctum. The leader pauses at this, realizing the power needed to destroy such material equals that of a tower boss. Baphomet wonders privately if that's really true. Pagan curses about worthless F-class hunters, but quickly urges him to drop the argument and focus on the next chamber. Reaper studies the crest on Pagan's armor, recognizing the Royal Guild insignia. She steps closer, commenting that Bahamut-related gear never entered official trade markets. Anyone holding it must have dealt with black market sellers. She smirks and calls him the Master of Royal Guild. Pagan stiffens while Kang demands to know her intent. Reaper offers to find the scammer who fooled him, if he owes her a favor afterward. With that, the raid continues, and Baphomet observes Reaper's flawless movements as she cuts down demons with swift, precise strikes. Her rhythm carries the team upward, clearing one level after another. Between rest stops and fights, they advance until a mounted demon charges toward Pagan. Before impact, Baphomet moves first. His blade slices through the beast's neck, then through the rider's chest. Floor 49 clears in moments. Sweat drips from the leader's brow as she announces their new record, but Pagan brushes it off as nothing impressive. She scolds his arrogance while he is noticing Baphomet's calm posture, with no exhaustion and no sign of effort. His composure unsettles him. Ahead, a large stone door blocks their way. Reaper explains that beyond this point lies something different. Most towers reserve boss chambers for the end, but this one hides named demons at mid-level checkpoints. She assumes our boy already knew, perhaps from sneaking into towers illegally, but his blank reaction proves otherwise. He cuts her off sharply, warning her to stop acting so familiar. The leader ends the talk and rests her palm on the cold door, giving a final chance to retreat. She reminds them that each hunter's life is their own responsibility, yet she'd prefer to avoid needless deaths. Payment for loot will still be granted to anyone who withdraws now. Pagan opens his mouth, but Baphomet steps forward first, announcing his intent to continue. He didn't come this far for weak demons. Reaper joins in, unwilling to retreat after such progress. The rest follow their lead. The leader turns to Pagan and Soul for their choice. Soul advises retreat, reminding his master that their original goal was just experience collection. The next area's difficulty remains unknown, making withdrawal the safer path. But Pagan refuses to back down, his pride burning at the thought of losing to an F-class. Declaring his participation, he ignores Soul's protests and enters alongside the others. Darkness greets them inside. The leader activates a glowstone, casting light over towering stone figures shaped like chess pieces. She warns everyone to stay back, gargoyles perhaps. Pagan warns until a massive hand descends from above, lifting one stone piece and slamming it down before them with thunderous force. The ground trembles. The hand speaks, declaring that their turn has begun. Confusion spreads. Soul remarks that if this is chess, then his master's expertise finally matters. Pagan hesitates but claims he understands. Their safety depends on predicting where each piece will fall. He marks the safe zone, and Soul praises his quick deduction. But our boy doesn't move as something feels wrong to him. A shadow looms above Pagan as a massive chess piece materializes mid-air. Soul lunges forward to pull him aside, but the piece crashes down, right on Soul. Silence fills the chamber and Pagan screams his name in horror. The leader stares, shaken, wondering where that black piece came from. Reaper's realization cuts through the panic. The voice wasn't talking to them, but it was talking about them. The tower itself is a battlefield between two unseen players, and they're merely ants in their game. Baphomet's expression hardens, realizing that until now it had been too easy. The real challenge of the tower begins here. Soul's hand appears from under the chess piece, and Pagan quickly tries to pull him free. He keeps telling Soul not to worry because their office has really good medical equipment. But when he pulls, only the arm comes out. This shocks Pagan completely, and he screams out Soul's name in panic. Right then, the leader yells for Pagan. A hand drops a chess piece on him while she grabs him and drags him to safety and yells at him to be aware if he wants to live. Hunter Reaper also dodges herself from the falling chess pieces, while she notices that they keep coming with speed with each second. Suddenly, she realizes that she's almost under a piece. Just then a hunter teleports her away, saving her, so she thanks the hunter for that action. She then turns to our boy and inquires if he knows how to beat this challenge room, and mentions that everything happening so far makes it seem like he predicted all of this. She warns him that if they take this fight too long, they'll run out of energy and die. He responds by calling this strategy lame, and explains that they need to dodge attacks and stay alive until the game finishes completely. If at least one person makes it to the end alive, a demon will show up. Killing that demon will complete the chamber, and this is actually a trap. But before he finishes talking, a chess piece almost falls on him. He questions why they have to wait until the end and jumps up and smashes the chess piece hard, cracking it apart. His hand shakes from the impact and the hunters stare in shock. Baphomet suggests just breaking everything in sight, explaining that if they destroy all the pieces the enemy can use, they'll force the game to end early. Then the dungeon master will have to come out and face them directly. Hunter Reaper questions the plan, but Baphomet insists it's actually a great solution. The leader rushes forward and starts smashing everything and instructs Pagan to make sure he stays close to her. Reaper grabs a chess piece with her power and mutters that this is harder than it sounds. She barely holds onto it, then slams it down on the floor with all her strength to break it. It makes her realize that these actions drain so much energy. Meanwhile, Baphomet also breaks down a cracked chess piece. He then releases a powerful attack on it that completely destroys it with his chain weapon. The hooded person just stands there quietly. Baphomet smashes another chess piece that lands near him and jumps in the air and shouts for the enemy to come out. He looks around carefully and jumps forward to dodge as a massive hand crashes down in front of him. He evades another hand while shouting questions about the enemy's location, reasoning that it cannot possibly hide within this chaotic chessboard arrangement. He senses a peculiar energy coming from while jumping above the massive hands. He readies his weapon and declares he has found the target. He hurls his chained weapon forward with precision, and it strikes directly into the center of the branches. The figure materializes there and condemns him as a fool who dared to destroy its domain, promising severe consequences. He laughs and declares that it's about time before activating his Lord Baphomet's skill. Somewhere else, the editor thanks Echidna for doing the interview, despite the later hour mentioning its urgency. Echidna responds by asking if she is aware how to properly show gratitude. She assures her to exclusively publish favorable stories about the Art Guild, and requests her not to worry. Echidna indicates she will entrust this matter to the chief editor. A girl suddenly appears behind Echidna, informing her about an incoming call from Hunter Shining. Echidna questions whether Shining already cleared the labyrinthine tower since she went there earlier. She answers the call, and Shining reports that Baphomet now participates in the clearing mission for the labyrinthine. Meanwhile, our boy battles the beast, continuously throwing weapons and slashing at it. His adrenaline skill suddenly activates automatically when stress levels rise during combat, increasing all ability stats by 30%. He charges forward toward the figure while gripping his chain weapon tightly. The figure questions him in confusion, extending its hand to attack, but noticing something that he seems significantly stronger than moments before. It focuses its attention on the target, and the system confirms that when fighting against a designated target, all damage received decreases by 50%, while attack power increases by an additional 30%. He advances to strike while the figure expresses confusion about the kind of spells he uses to grow stronger. He throws his chained weapon at the creature, and it hits directly, piercing through its shoulder while noting that wood tends to burn easily, declaring this target perfect for testing a particular skill. On the other side, Echidna shouts into the phone, demanding they prevent any meeting between him and Valkyrie. Shining states that Valkyrie would not like to be near him as he pulled out her hair. Echidna explains that Shining doesn't really grasp what's going on. She then asks how likely it is for an S-class hunter with superhuman strength to fall into water and faint. Shining can't think of any other reason, and Echidna calmly says the chances are none. Meanwhile, our dude, along with Raven's special skill, Giga, activates Blaze and directs the fire forward. The flames engulf the creature, who calls the situation foolish as the fire completely surrounds it. Our foolish boy bursts into uncontrollable laughter while Reaper smiles forcefully, standing behind him. He declares that this finally feels like a real fight and urges the flames around him to burn hotter, wanting to pour all his frustration into this battle. The system mocks him, but he snaps back at it, while enjoying this fiery bonfire moment. Reaper realizes that she's only heard of hunters who live for battle, and she never wants to face such a hunter again after meeting one. Amid the chaos, he suddenly remembers he was supposed to roast sweet potatoes. Reaper, puzzled by his strange powers, wonders how a warrior class can wield magic so skillfully, assuming him as a sword mage. But the only person she knows with that kind of mixed ability is Raven. Just then, the ground starts shaking violently and cracks form beneath their feet, echoing like thunder. Someone shouts if the floor is collapsing, and Reaper spots an exit in the distance, yelling for everyone to run toward it. They run through the trembling area, but the ground splits open beneath Pagan, making him stumble. He reaches for Soul's hand, but it slips from his grasp, and without hesitation, he leaps after it in panic. Before he can fall, Baphomet appears above him with his chain snapping forward. He grabs Pagan's arm mid-air, catching him just in time. Meanwhile, far away, Hunter Echidna asks Shining over the phone how long it's been since Valkyrie entered the labyrinthine tower. She checks the time and informs it's been about an hour and a half since her entry, right after she cleared another tower. Echidna reasons that with Valkyrie's skill, she must have reached the top floor by now, and if Baphomet reached there too, they'd probably already met. At that moment, looking down at Pagan as he holds his arm, our dude can tell he has completely lost the will to fight. Even if he survives, he'll never have the strength to continue to the next tower, which only means death will find him soon. Echidna, still on the call, says something needs to be done. While our boy reflects quietly that losing the will to fight is the same as failing as a fighter, Echidna walks to her chief editor and reminds her that she mentioned knowing a few journalists, asking for their introduction, while still gripping Pagan's arm, but then he loosens his hold, muttering that maybe he should just let him die here. Pagan falls and an explosion bursts below. Out of nowhere, Valkyrie dives down and catches Pagan mid-fall. She smirks, saying he seems like a terrible person, and adds that taming someone like him might be fun. Back with Echidna, she requests a journalist who knows how to handle scandals discreetly. She explains the scandal, recalling how it began. During an interview, a reporter asked Valkyrie the kind of man she liked. She revealed she preferred someone easy to talk to, and looks didn't matter much. But right after that, Baphomet came crashing down from above, straight into the pool, unconscious. Valkyrie rushed to him, instantly finding him her type. Before she could act, Echidna ran over, asking if he was okay. Suddenly, Valkyrie collapsed, claiming she felt dizzy. Echidna saw through the act, thinking this woman planned to use her body to attract attention, assuming no man could ignore her lying helpless on the floor. But her plan backfired the moment Echidna stepped in. He looked at Echidna, in confusion, wondering what she was doing and thinking it wasn't worth making a fuss over a few strands of hair. Meanwhile, Valkyrie, who had planned to fake waking up, accidentally fell asleep for real. Now, in the tower as Valkyrie enters, the hunters start to whisper about watching her in real life, calling her attractive, and their inspiration. She turns toward him and Reaper, apologizing for the earlier problem and jokes about his codename and calls it daring. He stares at her blankly without saying a word. She keeps teasing, asking about the worst thing he's ever done, and guessing it might have been what just happened. When he doesn't react, she laughs again, admitting she always likes bad boys. He stays silent, expressionless. She asks if he remembers her at all. He turns to Reaper asking for her identity, and Reaper questions him instead. Valkyrie looks surprised, certain she left a strong impression the last time. The girls around her glare sharply, clearly annoyed. Reaper reminds her to keep her personal and professional matters separate since everyone is already watching. Valkyrie just laughs it off, introduces herself again, and apologizes that they all had to go through so much problem reaching this floor, and assure them they'll soon enter the boss chamber to clear the tower. She explains that the Art Guild will handle the main battle while the others should focus on defense. Still, she warns them to stay alert because anything can happen inside. When she asks for updates, the hunter reports that parties A and B only have a few light injuries and are still fine. Valkyrie asks about Party C, and someone answers that Hunter Saul from the Nebula Guild has died in action. Valkyrie confirms that everyone is ready and opens the massive door ahead. A burst of bright light spills into the chamber. Before they can move, a loud voice commands everyone to get down. A slashing sound cuts through the air, followed by a huge explosion that shakes the room. Out of the smoke steps Karen, the commander of the Labyrinthine Knights, and he says it's impressive they made it this far. He adds that he hoped not to draw his sword again, but fate clearly had other plans. Then he asks who will fight him. One of them, the one beside them, or our boy who he calls Strange One. Sharon then releases his killing intent, and Reaper shouts to Valkyrie that something terrible will happen if this continues. Valkyrie responds she's already aware of the danger. Our boy calls for inventory, but Valkyrie appears in front of him immediately, determined to make him remember her this time. She charges at Charon with full force, who's amused, calling her impatient since he hasn't finished dealing with the weak. She replies that there's no need for that, and energy flares brightly as she activates Blessing of Venatus, creating a powerful shield that protects everyone nearby from both physical and magical attacks. Wrapped in divine light, she steps forward and declares herself as his opponent. The Blessing of Venatus boosts her stats by 30% for 300 seconds. She launches her attack while Karen releases a powerful slash in response. Both strikes collide against each other before she unleashes countless rapid strikes on him. As she lands back down, he expresses outrage at her audacity. She refuses to stop and charges toward him again, pointing her finger to release a tremendous attack that completely engulfs him. Meanwhile, the other hunters stand protected within the shield, commenting on S-class amazing abilities making epic-tier bosses' skills look like ordinary demonic abilities. But Baphomet notices something amiss about the situation. Sharon charges forward and positions itself in front of her, but as it advances, she strikes it from behind and completely shatters it. The system confirms that Commander Knight Sharon has been killed. As she lands back down, all the hunters celebrate and praise her performance. However, she appears troubled by something. When asked what's wrong, she questions the weakness of the boss of Tower that even an armament scale wasn't needed for this battle. Others suggest maybe she's just got more strength recently, but she disagrees, pointing out that her last tower. She finds it odd that she defeated the boss but hasn't received any message confirming the clearance of the tower. They realize this observation is correct, and their eyes fix on the defeated commander as it suddenly begins releasing tremendous energy around itself, leaving everyone confused. Our boy wonders what's happening now. Someone asks in a panic whether she actually killed the boss or not, questioning if it was fake all along. Above the body of Prince Karen, someone materializes and cries while asking why the prince must face this situation in her place, begging them to leave them alone. Our dude realizes this figure represents the real boss. The figure creates a magical circle around them, and suddenly many magical circles appear above everyone's heads. Reaper shouts to move away immediately and declares she's been waiting for this exact moment. Other hunters shout in concern for her safety, but she deliberately moves under the magical circle and begins casting a spell. Our dude stands there motionless, and Valkyrie immediately runs toward him, urging him to move away. Just then, he disappears to nowhere. Later, Reaper regains consciousness while something drips onto her. She looks up and finds herself in front of a massive structure. Realization dawns. She smiles with excitement, happy for every coin she spent for this information. Then she glances down, realizing she's standing on top of Baphomet. He groans, demanding she get off immediately. She steps aside, asking what he's doing here. Pagan scratches his head, trying to make sense of it. Then she hits him, then apologizes, explaining that the warp spell must have teleported the two people closest to her. To make up for it, she offers them her share of the loot. He accepts without emotion and asks where they've ended up. She explains they're inside the Labyrinthine Temple, a hidden area that only appears after the true boss reveals itself. Baphomet realizes she already knew about this place and suspects she had her own motives for joining the raid, asking if there's some kind of rare treasure here. She explains it's far more valuable than that, and the temple holds ancient records about demonic beings, their architecture, history, and beliefs. From the carvings alone, scholars can learn that these creatures feared a god and longed for divine existence. This temple contains the complete story of demonkind. He stares blankly and asks if that's really what she risked her life for. She snaps back, saying he shouldn't belittle her discovery. Finding such a tower, she explains, is like finding a needle in a haystack. With this information, she can finish her book, become a best-selling author, and earn recognition as a leading archaeologist. He calls her delusional and argues that the temple is nothing more than a realistic set piece built by demons. To them, the only command that matters is killing humans. Reaper declares he's missing the point that from the demon's side, they're not monsters. They're defenders of their own world. She gestures toward a nearby mural, saying it tells their story, one deeply tied to the boss of this tower. Strange ancient letters glow faintly across its surface. As she reads aloud, she explains that in the shining kingdom of Bellatrix, there once lived a beautiful and powerful king named Rizal. His appearance was said to outshine any lady's beauty, and his magic surpassed all others. Our guy wonders silently if this name belongs to the real boss. She continues that Rizal's fame spread across nations, and his people adored him. But envy grew. Neighboring kingdoms invaded Bellatrix, hoping to claim both the land and its perfect ruler. To defend the kingdom, Prince Karen, son of the previous king, embraced dark magic. The court archmage, Betelgeuse, sacrificed his body to 3 spirits to gain immense power. Rizal was devastated. He only ever wanted peace for his people, not endless war. To protect them, he built a massive fortress no enemy could reach. He realizes that the fortress must be the labyrinthine tower. Reaper starts reading further, but Pagan cuts her off, calling it stupid. He reminds her that Soul died because of the creature who created this very place. Reaper yells at him, demanding to know what he's done. He looks at her blankly, asking what she means. She points frantically, saying they don't know what could happen if he destroys anything inside the temple, leaving him confused. Then he looks up and freezes as the streams of mana begin flowing down from the ceiling. A dark shadow takes shape above them, forming into a monstrous figure that hides its face. A system message flashes before him to eliminate Rizal, the boss of the labyrinthine tower. Pagan stands before the creature with unease building inside him. His thoughts revolve around why misfortune always chooses him. Reaper expresses disbelief at their situation as the boss monster materializes before them. The mission was supposed to end with eliminating the boss, yet everything now feels absurd beyond reason. Our dude questions her awareness, wondering if she never considered such an outcome possible. She mentions her plan of escaping through the teleporter she discovered inside the temple. Baphomet points out that teleporters lose function once a boss occupies the same space, and the temple's chamber turned into a boss arena the moment that being appeared. The boss raises its hand, forming a swirling mass of energy, and declares punishment for trespassing, reminding them that the chance to leave existed before they stepped inside. The energy releases with destructive force. Our boy finds this reaction childish, considering they only broke a single wall. Reaper reads the last inscription carved on the pillar. It speaks of a god of the labyrinthine tower, awakening as the savior of the world. The explosion throws them both backward, and realization strikes that this temple served as a shrine for worship. Their destruction naturally provoked the deity's wrath. Baphomet continues questioning why gods behave so sensitively over trivial acts. The boss gaze falls upon him as he suggests that divine beings need to relax more. She questions whether he truly believes that while another wave of mana erupts, scattering fire across the chamber. Through the flames, Baphomet finds himself lying with an unconscious woman resting in his lap. Confusion overtakes him as her face feels familiar, yet his memory offers no answers. God appears behind him, questioning whether regret fills his heart. The moment feels like a glimpse into the past, showing the greatest mistake of his life, ending someone precious, perhaps by accident. Baphomet refuses to accept this illusion. His thoughts deny the memory entirely that he never killed her. The boss expresses understanding, noting how difficult acceptance can be. It offers an opportunity to correct his mistake, claiming that its power can reverse everything and grant a new beginning. He questions the nature of this strange ability. The figure confirms that time itself can be turned back, but he rejects the offer immediately. Cracks begin spreading across the scene as rocks fall apart. He considers this entire setting a joke, a poorly made illusion trying to test him. He realizes this memory does not even belong to him. The figure wonders how his human form came to exist then. Baphomet recalls that the power for transformation was stolen, not earned. The memory belongs to the body's former owner, not to him. Starting over holds no meaning anymore. He's tired of repeating cycles. The god begins to fade while Baphomet steps forward, ready for combat. A fight feels like the perfect distraction. Suddenly, Reaper appears and strikes him across the face. The sudden pain shocks him more than the hit itself, and she quickly apologizes. Baphomet questions why the slap hurt so much and wonders what happened while he was unconscious. Reaper explains that the boss trapped them in a trance. She barely escaped and has no idea where they were sent. Her earlier awakening proves her strong mental resistance. Pagan appears next, his cheek red from repeated attempts to wake him. Our dude wonders whether this also resulted from her effort. She mentions that he refuses to wake even after using every immunity potion. Only one method remains untested, one that her uncle once described as a man's greatest weakness. She hesitates, unsure about carrying it out, and instead suggests that Baphomet should handle it since men understand such matters better. He rejects the idea immediately. Reaper worries about Pagan's mental state, afraid that the spell may have damaged his mind. He reasons that simple pain will not break magical control, especially when created by a powerful caster. He explains that the only way to undo it is through another magic user of equal level, so waiting becomes their only choice. Reaper argues that responsibility for this mess falls on her since the situation began with her actions. If he never wakes, guilt will follow her. Meanwhile, inside his trance, Pagan opens his eyes to an unfamiliar world. His surroundings shift rapidly, and soon he finds himself at the time of his birth at a hospital corridor where doctors rush past. They discuss how the child's mother died giving birth, leaving behind a weak son with little talent compared to his older sisters. Later, as he's grown up, Secretary Kang approaches him, noticing his sadness, and informs him that his father is waiting. Pagan wonders aloud whether he's a failure, a 0 just like the score on his last test. He questions why he lacks talent when his sisters excel at everything. His thoughts return to his mother that she died because of him. Secretary Kang comforts him, reminding him that his mother always believed he possessed a gift, even if it had yet to appear. Before more could be said, an explosion shakes the scene. The vision shifts again. Pagan watches news on his mobile screen about Hunter Raven, who at only 18 defeated the boss Astartes and cleared the Tower of Fate. He realizes they share the same age, yet their worlds stand apart. Admiration fills him briefly before guilt overwhelms his heart as Soul's final moments replay before him. His hands clutch his throat as memories suffocate him. He blames himself for everything: Soul's death, his mother's fate, and the pain that followed. Tears stream down as he collapses, whispering that none of these tragedies would exist if he never had. The boss materializes behind him, claiming they share the same curse. Her creations too suffered because of her mistakes. She offers him the same gift she offered another, the chance to undo his sins and begin anew. Pagan's eyes glow as a magical circle forms around him. Outside the illusion, Baphomet and Reaper sense the sudden change. Energy flares violently around Pagan's body before a massive explosion erupts, throwing them both across the room. When the dust finally clears, neither human remains before them. A demonic figure stands in Pagan's place, its eyes burning with crimson light. Baphomet and Reaper freeze where they stand, realizing that their companion no longer exists. The transformation finishes as Pagan turns into a massive demon. Its tail slams the ground, shaking the area and startling both of them. Reaper's mind barely registers what happened to Hunter Pagan before the creature charges toward her. Baphomet's chain whips through the air before impact, wrapping tightly around the demon's tail. He drops from above, gripping hard as he drags the creature back. The demon slips free and vanishes before his feet hit the ground. He strikes again with powerful swings, but the creature reappears beside him, unharmed. He steps back as the demon materializes right in front of him. He starts to laugh as Reaper watches with confusion as he admits victory seems out of reach in his current state. Reaper questions his meaning, and Baphomet explains that while dodging poses no challenge, matching raw power remains impossible. Pagan's spell has boosted his stats far beyond normal limits. Defeating him can only happen through cooperation. Reaper wonders if stopping Hunter Pagan still counts as possible. Baphomet confirms it would, if killing becomes an option. He deactivates his weapon and notes that only another caster can reverse such enchantments. Unfortunately, this one comes from the tower's boss. Only magic casters with power equal to that boss can undo it. Reaper questions whether he can perform that reversal. Baphomet denies it. His expertise lies elsewhere. As attacks close in, she keeps dodging while realizing that killing might be the only option left. She considers whether defeating the boss would end the spell automatically. Baphomet mentions that it could work, but finding the boss itself remains uncertain. Reaper decides that killing Pagan might be their only path forward. Baphomet then mentions one more possibility. He explains that she wasn't the only one with hidden motives for entering this tower. While dodging attacks, he admits one last skill remains untested. Its use demands reaching the tower's top floor. He swings again, explaining the second condition that is facing an unbeatable enemy. The final condition, however, must be fulfilled by her. The demon appears behind him as he murmurs something to her, and Reaper freezes after hearing it. She calls the idea absurd and risky. He reminds her of her dreams of becoming a great archaeologist. She hesitates as he continues that either this happens, or he will kill Pagan himself. Murder seems possible with enough strength, though it feels cruel to end Pagan's life when he was dragged here unwillingly. Her thoughts whirl before landing on him again. She curses him under her breath, raising her weapon. Her blade slashes across his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The demon steps closer, blade raised over Baphomet's body. Suddenly, a red light bursts from him as he activates Chrono Break. A massive explosion rips through the area, forcing Reaper to shield her face. System messages flash across the air. The first condition met by reaching the top floor, the second by facing an impossible foe, and the third through receiving a fatal wound from a hunter. The old body collapses, replaced by one capable of holding greater power. Reaper stares, trembling, asking if he's still alive as the countdown begins. Her voice grows desperate as it ticks down. 3, 2, 1. She calls out his name again and again. Baphomet finally moves, telling her it's better not to see what follows. He pushes her back gently as she stumbles to the ground. His gaze shifts toward the demon, dark energy swirling around him. He declares that their fight isn't finished, and that he'll take one arm in exchange for mercy. System messages confirm the activation. The demon god Baphomet's skill remains active until the tower's completion. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. It cannot comprehend how he regained his lost powers. Baphomet, radiating dark power, admits that it has been a long time since energy like this flowed through him. His abilities have returned, though only within the tower's limits. The cooldown lasts 315,160 seconds, and all human-based skills are disabled. This restriction explains why the system kept things secret. He turns toward the restrained demon entangled in his chains, warning against any movement. His control feels clumsy, and an accident could end its life instantly. As he examines the creature's aura, the spell around it appears tangled beyond repair. He decides it's better left to another entity. Lifting his head, he commands someone to appear, but gets no answers. He repeats the command more forcefully, questioning the disobedience. His patience breaks as he shouts again. A shadow rises from the air, revealing a true demon form. The being sighs about finally thinking freedom had come, only to meet Baphomet once more. He recognizes the presence of the previous boss of the Abyssal Tower, Beelzebub. Most assume he was always the tower's ruler, but that throne originally belonged to Beelzebub. Only after one fateful day did their roles change. Our boy stumbles slightly, groaning about the exhausting climb. He questions why Beelzebub stayed so high up, forcing him through so much trouble. He confirms if this indeed is Beelzebub, the boss himself. Beelzebub stares back, amused, recognizing him as the gatekeeper Baphomet No. 18 from the first floor, questioning his ability to climb all this way. Our dude admits his rise came through brute force. He fought his way past everyone. He nearly drops his weapon before steadying his grip again. Beelzebub calls the display pathetic and gestures toward a spread of weapons, telling Baphomet to choose one for his own death. The battle that follows ends with Baphomet victorious. As Beelzebub lies broken, he warns that his death would collapse the tower entirely, taking Baphomet down with it. The structure now recognizes him as its core. To avoid mutual destruction, Beelzebub offers another deal. Baphomet can become the tower's boss instead. Until the system accepts the transfer, Beelzebub will obey without question, and even assist against difficult hunters. Magic expertise could prove useful. Perhaps Baphomet might learn something new. Later, when Raven killed Baphomet, Beelzebub assumed he had vanished forever. Now Baphomet commands Beelzebub to undo Pagan's spell. Beelzebub sighs at the order, wondering why he should help a mere human. Baphomet's glare sharpens, questioning disobedience once more. Beelzebub raises his hands in defeat, muttering about how hard life feels for subordinates. A surge of magic forms in his palm. He insists that no spell exists beyond his reach. Though the caster put great effort into this enchantment, undoing it remains a simple task. He proceeds to unravel the magic completely. Meanwhile, in the palace, the tower boss declares that no one can invade this domain. He vows to rebuild his kingdom to greater glory. Yet suddenly something drops above him. He looks up at the crack spreading through the air, stunned that a structure made from magic could break. Before he can react, a violent explosion tears through the palace, obliterating everything. In the chaos, Baphomet steps through the smoke, commending Beelzebub's performance. He grabs the tower boss and slams him against the wall, announcing that his turn has finally come, and the fight begins with his command for Rysel to attack. Razel rises from the ground, moving toward Baphomet while questioning the reason behind the return of his powers. Baphomet responds that sharing such information would require friendship, something they clearly lack. He warns him not to lower his guard and leaps forward. Razel fills the area with magical spheres, causing explosions to erupt one after another. Baphomet dodges through the blasts with ease and remarks that avoiding such attacks feels almost effortless. He charges ahead while Razel raises his hand, forming a glowing circle that releases concentrated magic directly at him. The attack lands, yet he remains unharmed. He questions if it is the full extent of Ryzel's strength. Shock overtakes Razel as our dude activates his Aegis skill, creating a massive blast that sends him flying out of the safe zone. Baphomet urges him to fight seriously, reminding him not to waste his efforts. His smile widens as he demands entertainment worthy of his attention. Explosions surround Razel as confusion spreads across his face from the sudden shift in pressure. Our dude rushes forward and hurls him aside with another blast. He appears behind him instantly, demanding more power, then in front again, asking for stronger strikes. Attack after attack continues until Baphomet clenches his fist and drives it into Razel's face, slamming him against the ground with immense force. Smoke rises from the impact while he demands even more action. Razel questions whether this entire battle has become some kind of game. He charges again, his speed increasing with every step. Baphomet welcomes the effort, remarking that real seriousness finally appears after such a dull wait. He calls for Beelzebub, requesting a large and sharp weapon to fit the moment. Beelzebub informs that nothing remains, explaining that when the tower collapsed, all weapons vanished completely. A strike from Raisel lands as an explosion hurls Baphomet to the cracked ground. He processes the situation, realizing that everything he collected over time has disappeared. Looking upward, he sees Raisel mounted on a massive dragon circling above. Baphomet leaps away from the dragon's incoming attack, cursing under his breath about losing those weapons he gathered with such effort. He blames Beelzebub for negligence, but Beelzebub argues that tower mechanics caused this loss. It was unavoidable and certainly not his problem. Baphomet grits his teeth at that response. Beelzebub continues, explaining that the skill he uses only functions inside towers, limiting their encounters to short moments between cooldowns. Before Baphomet can retort, chains wrap tightly around him as Raisel launches another assault. The ground shakes from the impact. Realizing an opening, Baphomet abandons the idea of searching for his weapons and decides to borrow one instead. He snaps a nearby weapon into action, but it breaks instantly under his strength. The system notifies that the equipment has been destroyed due to excessive power. He mutters in frustration that normal weapons never handle his energy. They always shatter too soon. The tower boss questions the meaning behind his actions, asking whether he truly views power as a toy for amusement. Baphomet senses a sudden shift around him, feeling the place different. The boss declares that true power isn't for play, unlike how Baphomet treats it. In an instant, countless demonic beasts materialize, surrounding him completely. The boss refers to these creatures as his vassals, releasing a storm of energy from their mouths. He claims that his people and his kingdom stand under divine protection, and Baphomet's strength means nothing before their unity. All the vassals unleash their attacks together, as the god shouts glory to the kingdom of Bellatrix. Baphomet's blade cuts through the air, slicing the head of one vassal clean off. The god freezes in disbelief as the second, third, and fourth fall the same way. One by one, thousands of vassals collapse near the glowing circle surrounding Baphomet. He explains how many times he has died to reach this level, stabbed endlessly by the same hand, crushed repeatedly until his body turned to pulp, and resurrected over and over again. He drives his chain through another vassal's chest, declaring that his actions now mirror what once happened to him. He cuts off their limbs, crushes their bodies, and annihilates everything that stands before him. The ground trembles as all vassals vanish in the storm of his attack. He stands surrounded only by silence and blood. He states that this pain and repetition forged his strength, not any divine gift or borrowed power. Every ounce of it was earned. The boss stares in horror, unable to comprehend what stands before him, and questions the being's true identity. Baphomet appears before him in an instant, his eyes glowing with an unearthly red. He declares his identity clearly and firmly that he is Baphomet, who was a boss. In the past, even he was a low-level beast. Our boy repeatedly asks his companion whether the tower truly has a peak and what awaits there. The companion grows slightly frustrated, reminding him that the ultimate boss stands at the summit. The boy wonders if he can reach that height, but his companion warns that climbing further requires overcoming enormous obstacles, the next of which is defeating the gatekeeper, Baphomet. He confirms that this mirrors the usual path for hunters, but notices something unusual. Our boy's stutter has disappeared. This change prompts him to decide to challenge the gatekeeper. His companion immediately objects, convinced he would almost certainly die, as Baphomet's power far surpasses his current abilities. He then explains the difference between ordinary demons and bosses. Bosses have a single life, while regular demons can revive endlessly as long as their boss lives. He then reveals his plan. He will repeatedly fight the gatekeeper, growing stronger with each rebirth until his power surpasses Baphomet's. Only then can he claim victory and take the designation meant for Baphomet himself. The scene shifts to present. Baphomet receives a system notification confirming his successful clearance of the tower after defeating Raisel. Raisel's body lies motionless in front of him. Baphomet reflects on how few hunters could truly challenge him, and the idea of opponents who might actually defeat him fills him with an excitement he rarely experiences. Suddenly, Raisel's voice breaks through the silence. Despite appearing dead, he refuses to accept death and drags himself forward, clutching at Baphomet's feet. At first, Baphomet assumes Raisel has survived even without a demonic core, which would demonstrate impressive determination. But a moment later, he clarifies the grim truth. The kingdom Raisel imagines himself ruling never existed. Everything he believed in was nothing more than the tower's manufactured illusion. Raisel's confusion only deepens when Baphomet confirms that the kingdom of Bellatrix never existed. The system had never assigned Raisel any real royal authority. It simply created him as another combat tool meant to strengthen hunters. The truth shatters him, and he refuses to accept that he is nothing more than a demon boss programmed for their growth. Two disguised figures appear behind Baphomet just as this realization lands. A critical system error strikes without warning, and Raisel's data disappears entirely. Baphomet barely comprehends the deletion when a sudden flash erupts before him. Turning around, he finds a hooded hunter sitting close by. He had sensed something strange earlier, a presence beyond his own and the boss's, but chose to ignore it because the newcomers posed no threat. Now the hunter looks startled under his direct attention. Baphomet steps closer and recognizes the person as a member of Party C. The hunter remains frozen, uncertain why they are being confronted, their confusion and nervousness plain. At the labyrinthine tower's core, the leader hunter releases Snowflame from her hand. An exit portal forms behind the group, pulling everyone's attention. She questions why a portal suddenly opened and why the system claims the gate has been cleared. Valkyrie shares the same confusion when another exit portal appears. Through one of the portals, Baphomet emerges carrying 3 disguised hunters, 2 in his arms and 1 held in his teeth. The scene shifts to Minguk Medical Center, where Sangha arrives with her subordinate. She immediately demands to know her brother's location. Her subordinate leads her toward the VIP patient room and updates her. Pagan survived, but permanently lost an arm. Sangha cannot understand why surgery still hasn't begun. Her subordinate explains that Pagan refuses treatment, which she finds absurd. She enters the room to confront him. Pagan lies covered in bandages, dismissing her concern and insisting nothing is serious enough to justify her rushing over. She counters that she would have come sooner if she hadn't been stopped, and she demands to know why he is rejecting surgery. His answer shocks everyone. Sol died, yet only Pagan lost an arm. Sol had warned him about the tower's dangers, but Pagan pushed forward anyway. He believes he should have been the one who died. Losing an arm means nothing when Sol lost his life and future. Pagan says he can recover his arm eventually, but Sol cannot return. He then asks about the hunter who nearly died rescuing him. The perspective returns to Baphomet, now eating happily inside a hospital room. Mr. Ma enters, questioning why he is here. Baphomet is surprised to see him, and hears Mr. Ma complain mildly that someone in a luxury VIP room should at least close his mouth while eating. Baphomet explains that he is not injured, yet the hospital staff insisted he stay. Mr. Ma asks for details. Baphomet mentions Royal Gold, who informed him that he rescued their young master and arranged everything for his comfort. They asked what he wanted, so he requested food. Mr. Ma is stunned that the Royal Gold group became involved. Baphomet says he initially disliked their air, but now finds him tolerable, noting that people who provide free high-quality food rarely have malicious intentions. He then asks how Mr. Ma located him. Mr. Ma explains that tower clearances automatically notify the government system. Those with high clearance, including himself, receive the information instantly. When he heard the labyrinthine tower was cleared, he checked and saw Baphomet's name. He leans closer to the food, skeptical that Baphomet actually cleared the tower. Baphomet responds defensively, wondering if he is being accused of deception. Mr. Ma clarifies that he is not calling him a liar, only that clearing towers usually requires a skill level Baphomet should not possess yet. Baphomet offers to show proof through the demon crystal he collected from defeating the boss. Mr. Ma suggests presenting even stronger evidence, the crux granted for clearing the tower. Someone arrives at the reception outside the room, apologizing for being late. Entering the room, he expresses surprise that a government official arrived first and questions Mr. Ma's presence. Baphomet's shock rises when the newcomer introduces himself as the team leader of the Hunter Training Department. A flashback surfaces. This same man once stood over him, labeling him a failure and a fraud. Now he greets Baphomet with the same contempt. Baphomet grits his teeth as the man claims he rushed over upon learning about the tower clearer, and grew even more curious when he discovered Baphomet's identity. He demands to know how Baphomet managed this, noting Mr. Ma's presence and speculating about involvement in a confidential government project known as the Cleaning Crew. Both Baphomet and Mr. Ma remain silent. The man continues, remarking that hunters often have to dirty their hands to survive, but warns that Mr. Ma operates at a far more dangerous level. He references an incident in which Mr. Ma killed 7 innocent S-class hunters. The statement confuses Baphomet, while Mr. Ma suddenly swings a punch. The man stops it effortlessly. His subordinate shouts for him to stop, warning that a fight would destroy the entire hospital. Mr. Ma calls him Jeok-ha and warns him to respect boundaries. He orders him to focus on the actual task, confirming whether Baphomet truly cleared the tower. Baphomet smiles and agrees. He opens his system window and retrieves the tower's crux. He admits he did not understand its function earlier, but finds it convenient now. Bringing it close to Ha's face, he questions whether he still appears like a fraud. Ha stares at him, teeth clenched, insisting that Baphomet remains a failure. A voice interrupts, asking who really failed. Ha turns to see Pagan entering in a wheelchair, accompanied by his sisters. Ha's subordinate identifies them as members of Royal Gold. Ha immediately changes demeanor, greeting Sangali with a polite smile. He calls her the future president of Royal Gold and addresses her as director. Sangha says his name with cold anger. Ha explains that he intended to contact her soon for business reasons and expresses pleasant surprise at seeing her here. He asks what brings them. Pagan questions whether Ha holds a government position. Ha finally notices him and realizes he is the youngest heir of Royal Gold. He expresses regret about the injury and learns Pagan had been inside the labyrinthine tower. Pagan gestures toward Baphomet, introducing him as his rescuer and highlighting Ha's insulting behavior. Ha looks confused. He turns to Sangha, asking about their company's dealings with him. She explains that he manages training and recruitment operations. Pagan remarks that someone unable to recognize a tower clearer is unsuitable as a partner. Sangha agrees and cancels all scheduled meetings with Ha's department. Ha's subordinate tugs nervously at his sleeve. Another sister steps forward, politely asking him to leave because they want a private conversation with Baphomet. She adds softly that their family follows one rule: the enemies of their friends are their enemies as well. Ha forces a strained smile, throws one last bitter glare at Baphomet and turns away. Baphomet meets his look with a sharp, satisfied grin. Mr. Ma discusses the situation with Baphomet, noting how everyone suddenly seems to be siding with him. Baphomet wonders if this counts as good news, but Mr. Ma points toward Ha's trembling expression, warning that one more mocking grin could make him snap. Outside, Ha sits in his car, slamming the seat and cursing uncontrollably. His subordinate begs him to calm down, but the humiliation of being insulted by someone he once labeled a failure, especially in front of royal gold, burns deeper than anything. When the subordinate asks if Baphomet might have awakened after their first evaluation, Ha freezes. The idea unsettles him. His pride suffers at the thought that his instincts, the foundation of his career, might have been wrong. Grinding his teeth, he orders a full investigation into Baphomet's past. Something feels off, and he intends to uncover it. Inside the hospital, Pagan thanks Baphomet, surprising both him and Mr. Ma. Pagan admits Baphomet had every reason to abandon him in the tower after how poorly he treated him, yet he saved him anyway. Baphomet's expression stays blank. In truth, he had planned to drop the arm and walk away. One sister quietly suggests giving them privacy, and Sangha agrees. She turns to Mr. Ma and shifts to business, wanting to discuss government-linked welfare projects. Mr. Ma accepts, and they leave together, locking the door. Alone, Baphomet admits the rescue was never his idea. He only intervened because Reaper blamed herself for trapping the group and begged him to save Pagan. He agreed after forming a deal, never expecting Pagan to survive. Pagan responds that survival wasn't his concern at the time, only relief that others escaped safely. The mindset confuses Baphomet, who cannot understand risking oneself for others. His tower instincts revolve purely around survival. When he asks if Pagan came just to apologize, Pagan refuses. Saving his life demands repayment, and he offers anything within his capabilities. Baphomet replies that Pagan already repaid him through the hospital arrangements, though he still wonders aloud whether he may finish the food before leaving. Pagan reminds him the food is his to keep. Baphomet then brings up the armor he broke in the tower, but Pagan says Reaper explained it wasn't real. When Baphomet asks if Pagan has a lot of money, Pagan looks confused. The story shifts to another hunter struggling against a demon, wishing for raid members. Suddenly, Mr. Ma's voice blares through an advertisement promoting a new party matching system, hunter loans, equipment rentals, and a government-funded welfare service for hunters and their families. The ad ends with a bright sponsored by the central government. Baphomet winces at the commercial, feeling secondhand embarrassment. Mr. Ma appears behind him, pretending to be offended, claiming the ad required effort. He asks if Baphomet is here to supervise today. When Baphomet says no, Mr. Ma laughs and reveals he only came for a visit. He mentions the idol who starred in the commercial, a hunter and K-pop star with terrible acting skills. A girl gasps and accuses Baphomet of insulting their beloved June. Mr. Ma panics before realizing the voice belongs to Yu Jung-han. She greets Baphomet warmly, reminding him they met at orientation. Mr. Ma informs him that Han will supervise today and then asks if he has seen the news. When Baphomet appears clueless, Mr. Ma scolds him lightly and shows him multiple articles clearing his name. The fraud accusation is finally resolved, likely thanks to Pagan. A flashback confirms this. Baphomet had asked Pagan whether money could influence the media. Pagan explained that royal gold didn't need to buy anything. Journalists followed them on their own. Baphomet requested coverage that cleared his name, but avoided revealing that he had cleared the labyrinthine tower. He didn't want attention while dangerous enemies still searched for him. Back in the present, Mr. Ma smiles, saying the story is spreading fast. Baphomet worries about potential backlash toward the department, but Mr. Ma dismisses the concern. They are used to taking damage, and this time the target is someone else. He leaves Han in charge. Han watches him go and notes how unusually protective Mr. Ma seems toward Baphomet, wondering why. Baphomet offers no answer, and she turns the conversation toward the tests ahead. Baphomet expresses surprise that the building has testing facilities, and Han explains that her team shares responsibilities with the training department. She guides him to the elevator and introduces him to the doctor. Chaos fills the testing room. The doctor swings wildly at a bug, which escapes as the door opens. Lunging after it, he accidentally knocks Han over. She scolds him, and he apologizes repeatedly, explaining that bugs in the wiring can crash the entire system. Turning to Baphomet, he remarks that Mr. Ma had warned him about Baphomet being a strange one, and mutters that Mr. Ma insults him everywhere. The doctor introduces himself as Useo Kim, and explains that today's test will determine Baphomet's true rank through combat rather than statistics, given that he managed to clear a tower despite being low class. 3 stages await, and he asks if Baphomet is ready. Stage 1 activates. Blue and red orbs fill the room. Baphomet must touch only the blue ones. He moves instantly, weaving through the red lights and leaping high to grab an orb floating near the ceiling. Stage 2 loads next, projecting a virtual landscape filled with monsters. The doctor proudly calls it the night hunt of the White Walkers. Baphomet draws his weapon and cuts through the beasts with violent precision, slashes, thrusts, counters, until every creature falls. Stage 3 begins. The doctor announces a boss-class summon to measure destructive power and promises to terminate the test if it becomes dangerous. A massive hand tears through the void, followed by a towering beast. Baphomet freezes for a heartbeat, recognizing it immediately. A slow grin forms. This is the enemy that once crushed him when he was weak. Raising his blood-stained weapon, he prepares to show the creature how different the outcome will be now. Han watches the battle and instantly recognizes something familiar in Baphomet's movements. His attacks explode with sharp precision, each strike heavier than the last as a blazing aura burns around him. He drives his sword into the monster's core and triggers an explosion that engulfs the area. The demon turns to ash, leaving Han shocked. Usiak quietly notes that restoring the boss after such total destruction will take time, while Han keeps wondering why Baphomet fights exactly like Raven. Usiak remembers the rumor about Raven dying in the Abyssal Tower and questions whether there is a real connection. After the test, Baphomet heads home, recalling the strange stares people gave him and realizing he can't act the way he did inside towers anymore. He decides to stay cautious until he figures out who is targeting him. Mr. Ma calls to check on him and explains that his results will take time because of manual evaluation. He also reminds Baphomet about the Crux reward he earned. Baphomet only now learns what it does and activates it. The system announces that using the Crux of the Labyrinthine Tower increases all his skills by 1 level. He checks his status and sees 11 total level ups, finally understanding why guilds fight so aggressively for tower completions. Mr. Ma explains that the Arc Guild monopolized these rewards for years. Baphomet jokes internally that if he had known earlier, he would have tried becoming human sooner. Another message draws his attention. Chrono Break now has a cooldown of 27,734 seconds, with a hint that something special will occur when the timer ends. He suspects the cooldown shortened after the skill leveled up. Mr. Ma considers this a fortunate development and promises to give him tower missions whenever possible. Before Baphomet can answer, a loud disturbance erupts on Mr. Ma's end. At the same time, a surge of pain burns through Baphomet's skull. His phone slips as his vision shakes, his body weakens, and his lungs feel like they refuse to work. A girl holding a flower appears in his blurred sight, and lightning rips through his mind. His body convulses. Then, suddenly, a small naked boy materializes nearby, gagging from the overwhelming aura. When Baphomet's vision clears, he recognizes the familiar energy and realizes the child is Beelzebub. The demon panics over his transformation as his perfect body, golden eyes, and flowing hair gone, replaced by a powerless human child. Baphomet questions his priorities, but Beelzebub blames him for everything, claiming the Crux forced him out of Baphomet's body. He also admits that he doesn't know why he appeared in this form, assuming it is simply the most compatible shape in the human world. Beelzebub adds that with his powers gone, he remains under Baphomet's control by default. Baphomet gladly accepts this, and prepares to use him freely, prompting Beelzebub to complain that he has already suffered enough. Baphomet remembers Beelzebub's earlier arrogance about not seeing him again after the tower and advances threateningly. The child panics and runs, forcing Baphomet to chase after him. Their chase ends abruptly when several elderly neighbors greet Baphomet warmly, calling him by his human name, Minu Cha, and insisting he accompany them. Confused, he freezes as Mrs. Kim steps forward and asks him to repair her broken scooter. He tries refusing, but a system window appears with a mandatory quest ordering him to help his neighbor, warning that rejection results in death. The system spitefully reminds him that since he once called it a cheat, it decided to behave accordingly. It insists that this quest will help him learn affection. Baphomet argues that he doesn't need affection and considers all humans enemies, but the administrator rejects this mindset and threatens death again. Finally, Baphomet gives in and returns to Mrs. Kim, exhausted, asking how to fix the scooter. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a cat licks something from the street before headlights flash. A car stops and 2 individuals step out. They examine the area, noting that this elderly-filled neighborhood is one of Seoul's last undeveloped zones. They discuss how long it will take to drive out the residents and demolish the district, confidently assuming nothing unexpected will delay the plan. The slums hold a restless man once known as a tower boss, and that man is the former demon lord who now spends his days helping elderly ladies whenever they call for it. Sometimes he is often asked to rescue kittens, as well as digging the backyard, moving stuff around. Any menial task you ask of him, the former demon lord would do it diligently. His diligence has won the hearts of many elderly women, always asking him to run more errands or fix stuff. Beelzebub imagines a dramatic timeline where Baphomet keeps doing chores for decades, grows old, and eventually dies peacefully. This twisted story triggers the hell out of our boy, who gives Beelzebub a chase. Later that day, Baphomet walks into the house carrying a box. He finds Beelzebub reading a novel and learns that the child demon is now fascinated by human stories. Beelzebub claims he finally understands why Baphomet wants to live among humans, but Baphomet orders him to help with chores. Beelzebub refuses and insists that children should not carry heavy loads. Mrs. Kim enters, smiling as Baphomet returns a book and asks for more to read. The system observes quietly that Beelzebub is adapting quickly to human life. Baphomet finds the sudden adjustment strange since Beelzebub was crying about being a powerless child only days earlier. He questions the system about the reason behind the transformation. The system admits it does not know and explains that it only hacked Earth's structure, while the true master of the system would know the cause. Baphomet demands the system stop assigning meaningless affection-related quests, but another mission appears immediately, instructing him to help residents to learn affection. He complains about the system's inconsistent attitude. Later, after repairing a scooter for one woman, she compliments his skill and offers the scooter for his personal use. Mrs. Park mentions her broken hot water system and offers to find someone else to fix it, which frustrates Baphomet because the residents keep asking him for help despite knowing other options. She then tells him a story about a young man who once lived in his house. This man drank heavily and avoided everyone, so Mrs. Kim invented excuses to approach him. Over time, he softened, helped willingly, drank less, and eventually left the neighborhood after finding meaning elsewhere. Before leaving, he asked the residents to treat the next tenant with the same kindness. Baphomet silently curses the unknown man, believing he is the reason the neighborhood overwhelms him with tasks. While they eat, Sooyeon, Mrs. Song's granddaughter, enters. She says she has already eaten and plans to study in her room. Her grandmother proudly introduces her as a top-ranking student. At the same time, Mr. Jang orders his subordinates to gather all team leaders. Someone who borrowed money from them lives in the slums, and he wants that debt collected. Back in the slums, Baphomet repairs the hot water system and finishes a small shelter, deciding the area is not as bad as it looked at first. He thinks about getting a dog, and wonders where Beelzebub disappeared to since the child never helps. A system message arrives. It contains his test results, which match what he expected. He remembers that he still has unfinished work waiting. Meanwhile, Sooyeon sits in her room smoking, next to a board where Baphomet warned her not to touch his paint. Her grandmother walks in, shocked and angry to see her smoking again. She warns her about school and college, but Sooyeon argues that college is pointless when they cannot afford the fees. She refuses to let her grandmother fall deeper into debt and blames her late father for leaving only loans. She says she should get a job instead of studying. Two men interrupt their argument. One greets Mrs. Song and explains that they came early to collect repayment because their financial situation changed. Mrs. Song insists she cannot gather the required amount so soon. The man suggests selling the house since the property holds enough value. When she asks where they would live afterward, he says that is not his problem. He notices Sooyeon and suggests she could easily earn enough money in certain industries because of her appearance, which would allow them to afford a small apartment. His partner warns him that she is still a minor, but he dismisses the concern. Sooyeon grabs the man by the head and states that she will take the job if it means earning enough to survive. The man demands she let go, then pushes her away violently, sending her crashing into a wall as her grandmother screams her name. In another house, Mrs. Kim asks Beelzebub if he enjoys the book. He confirms this just before loud banging erupts at the door. Mrs. Kim is startled, and moments later 2 thugs enter her home. Mr. Park's dog begins barking outside, and he suspects someone is lurking in the neighborhood. Baphomet grabs his weapon, furious because the intruders damaged something wet, which refers to his unfinished painting. The intruders notice him and comment on a young man living here. He ignores them, annoyed that they interrupted the last part of his project. One thug signals his partner to attack. A moment later, the larger thug goes flying through the air after Baphomet's counterattack, shocking the remaining man. He looks down and finds Baphomet already standing right in front of him, moving far faster than any ordinary human. Later, the injured thug speaks to Mr. Jang over the phone, insisting that Baphomet must be a hunter. Mr. Jang confirms that he used to be a hunter himself, but quit due to intense competition. Memories resurface from the day he witnessed an overwhelming difference in ability between himself and a teammate, which drove him away from the profession. He returns to the present and agrees that the mysterious man is likely an active hunter. He orders his men to investigate Baphomet further. Elsewhere, elderly neighbors gather to discuss recent disturbances. Several report that masked men broke into their homes, destroyed repaired floors, vandalized property, and even ruined a vegetable garden. Someone mentions rumors about redevelopment plans targeting the area. Fear spreads as they wonder where they will go if forced to leave. Baphomet overhears some of this conversation before returning to his home. Sooyeon stops him, recognizing him as a hunter. She knows hunters work for money and offers him everything she has. She pleads with him to protect their home because they will have nowhere to go if the men return. She stretches her savings toward him. Baphomet refuses the money. He already intended to punish the troublemakers regardless of payment. In his mind, these intruders have crossed the line by damaging what he now considers his territory. Later, our dude puts on a cap and jacket, already anticipating this situation. He had prepared for exactly this moment, as Beelzebub also places one of his familiars on the attackers when they struck Mrs. Kim's house, which now guides him directly to their hideout. Taeyong stops him before he leaves, reminding him that killing people outside official missions remains strictly forbidden. Baphomet wonders if this rule applies even to worthless thugs, but Taeyong confirms that civilians cannot be killed under any circumstances. After some negotiation, Taeyong allows him to beat them up as long as no deaths occur. Baphomet rushes off immediately. Taeyong contacts Mr. Ma through his phone, informing that Baphomet just departed from home. Near Central Electronics, the thug who broke into houses hands payment to a man for his services. The man accepts gratefully and offers his assistance for future jobs. He notices injuries on the thug's face, but the thug dismisses them as minor. Their conversation ends politely, but chaos erupts behind them as someone attacks the crew. Baphomet grabs his face and slams him into the ground with tremendous force. His knife flashes out, severing the man's arm. The remaining thugs freeze in shock and terror at this brutal display. The leader orders everyone to attack Baphomet together. Multiple fighters charge at once, weapons drawn, but Baphomet cuts through them with a single sweeping strike that removes all their arms simultaneously. Blood sprays everywhere as he continues his assault, moving through the group and dismembering anyone who approaches him. The leader recognizes Baphomet as the hunter who defeated their rookie earlier. His recognition comes too late as Baphomet instantly appears before him and removes his arm as well and reminds him they met previously. Our boy throws a large bag at the stunned man, instructing him to fill it with all the severed arms from the ground. The terrified man complies, gathering the arms while questioning his terrible luck. Baphomet notices one arm remains missing and points out that the man forgot to include his own, leaving him horrified. Later, Baphomet visits the rookie's location. Their boss receives a silent phone call that seems like a prank, but moments later the rookie comes flying through the air like a projectile and crashes to the ground. Baphomet enters and drops the bag of arms onto Mr. Jang's desk. He suggests Mr. Jang can reattach them like puzzle pieces, warning him to be careful not to mix them up during the process. Mr. Jang smiles, commenting that the slum hunter apparently enjoys violence. He interprets this as a territorial warning. Baphomet confirms this represents just a light punishment for trespassing into his area. Jang laughs at the concept of territory coming from a hunter. He mentions sending people to investigate Baphomet's background and discovering a child at his residence. He speculates about the child's identity, suggesting perhaps a younger brother since the age difference rules out a son. He reveals his men probably arrived at the house already. Our boy starts laughing uncontrollably at this news, confusing Mr. Jang. Moving closer, Baphomet advises him to worry about his own men instead. At the residence, Beelzebub sits reading a book while his magic traps all the intruders. Thin strands of compressed magic surround them like laser beams. One man lies on the floor screaming about his severed legs. Beelzebub explains the magic system to them in simple terms, comparing the deadly strands to lasers. He warns them that any movement results in injury, demonstrated by the legless man. Beelzebub admits this magic technique requires tedious effort and lacks efficiency, but remains necessary since Baphomet would get angry if they damage the house. He tells the frozen intruders not to move until he finishes his book. Mr. Jang tries calling his team, but the phone remains unavailable. He draws his sword and blocks Baphomet's attack, revealing his past experience as a hunter. He planned to gather more information before making his move against the slum hunter. Their brief exchange convinces him this situation could escalate dangerously. He considers the risk of fighting without knowing Baphomet's exact rank. His phone receives a message revealing Baphomet's rank. Mr. Jang immediately drops his weapon and surrenders completely. He promises never to interfere with that neighborhood again, and offers to forget about his men's severed arms if they can part peacefully. Our boy smiles and cuts off his arm anyway, blood spraying out. Mr. Jang realizes negotiation failed entirely. Later, during a phone call, Mr. Jang explains to his subordinate that he cannot continue the job after learning the target holds A-rank status. His arm sits wrapped in bandages. The subordinate questions why A-rank matters so much. Mr. Jang explains that starting from A-rank, hunters receive special government management due to their potential to reach S-rank. More importantly, A-rank and above hunters stop being human and become monsters wearing human skin. One wrong move could bring disaster upon 3 entire generations of a family. He mentions his critical condition from the severed arm and ends the call. The subordinate keeps trying to reach Mr. Jang, but the call disconnects. Another Jang questions whether terminating the deal creates problems. He responds that continuing means certain death. He wonders who sent the warning message. He believes the same person made the earlier prank call warning him about the hunter's approach, noting the voice sounded familiar. Someone clearly knows that hunter very well. The mysterious messenger turns out to be Mr. Ma, currently visiting Mrs. Kim's home. Mrs. Kim greets him, wishing she had known about his visit so she could prepare food. Mr. Ma politely declines, explaining he already ate lunch and just wanted to visit briefly. Mrs. Kim checks if he drinks too much lately. He assures her he only drinks during important occasions or company dinners. She praises Minu Cha for his skillful hands and reliable work, though she wishes he complained less while working. Mr. Ma finds the word reliable surprising but agrees after thinking about it. Our boy discovers his quest cleared but without any reward. He complains that even the old ladies in the neighborhood give him something for his efforts, questioning what kind of god operates this cheaply. Mr. Ma's actual request to Mrs. Kim involves taking good care of Baphomet going forward. The scene shifts to a man staggers backward after receiving a stab wound in his stomach. He tries to remind the woman beside him that they agreed to split the tower rewards. He cannot believe she broke their deal so casually. She remains unmoved and considers his death an accident that simply allows them to take his share. The injured man hurls curses at her and lunges forward in desperation. She raises one finger, and the dog behind her responds instantly. The creature leaps at the man, ripping him apart as blood splashes across the ground. At the Hunter Agency, Baphomet arrives at the reception desk and hears that he owes double the rental fee. Before irritation can form, the receptionist clarifies that she is joking. First-time damage to rental weapons never requires payment. She only wants to emphasize that hunters should buy their own weapons, because future breakage demands both rental fee and full replacement cost. Baphomet silently agrees that owning equipment would avoid unnecessary complications. He takes out a crystal from his inventory and offers it for sale. The receptionist freezes when she recognizes it as Boss Reisel's crystal. She briefly explains their system. Crystals from tower bosses usually go to auction so hunters can bid through the network. Those who want immediate money may request direct purchase after appraisal, but auction sales typically generate higher profit. Baphomet decides the auction will serve him better. She prepares to send the crystal to the auction department and tells him the system will notify him once bidding ends. Curious, Baphomet asks about the price Boss Baphomet's crystal fetched. He expects a staggering number due to the mythic rank. She surprises him by saying it sold for less than Reisel's. The information stuns him. She explains that crystal value depends entirely on mana content. Reisel belonged to a magic-based demon category, so his mana level was extremely high. Boss Baphomet belonged to a purely physical type with almost no magical potential. Some physical demons still accumulate massive mana reserves, but investigations proved Baphomet's mana nearly non-existent. Baphomet recalls Beelzebub telling him that his aptitude for magic was practically zero and that he should focus on strengths instead. Even chain magic took him an absurd amount of time to understand. The receptionist continues explaining that high-tier equipment requires crystals with strong mana density. She also mentions that the crystal from Baphomet's corpse never appeared after the Abyssal Tower raid. The observation does not make sense to him. He assumes Raven must have taken it, but his memory shows Raven leaving without touching anything. Crystals never vanish after tower collapse because they serve as immortal energy sources for demonic creatures. Its disappearance feels entirely impossible. She concludes she has no more information to offer and asks if things are clear now. He says they are, and she moves on to syncing his personal inventory with the official system. He approves the connection and begins sorting items. While deleting unnecessary things, he notices Raven's blade sitting in the inventory. It is locked and marked as bound equipment, though he has no memory of binding it. Before he can examine it further, a ball rolls to his feet and a tiny dog chases after it. He watches it closely, sensing something unusual about this creature. Someone calls for the dog named Canine. A woman approaches with a man who blames himself for losing track of it while she stepped away. He retrieves the ball and suggests they go outside to play. Baphomet keeps studying the strange dog. The receptionist notices his confusion and asks if he knows anything about hunting dogs. She explains that after the gate shock, certain pets awaken powers, becoming abnormally intelligent or supernatural. The first recorded case involved a famous actress's cat in Hollywood. No one knows the exact cause, but theories suggest emotional bonds between pets and humans reacted to the gate shock's global energy surge. Later, Baphomet slams his fist on a table and announces he is quitting the guild immediately. He refuses to stay in a group saddled with a ridiculous name. The doctor responds by saying the name Sweet Pink Angel only bothers him because the bright color clashes with his dark appearance. She hands him an envelope full of cash that he earned during tower excursions, insisting she protected every coin carefully. She wraps her arms around him from behind and begs him to remain, insisting that operating without a guild is impossible now. Baphomet states that the money already belonged to him, and that finding another guild would be trivial. She argues that very few guild leaders combine strength with her looks and figure, implying he will miss out. He still refuses. Taeyong arrives just in time to block his departure. Baphomet mocks him about constant surveillance. Taeyong calls it observation instead and presents a new mission. 3 hunters have been luring individuals into tower reward deals and killing them after the clear, stealing everything. 2 of them are B rank and 1 might be A rank. The doctor questions why rank remains uncertain. Taeyong explains that the group stopped reporting progression long ago. Their behavior patterns strongly suggest an A rank exists among them, making them significantly dangerous. Their methodical operation demands careful infiltration. He also adds there is another complication. Baphomet takes the file and immediately recognizes the group. The same woman, the same man, and the same dog he saw at the central agency earlier. Inside the Heaven Hotel, the woman storms into her brother's room and finds him surrounded by intoxicated women. She slaps him and questions whether he resumed drug use and wasted their money again. He dismisses her concerns casually. She reminds him their payment deadline is next week. He proposes entering another tower to solve everything. She brings up rumors of vigilante hunters killing criminal hunters. He finds the idea odd, though she reminds him they themselves murder hunters frequently. He admits that is true. She asks where their dog Hoxiol is, then switches to calling it Canine. Seeing the dog near her, she strokes its head and mentions their next tower job. The dog barks. She warns they might need to kill again. It barks again. She quietly promises that their group of 5 will reunite soon. The dog seems pleased at the statement. Outside the Tower of Moonlight, the siblings stand with their dog. She questions her brother's preparation quality. He defensively repeats that the target is unfamiliar, and his checking found no threats of retaliation. She asks about rank. He estimates the target sits barely below A rank. While the dog sniffs nearby plants, he reports that the target already entered the first floor alone. She finds it absurd that anyone would run a floor without support. She checks if he explained their usual half-split deal. He confirms he did. Moving deeper, she keeps wondering why the victim works alone. He interprets it as gullibility, making it easier for them to finish their job after the target retrieves loot. She accuses him of pretending he will perform the actual killing. He laughs and looks at the dog for validation. The dog barks as if agreeing. She decides loot quantity will determine whether they kill the person. He complains that teamwork means dividing everything fairly and sparing the target if the haul is small. She touches the tower entrance. He keeps insisting they gain nothing unless someone dies. The entrance suddenly bursts open from the inside. A massive demon stands before them. She corrects her brother's complaint by stating he will get nothing, not everyone. Blood erupts across the entrance. Back at the agency, Taeyong reviews Baphomet's earlier interaction with this group. Yuhyun mentions that the dog possesses unusually powerful scent tracking. This makes Baphomet's involvement highly risky. Taeyong agrees that the dog likely remembers Baphomet's scent perfectly, and that Baphomet's public exposure already complicates matters. Using someone else would be safer. The receptionist interrupts, saying disguises and physical alterations can solve the problem. At the tower site, Baphomet now appears fully disguised in armor. He approaches the pair confidently and introduces himself as a fellow raider named Bill. He claims they will clear the place together from this moment onward. The demon wearing the armor grins with total assurance. Our boy then engages a demon in combat, leaping high as it attacks and landing precisely on top of it. His sword splits the creature cleanly down the middle. He immediately moves to his next target, driving his blade straight through its eyes. One opponent after another falls as he cuts through them systematically, blood splattering with each strike. An octopus-like monster emerges before him. Baphomet's body glows as he charges forward, unleashing rapid strikes that slice through the creature's tentacles one by one. He targets the monster's face with precision before launching himself directly at its core. Activating his Gigblaze skill, he ignites the entire creature in flames. The siblings witness this display from their position. The brother watches in amazement at the efficient slaughter. Baphomet turns toward them and delivers an ice cream church joke about Sundays. Both siblings stare blankly, her showing no reaction whatsoever. This makes Baphomet laugh loudly at his own humor. Earlier, the receptionist advised him to pretend he's a middle-aged man, advising the targets won't recognize him if he acts opposite from his usual self. The doctor wondered if Baphomet possesses acting skills. He admitted he has no talent for acting. She suggested he simply keep making dad jokes to convince them he's middle-aged. Back at the tower, the sister tells Baphomet to stop because his jokes don't make sense. The brother defends him and says he is only trying to make everyone feel relaxed, and tells Baphomet to keep going. Inside, Baphomet wishes he could stop pretending. As they walk forward, the canine comes toward Baphomet. He realizes this is the first time he has ever met a hunting dog. The brother explains that these dogs live almost as long as humans, around 70 to 80 years, and they can even eat chocolate safely. He asks if he can pet it and then reaches out his hand. The dog suddenly moves back and avoids his touch. The sister notices the dog's strange reaction right away. Earlier, the doctor had given Baphomet a special perfume made for him. The scent cannot be smelled by humans, but animals with a strong sense of smell find it horrible. She said this perfume would stop the dogs from recognizing him. The dog's reaction shows that the perfume works. The sister looks worried and calls the dog's name many times. The group keeps walking through the dark area together. Suddenly, our dude takes out his weapon and attacks. The brother turns to his sister and asks what she thinks about Baphomet's power. He wants to know if Baphomet could beat Canine in a fight. The sister looks surprised and reminds him that they agreed not to fight today. The brother says that Baphomet seems stronger than they thought. When she asks him to explain what he means, he smiles and reveals that he has a good idea. Later, they sit together near a campfire. Baphomet listens while they explain their plan. They want him to join their group for more tower raids. The brother offers this deal will help everyone because they cannot clear the tower on their own. Their plan is to collect resources until the halfway point and then leave safely. The brother tells him that skilled hunters like him are rare. He says it would be foolish to end their teamwork after just one raid. The sister offers Baphomet 60% of the loot while they take 40%. In her mind, she remembers her brother plans to give him big rewards at first to make him trust them. When he starts trusting them, they will make him do the dangerous jobs that K9 usually does. She starts to argue, but he stops her and points that she hates sending K9 into danger anyway. Now Baphomet agrees to the deal without hesitation. The sister adds one condition that he must show his face. She explains that teamwork needs trust, and she feels uncomfortable working with someone who hides his face. Baphomet studies her carefully, and Taeyong had told him that his real mission was to enter their group, not to kill them. His first mission after training was similar to the mentor. The government wants him to collect information about these 3 criminals, and joining them is the only way to do that. Now in present, the brother tells Baphomet to take his time deciding. Baphomet clears that showing his face is not a problem and even surprises them. The sister laughs and jokes that maybe he is handsome. He removes his mask and shows his face covered with burn scars. The sister gasps in shock. Baphomet informs a tower boss who burned him 7 years ago. He adds that hunters don't depend on looks, so his scars don't bother him. He continues with his story that he got these burns while protecting his son during that battle. His son lost his face completely, and they tried every treatment and even met famous healing hunters, but nothing worked. He informs them that he would do anything to make his son better. Everyone becomes silent after hearing this. Baphomet puts his mask back on and wonders if he acted too much. The brother finally declares that meeting Baphomet was fate because they know a way to heal his son. He explains that he and his sister work so hard because their parents also suffer from a disease caused by the gate shock years ago. They searched everywhere for a cure but found nothing. He then reveals that their parents becomes better since they meet a certain person, and that working with him again could help cure his son too. Then, as Baphomet keeps his mask on, 2 females appear when a door opens. They give off a strong energy and fly wildly around the floor with their masks spinning. Then a man in a robe steps out from the chaos. Everyone screams and runs toward the figure calling him father. The system tells Baphomet that the main quest condition is complete, and the new goal is to eliminate the target. The robed man pulls back his head, revealing a mask on his face. Baphomet finds the scene strange, and the system identifies the man as the disciple of lust. In a flashback, Beelzebub presents Baphomet with a book listing the 7 deadly sins, explaining that Raven once held the title of Wrath's disciple. He reminds Baphomet of the goddess's earlier vision in which 6 shadowy figures appeared as future threats. Baphomet realizes Raven and those remaining figures complete the full set: wrath, pride, sloth, envy, greed, gluttony, and lust. Back in the present, the disciple of lust stands before him. A mother approaches with her daughter in a wheelchair, explaining that the girl's leukemia worsened despite every treatment. The girl quietly admits she accepted her own death, but fears her mother's lifelong grief more than dying itself, which drives the mother into sobbing despair. The man gently touches the girl's head, releasing radiant light and butterfly-like forms that leave the crowd stunned. Her hair rapidly lengthens, and the mother clings to her in disbelief while the crowd celebrates the supposed miracle. The man explains he only corrected her energy flow and directs them to continue treatment at the house of prayer. The disciple's brother quietly tells Baphomet that if anyone can cure Baphomet's son, this man can. Baphomet agrees to meet him. Birds chirp outside as they enter the meeting room, where the healer introduces himself as Cheong-yu, leader of the Papilio Order. Baphomet, using the name Bill, thanks him while pretending that bandaged Beelzebub is his ill son. A flashback interrupts. Beelzebub asks why Baphomet insists on infiltrating such a dangerous place. He finds it contradictory that Cheong-yu appears weaker while belonging to the group capable of killing Baphomet. Baphomet admits this contradiction is exactly why Cheong-yu worries about him. Beelzebub accuses him of planning to shove him into a trap and reminds him he is human now, fragile, breakable, and killable. He explains Baphomet only revived after Raven killed him because the system still counted him as a demon beast at the time. With the tower gone and that loophole closed, death is now final for both of them. Baphomet dismisses his concerns, forcing Beelzebub to reluctantly cooperate. Back in the present, Cheong-yu inspects Beelzebub and senses what he assumes is a severe curse. He compares it to the darkness he once sensed on Baphomet. He explains the treatment requires time, money, and weekly prayer attendance. If Baphomet is too busy, he offers an alternative, leaving the child at the facility full-time. He summons 2 female teachers, identical twins, who step forward immediately. Beelzebub panics, clinging to Baphomet and promising obedience, meals, and early sleep while internally begging not to be abandoned and mentally threatening to curse him if left behind. Baphomet, unmoved, allows the teachers to take him. As Beelzebub is led away, Baphomet internally thanks him for his sacrifice. Cheongyu ends the meeting, satisfied with the arrangements. But during their parting handshake, he comments on Baphomet's unusually soft hands and long fingers with unnerving interest. This sends a chill through Baphomet. Cheongyu's sister interrupts, reminding her brother they must leave to visit their parents, and she advises Baphomet privately. She tells him to focus only on his son's treatment and to avoid getting entangled in the religious aspects of the order. She warns him directly not to sink too deeply into this organization. Elsewhere, the teachers inform Beelzebub that books aren't allowed because they hinder healing, and he is encouraged to play naturally with other children. A feast is presented in his honor. He introduces himself as Jin Cha to a nearby girl, but immediately senses something wrong. The teachers emit a strange aura, revealing through his perception that the twin women aren't human, but familiars serving Cheongyu. He activates his demon eye to gather information and instantly detects that all the children around him are dying. The realization strikes him with horror. Meanwhile, Cheongyu receives a group of grateful parents who bow deeply, praising him for healing their child. When they ask how to repay him, he tells them to display their passion and affection for each other. Confused but obedient, they embrace. Cheongyu bursts into trembling laughter as his mask slips away, revealing his true, monstrous face beneath the holy facade. Snake-like shapes coil around him as he revels in their submission and the pleasure he draws from their display, exposing the real nature of the disciple of lust. At the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, Minister Sangjin Bark reviews the case of the new recruit, Baphomet. He evaluates Mr. Ma's report and notes that Baphomet shows unusual talent and rises through hunter ranks at exceptional speed. Mr. Ma describes him as hardworking, but secretly hopes he does nothing unpredictable. The minister warns him that overly restricting unstable hunters can backfire. He advises maintaining control while giving enough freedom and trusts Mr. Ma to balance both. During the drive afterward, Mr. Ma asks Taeyong for new information. Taeyong reports that Baphomet already infiltrated the enemy base and is progressing with alarming speed. He also reveals he monitors the mission more closely than Mr. Ma expected. When asked who will oversee the next phase, Mr. Ma states he will handle it personally. Elsewhere, Beelzebub contacts Baphomet through an insect and reports the next target. He explains that Cheongyu is an illusionist who has cast a massive spell over the entire residence, masking every trace of the truth. Cheongyu appears weak only because he devotes most of his power to sustaining this illusion. He lures desperate families with promises of healing and kills every one of them while they remain unaware. As Beelzebub continues observing, he senses a child's death inside the illusion and rushes away to investigate, promising to contact Baphomet again once he understands the situation. At that moment, Hunter Haiti arrives to join Baphomet. She explains her delay came from urgent work and is ready to continue. As they walk, Baphomet asks about her brother and their dog. She mentions they went to visit their parents and adds that the patients made an exception for the dog because most dislike animals. While climbing the stairs, she checks if it is fine for only the two of them to go. Baphomet tells her it is easier to manage this way since they plan to go only halfway before descending. Inside the illusion, Beelzebub witnesses one of the twins announcing that a girl named Dakyong has fully recovered. The humans clap enthusiastically, and Beelzebub joins only to blend in. His vision breaks through the illusion. The girl is dead, and her limp corpse is being moved like a puppet. He realizes the humans participating in this are as cruel as beasts. The parents arrive, joyful at their daughter's supposed recovery. The twins greet them politely and mention preparing a farewell party. The mother gratefully offers help. The twins ask her to assist with heavy lifting. The illusion instantly twists into horror. Beelzebub watches them release a dark aura and decapitate both parents in one motion. The heads fly as he stands frozen in shock, recognizing the twins as monstrosities worse than any demonic beast he has ever met. One sister lifts a headless body and asks the other if she wants to eat it. Her form distorts, her neck stretching unnaturally as she slithers closer to him. She licks his face, taunting him for not smiling, fully aware he can see reality. The grotesque closeness unsettles him deeply. Meanwhile, Hadi battles fiercely inside the tower. She cuts through a beast, dodges its counterattack, and lands heavily on the floor. When she looks up, Baphomet is already ahead, calmly pursuing another creature. He tells her they will clear 2 more floors before descending. As they climb, he brings up her warning about the Papilio order. She explains it is far from a normal religion. She supports them only for her parents' sake. The order claims the more money one gives, the more effort they put into healing. She insists Cheongyu truly has power, and his abilities give her hope that her family will be whole again. She considers herself fortunate to work near someone like him. Baphomet asks what Cheongyu expects from people who cannot pay. Haiti explains that such followers must entertain him with offerings that satisfy his standards. Baphomet recognizes these demands as extreme, and Hadi agrees. She adds that ordinary people cannot earn the required sums legitimately, so many end up offering their bodies instead. Baphomet reacts visibly, disturbed. She notices and questions his disgust, reminding him he once declared he would do anything to heal his son. She challenges him not to judge unless he plans to abandon his child. She pushes open the next chamber door as she finishes. They enter together. Baphomet responds sharply, pointing out that she is disgusted with herself, not him. Her confusion grows, and she asks what he means. Before she finishes processing, Baphomet launches an attack. She barely dodges, and his strike splits the floor. Shocked, she demands an explanation. He stands tall and states that her brother remains unaware, but she knows exactly what atrocities she supports. Her conscious participation repulses him, and he questions how she can continue without guilt or self-respect. She stares in disbelief. Baphomet advances and warns her to defend herself or die. He drives her into the ground and clamps his hand around her neck. Sweat pours down her face as she struggles for breath. He removes his mask, revealing his true identity. She freezes in shock. He comments coldly on her surprise and tells her to cooperate. His mission is to destroy their so-called father. At Cheongyu's residence, the parents greet Huxeol warmly, thinking the dog missed them. They call him closer. Huxeol stands still with tears running down his face. The brother notices and assumes he is overwhelmed with emotion. Huxeol shatters the illusion, revealing the truth. Their parents are already dead. He sees their real bodies slumped lifelessly in wheelchairs. The brother demands clarity, unable to believe it. Huxeol cries and points at Cheongyu, blaming him for the deception. Cheongyu calmly explains that illusions cannot fool a hunting dog. He admits he invited Huxeol for this exact reason, and refuses to let a dog disrupt his entertainment. He states he already received the family's full payment and needs nothing else. As Cheongyu removes his mask, Huxeol transforms, lunging with enormous force. His body shifts into a towering beast radiating ferocity. Light explodes through the room as Cheongyu's illusions collide with the animal's attacks. Cheongyu orders one of his familiars to strike. A violent blast hits the brother. The beast sweeps in from another angle, tearing into him with claws. The brother cannot make sense of the catastrophe unfolding around him. Cheongyu laughs with pleasure, protected by a snake-like creature that forms around him and then reshapes into one of the twins. She whispers news into his ear. Cheongyu recognizes that their enemies have prepared a trap. His amusement only grows. He coughs blood from the damage yet revels in the situation. He declares that they will not lose and must deliver a spectacular surprise in return. Later, during the ritual, Cheongyu announces that today's ceremony centers on two individuals, Beelzebub and Baphomet. He describes them dramatically as the cursed son whose face was stolen and the desperate father willing to sacrifice anything. He speaks about the tragedy of parental devotion and claims their father has chosen to bless them personally. He hints at the wonders that will follow. He enters the ceremony hall as followers chant his name. He walks straight to Baphomet and stands beside him, commenting on the overwhelming devotion around them. He grips Baphomet's face and remarks on how easily these people surrender trust without knowing what he hides. He orders Baphomet to watch carefully. Then he exposes his knowledge by calling him Baphomet directly. He gestures beside him. Baphomet spots the danger immediately and curses. Beelzebub materializes in front of him. Behind Beelzebub, a massive sphere of magic gathers, glowing with destructive power. Beelzebub's eyes glow red as magical energy radiates from him, unleashing a powerful attack aimed at Baphomet. The crowd erupts in amazement at Cheongyu's display, while Hunter Hadi watches in shock, unable to process the scene. Their clash causes a massive explosion. Earlier, Baphomet confronts Hati, revealing that the warm, genuine experiences she thought real in the prayer house were elaborate illusions. He points out she only ever saw her parents inside that place, never outside, connecting this deception to her past wrongdoings. He admits he let the hunting dog visit deliberately to kill it later, since its keen sense of smell detects death beyond illusions. He shocks Hati further by implying her brother likely died, and, working covertly for the government, warns her of heavy casualties ahead. He urges her to help him as a chance for partial redemption. Back in the present, Hati clenches her teeth watching the fight. Beelzebub gestures a word void, activating a technique that traps our boy in an infinite prison of magical circles inside a starry void. Confused, he dodges a barrage of weapons controlled by Beelzebub, who sits on a throne in his demon form, commanding illusions with his eyes. Beelzebub realizes he has returned to his past self's time, inhabiting the tower he once lived in as a demon. Cursing Baphomet for his hardships, he finds himself in an actual time loop, a trope he never expected to face. Laughing nervously, he recalls the wisdom of knowing both enemy and self to eliminate fear. Armed with future knowledge in his past form, he vows revenge and refuses to lose again. He unleashes massive energy and countless attacks on Baphomet, who summons his gear in response. The space behind Beelzebub cracks under their clash and shatters, shocking all followers and Cheongyu. Baphomet lands, his mask broken revealing his true face, rushing to slash Beelzebub. The latter raises an ice wall defense, but it cracks and chips, cutting his face. He counters with an ice barrage, which Baphomet skillfully deflects and dodges. Beelzebub marvels at how, despite his time travel advantage, Baphomet remains unbeatable, miscalculating the fight. Determined, Beelzebub goes all out, activating his ultimate vision and surrounding the area with natural magic and green smoke. He summons swarms of flies and creatures in his extinction sanctuary, all calling him Lord and charging Baphomet. Baphomet, shifting between demonic and human form, asks a strange riddle about why ice cream goes to church, confusing Beelzebub. Repeating the question, Baphomet breaks Beelzebub's focus, who answers because it was a Sunday, revealing the trigger phrase. Caught in the spell's effect, Beelzebub is locked inside a warehouse, thinking the plan failed. Baphomet contacts him, discussing whether to execute him, but then suggests using Beelzebub's power as an asset, controlling him with illusions. Beelzebub insists their illusions won't work, having permanently blocked them with his demon eye. Baphomet advises pretending to be under their control, but Beelzebub objects, fearing capture. Our boy suggests instead Beelzebub cast an illusion on himself, activated by a cue. They agree the ice cream church question will serve as the trigger phrase. In his demon swarm form, Beelzebub acknowledges Baphomet's lack of magical or strategic skill, but admits his raw combat ability justifies his throne. Before the crowd, Beelzebub casts the self-illusion spell, energy surging as followers shield their faces. During this, Beelzebub reveals that Cheongyu's power source lies deep underground. Suddenly, a massive earthquake cracks the ground with violent explosions. A glowing circle with intricate layers appears. Baphomet approaches the magical formation, activating adrenaline to boost speed. Cheongyu watches, trying to understand. Baphomet strikes the glowing circle with his spear, triggering a huge golden explosion engulfing the entire building. The massive explosion shocks all followers gathered, causing widespread chaos as glowing energy floods the area. Haiti urgently orders everyone to evacuate immediately, rushing the panicked crowd toward the exits. A woman frantically questions what to do, and Hadi demands why people hesitate when fleeing is urgent. A man explains his child is trapped inside, while the woman adds that their children are receiving treatment from Cheongyu in the prayer house. Haiti recalls the hunter's oath that civilian lives must always come first, committing herself to find and rescue the children. She orders the parents to hurry and evacuate. The twin women cry out in panic about the mana stone imbued with their master's power, apologizing for failing to notice the threat sooner and blaming themselves. Cheongyu admits he was completely deceived by their opponent's tactics. Meanwhile, Baphomet fights against spheres of glowing energy, recognizing this as Cheongyu's true power source. He knows dispelling it will weaken Cheongyu and feels disappointed to miss the chance to fight him at full strength, but refuses to die after struggling to obtain his current body. Our boy begins shattering the energy spheres, triggering more glowing power to erupt. He looks up and spots Beelzebub falling through the cracking ceiling, calling his name urgently. Beelzebub replies he's exhausted, having depleted all his mana. Baphomet curses the useless magic caster but notices the twin women swirling around Beelzebub mid-fall. Beelzebub shouts nervously about his situation. Baphomet leaps in front of Beelzebub, swinging his blade to intercept the twin women. Behind him, Beelzebub continues falling and calls out desperately. Baphomet turns toward him, but before reacting, Beelzebub slams hard into the ground. The twin women aggressively pursue Baphomet. He slashes at them and lunges his weapon between their positions. Both women glare and extend their legs, which transform into snakes that coil around and restrain Baphomet. Beelzebub lies drained on the floor, watching helplessly and realizing he will die if this continues. He glances at Baphomet fighting desperately, noting all combatants have landed below ground level. Moving closer, Beelzebub confirms Baphomet landed safely despite restraints. The women menacingly tap toward Baphomet's position. Cheongyu appears behind them, removes his mask, and admits he misunderstood Baphomet's skills. Meanwhile, Hunter Haiti feels tremors shaking the building, wondering if the earlier shockwave caused it. Darkness makes seeing difficult, raising her concern for the children's safety. A trembling, frightened girl emerges from behind a wall, begging for help. Haiti rushes to her and realizes the girl has always appeared sickly. The illusion deceived everyone about their true condition. Haiti asks if the girl knows where the others are. The girl points in a direction, and Hadi agrees to rescue them together, taking her hand. Haiti is shocked when she finds all the children sitting on the floor ahead. Relieved they are safe, she promises to take them to their parents. Suddenly, Huxiol appears before her in full demonic form, bringing tears to her eyes as she questions if he survived. A memory flashes. A couple at a pet shop debates adopting a puppy that looks adorable but grows large. Nearby, a young girl begs her mother to take the puppy home, but is refused due to lack of space for a big dog. Later, another woman suggests visiting the pet store, and a man arrives seeking a small puppy. Sometime after, Hadi visits the Woof Meow puppy shop to adopt a dog. The shopkeeper remarks on Huxiol's large size and that no one has adopted him. Surprised, Hadi smiles and softly calls him home. Huxiol meets her gaze with a spark, beginning their close bond. Back in the present, Huxiol stomps before Hadi. Her tears fall as she sees him. His eyes suddenly glow bright red, shocking her as he attacks a nearby child. Meanwhile, Cheongyu addresses Baphomet, claiming a person's eyes reveal hidden thoughts and the life they've lived. He senses a familiar scent and questions if Baphomet's actions are truly justice, accusing his eyes of harboring more darkness than light. Baphomet denies any resemblance to Cheongyu, calling him a filthy exhibitionist. Cheongyu rebukes him, stating his purpose is righteous deeds. Baphomet taunts him as a pretender to nobility. Cheongyu warns him to stop insulting, and Baphomet responds he'd love to erase Cheongyu's smile permanently. Baphomet boasts his evil is pure and flawless, unlike Cheongyu's filth. He promises to prove it and charges with a spear ready. Cheongyu stays calm, faintly smiling. Suddenly, K9 appears behind Cheongyu in giant form, roaring loudly, stunning Baphomet. A faint voice urges Baphomet to kill the beast. He turns to see Hati trembling, hurt, and pleading for the creature's death. Hati admits her greed drove her to murder countless innocent people. She recognizes her responsibility to make things right and pleads with Baphomet to put Huxiol out of his misery. She leans against a stone while begging him to release the transformed creature from its torment. An enormous explosion erupts between them. K9 extends its sharp claws fully and rushes straight at Baphomet. The hunter sidesteps the charging attack. He springs away to gain some space. K9 leaps after him with powerful momentum. Baphomet times his counter perfectly before seizing the monster's head. He drives it straight down into the ground hard enough to splinter the floor. Baphomet launches his knuckles toward the creature's gaping jaws to finish it quickly. Instead, K9 springs upward and snaps its teeth around something. Baphomet soars higher and snatches his blade. He aims precisely at the monster and drives the steel down onto its hide, and the attack produces no effect whatsoever. Our boy understands the Shadow Shield defense triggered on its own to block damage. K9 responds instantly by triggering Shadow Needle Barrage as a counter. Razor-sharp spikes burst from its body and encircle Baphomet from every angle. K9 whips its enormous paw at Baphomet. Fractures start running through his blade's metal, leaving him stunned. He recalls the receptionist cautioning him previously about equipment destruction. She clarified that breaking a borrowed blade twice meant paying its entire value, plus the original rental charge. Right now in front of him, the steel splits completely in half. Baphomet swears at the horrible luck. K9 crashes into Baphomet with brutal strength, triggering yet another massive detonation. Beelzebub observes this catastrophic impact and yells Baphomet's name anxiously. The twin women materialize behind him suddenly with a dangerous presence. The explosion catches their focus momentarily instead. After glancing back, they find different beings already cradling Beelzebub in secure arms. These two creatures shake while verifying their master's safety. Beelzebub explains he just barely pulled off their summoning using his last drops of magical power. He commands them to rush him somewhere protected right away. They accept his orders but worry about abandoning Baphomet during battle. Beelzebub yells that Baphomet always finds ways to survive regardless of circumstances. He accuses Baphomet of creating this whole disaster originally. Mid-sentence, crimson liquid pours from Beelzebub's lips and darkness claims him. His servants cry his name in panic and transport him away quickly. Cheongyu looks toward the barrier ahead as fractures multiply across it. K9 shakes with raw strength and materializes facing Baphomet again. In his mind, he can see his master's illusion as she tells him this sacrifice ensures their entire family of 5 can reunite properly. She implores K9 to grasp why this matters and demands he destroy Baphomet. K9 barrels toward Baphomet with murderous purpose. Baphomet plants his feet and hammers a precise blow into the monster's central mass. The force makes K9 reel backward momentarily. K9 struggles to steady itself after absorbing the punishment. Baphomet tosses aside the shattered blade entirely and lifts his empty hands up. He gestures at K9 and announces he'll battle with nothing but his raw strength now. He dares the creature to come test him directly. The beast snarls at this challenge. Our boy draws back his knuckles and hurls a devastating punch at the closing monster. K9 appears puzzled seeing the human abandon weapons completely. The creature advances to exploit this seeming disadvantage. Baphomet whips another blow with his leg, smashing into K9's throat region. He chains together multiple punches without pause. Examining the outcome carefully, Baphomet detects the creature now shaking from the mounting injuries. He roars with wrath and hurls himself at K9 with complete power and fury. He hammers endless strikes into the monster's frame relentlessly. His gaze burns with iron will throughout the onslaught. K9 stares back at Baphomet despite the continuous beating. He can still see Hati screams from where she stands, commanding K9 to finish Baphomet off. The creature bounds upward and generates massive energy wrapping around its whole body. K9 triggers its supreme ability named Forest of Shadows. Baphomet prepares himself for whatever comes next. Behind Baphomet's position, K9's pupils flare wide with sharp concentration. 3 cutting strikes appear instantly and carve 3 bloody gashes through Baphomet's arm. Numerous additional cuts materialize surrounding him from various directions. Baphomet struggles to process what occurs before K9 narrows the gap between them. He avoids another strike heading his way successfully. Additional cuts slice past perilously near his body. He dodges once more with sharp instincts. Cuts shoot past him continuously as he advances through the lethal storm. Baphomet throws himself toward K9 while considering the creature will shred his arm completely soon. He concludes he's had plenty of entertainment from this clash. Baphomet triggers his adrenaline ability to enhance his physical limits. He locks onto his objective and charges straight at K9 instantly. The creature bounds toward him at the same instant. Our boy hoists his weapon with exact timing. He rushes toward the meeting point while declaring his plan to conclude this battle. He triggers Blaze Geiga ability. An immense inferno detonation explodes outward and traps K9 inside the flames. Baphomet screams for the creature's death while fire swallows its form. Burning alive, K9 recalls Haiti instructing him to destroy Baphomet. Memories cascade through his consciousness, displaying every moment that led to this final order. Without warning, Baphomet detects something horrifying occurring. His entire arm tears away from his shoulder and flies upward through the air. Now K9 engulfed in flames holds our boy in its mouth. Our boy thinks back to his days in the Abyssal Tower where he fought using only basic tools like claws and teeth. He recalls a moment when a demon pleaded to be spared, but his weapon had become too blunt to end things cleanly. He understands now that natural weapons wear down over time, turning fights into chaotic messes. Since enemies would just come back to life anyway, the whole thing felt wasteful and revolting. That experience showed him how crucial good equipment is for proper fighting. His mind returns to what's happening right now. He feels confused about why old memories keep popping up while he's trapped inside the canine's mouth. It seems strange to be thinking about random stuff from his past during such a dangerous moment. Earlier, he used Raven's skill and landed a solid hit, but the damage wasn't nearly enough. The attack failed to take down his opponent like he expected. Fear creeps in when he understands how much he'd been counting on Raven's ability to fix everything. K9 shakes him hard, making things worse. He remembers Beelzebub talking about how death can be real and final. The person at the reception desk kept stressing the importance of buying your own gear. Suddenly that advice clicks in his brain. He focuses on the idea of having proper tools for battle. An image of Raven flashes through his thoughts while the creature growls and snaps at him. He pushes both feet against the monster's teeth, forcing the jaws apart with everything he's got. This creates enough space for him to drop out and hit the ground hard, with just one working arm left. He opens his inventory right away as another strike pounds the spot where he was standing. He can't believe how stupid he was to depend entirely on Raven's skill. His whole fighting style used to revolve around actual weapons, not borrowed powers. Inside the inventory sits Raven's blade, the exact same one that beat him when he was at his strongest. This weapon stopped his most powerful moves and finished him off. Since Raven used this as his main tool, it has to be top-tier quality, way better than the trashy rented stuff he's been using. But he notices the item won't activate, and he gets more frustrated as K9 charges at him again. He keeps trying to unlock it over and over while jumping out of the way. Then K9 plants itself right in front of him, staring directly into his face. He throws out a warning about what happens if it ends him, then fires off a long-range blast. Something bright appears out of nowhere, a weapon floating in the air before him. A voice comes out of it, half joking about threatening him and noting how he seems more interesting than past owners. The thing introduces itself as an ego weapon and decides to let him use it even though it's earlier than planned. This surprise throws him off completely. His frustration automatically points toward the goddess, picturing her lounging around with snacks and casually approving this whole situation. The voice corrects him, explaining it's actually a demon blade that changes shape based on what the person holding it wants. The weapon mentions it's been watching to see if he deserves to wield it. He doesn't quite get the whole shape-choosing thing at first. The voice asks what kind of form he prefers. He answers in a straightforward way, not caring about looks as long as it's big and powerful. The canine's huge paw slams down, breaking apart the ground everywhere. He comes out of the wreckage holding the glowing weapon, now fully charged up. A skill called Master of Weapons 3 kicks in on its own, then another ability activates that makes him stronger the more he uses this type of weapon. He rushes straight at his target, lifting the blade with focus. His first swing cuts clean through the creature's neck. He keeps the pressure going as the monster tries shooting needles at him for defense. He jumps over the spikes and brings down a brutal cut. He doesn't stop there, slicing off the canine's front leg, splitting its torso, and chopping through its tail one after another. The canine crashes down hard from all the damage. He drops onto the fallen creature and stabs his weapon straight through its center, making it howl in pain. A flash shows Hades' hand appearing in the dying monster's view, then her whole body shows up calling its name. He backs away for a second as K9 shakes and jumps into the air for one last attack with its mouth open wide. Hades' form shows up again, ordering the creature to stop. The monster pauses just long enough for him to slice it apart completely. As the K9 fades away, it sees itself as a young pup standing with its family. They invite it back home with warm voices, and the little canine runs toward them happily. Understanding it can finally be with them again brings comfort before everything goes dark. Next moment, a blast erupts as everything in the background cracks and crumbles. Our dude looks around at what's left and shifts his focus to the next opponent, challenging the show-off jerk. Later, Mr. Ma stands at the location where our boy is supposed to be. Looking around at the destruction surrounding him, he slaps himself, wondering what really happened there. Then he spots our dude, drenched in blood, and asks him the same question. A few hours earlier, our boy prepares to challenge Cheong-yu, who mocks him, asking if he's calling him an exhibitionist. Baphomet rushes toward him with killing intent. One of the twin snakes, worried for her master, attacks Baphomet, but he blocks her bite with his blade. With trembling strength, he pushes her away, sending her body crashing into the wall. Her sister immediately steps in to take her place, but she too is knocked out by Baphomet, who warns them to stay down before turning back to his real opponent. He leaps into the air and slashes at Cheong-yu, slicing his body clean in two, but butterflies erupt from the wound, revealing it's just an illusion. Moments later, multiple illusionary forms of Cheong-yu appear around him. One of them sighs regretfully, saying that if he had known about Baphomet's existence earlier, he could have had more fun, but now, it's time to end it. With that, all the illusions raise their hands toward him, activating a circular magic formation. One of the illusions urges him that it's not too late to surrender, promising that if he does, they can share pleasure instead of pain. As Baphomet glares at them, Cheong-yu shifts his appearance, now taking the form of a woman, teasing that perhaps Baphomet prefers girls. Baphomet pushes him away, clearly annoyed, while Cheong-yu laughs, savoring his reaction. Baphomet keeps trying to attack them, but another illusion once again tempts him to take solace in pleasure rather than continue shedding blood. He adds that this opportunity is only for Baphomet to become his slave, but the next moment, his eyes widen as our boy attacks him. He can't believe Baphomet managed to find his real body among the illusions. At first, he thinks it might be a coincidence, but then, looking into Baphomet's intense eyes, he realizes it's pure instinct that lets him find his exact location. Our boy slashes his body again. Meanwhile, Cheong-yu's slaves writhe on the ground, calling for their master as they transform into their snake forms. An explosion erupts in front of him, and one of the snakes lunges to attack. She opens her mouth wide, ready to devour him, but Baphomet leaps into the air, landing on her head. He raises his sword to strike, but her twin rushes in, attacking to save her sister. He looks back at the twins, already annoyed by their persistence. Both of them snarl and open their mouths to attack him, but in the next moment, they are slashed by our boy's blade and collapse to the ground. He then turns his gaze toward the injured Cheong-yu. Meanwhile, one of the twin snakes, worried for her master, calls out to her sister. Getting a weak response, she quickly tells her their next course of action. As Baphomet points his sword toward Cheong-yu, flashes of memory strike him, the time when Cheong-yu killed him and the unbearable pain he suffered. With a final strike, he prepares to attack, determined to make him suffer in the same way. But just then, one of the snakes rushes at him. Annoyed, he slashes her with an explosive blow, yet the next moment, his eyes widen as he sees her twin taking Cheong-yu into her mouth, carrying him away. Rage burns in him as he watches all his effort slipping away with his prey. He rushes forward to strike, but the remaining sister blocks his path. She tells her twin to escape while she holds him off, buying her time. Both face each other, and the next moment, an explosion erupts. When he gets up, one of the twins stands behind him, mocking that he must have prepared hard for this battle. She warns him that someone like him can't possibly interrupt her master's plan. But instead of responding, our boy starts laughing. Confused, she wonders aloud if he's gone crazy. The next moment, he lunges at her and kills her instantly. Blood splatters all over him. Now, in the present, he is being investigated by Mr. Ma, who doesn't believe his story that he was caught during infiltration and had to fight. He doesn't care whether Mr. Ma believes him or not, but Mr. Ma points out the destruction he has caused. He reminds him that Taeyong already instructed him to retreat and report if he sensed danger. Baphomet calmly replies that things got out of hand before he could detect anything. Mr. Ma, however, refuses to believe that someone with his skills couldn't sense danger. He remembers his superior's words about keeping Baphomet suppressed, but now wonders whether he has given him too much leniency. He thinks that if Baphomet keeps disobeying orders, he won't be able to use him as leverage anymore, because a hunting dog that doesn't listen to its master must be eliminated. On the other hand, he can't ignore Baphomet's growing strength. He decides to eliminate the threat before he loses control over him completely. But in the next moment, the goddess appears behind him. She looks down and pats his cheek with a smile. Outside the door, Yunson and her assistant urge Taeyong to open it. He informs them that he can't allow unauthorized people in, as Baphomet is under investigation, but the doctor protests, insisting that Baphomet is her patient and he needs care, which makes her an authorized person. She adds that besides, Baphomet is also a member of her guild, and that she has authority as the guild master. Taeyong reminds her that it was Mr. Ma who placed him in her guild, which immediately shuts her up. Having no other choice, she stops threatening him and instead decides to use the media, saying she'll make him the news headline and give him a show right now. This tactic finally grants her access to the investigation room. Inside, she finds a truly terrified Mr. Ma, who claims to have seen a ghost. Apparently, the ghost he claims to have seen is a system spirit, which the doctor points out is often mentioned in hunter urban legends. Mr. Ma reveals that he saw her with his own eyes, something filled with an inhuman presence. The doctor teasingly asks if the spirit was pretty. Mr. Ma, still shaken, admits that he was baffled, but yes, she was. Yunseon, however, is more concerned about whether the spirit is prettier than her, which Mr. Ma doesn't find important. Instead, he adds that he saw the same red system window that she had once seen. The doctor, now intrigued, asks if the system threatened him. He explains that it wasn't exactly a threat. The system warned him not to kill Baphomet, saying it could bring harm to him because Baphomet will be useful for both of them. Looking at him, Yunseon demands that he tell her the whole story. Mr. Ma recounts everything, describing it as though the system itself tried to persuade him. Hearing this confirms the doctor's theory that Baphomet is truly special. Meanwhile, Baphomet is back at his house, looking at Beelzebub, who is relieved to see him and glad that his arm is in good condition. Beelzebub has even cleaned the house as per his instructions. When Baphomet walks past him without saying anything, Beelzebub guiltily apologizes for not helping him when he ran out of mana. He tries to console him, saying they'll have another chance when they face Cheongyu again. Baphomet is about to silence him when, at that exact moment, the ego sword decides to make its appearance because both of them have unfinished business. The sword reveals that it wanted to test his strength, since it had already lent him its power once before. It is excited to see the limit of his power but gets startled when our boy grips its hilt, spins it, and throws it to the ground. Then he checks its quality with a magnifier, completely ignoring its offended protests. Next, he dips it into cold water, prompting the sword to shriek in outrage. He continues putting it through a series of tests, until it finally gives up, crying out that it's enough. When it surrenders, he darkly orders it to call him Sir. The sword trembles as it complies. Beelzebub, watching the whole ordeal, taunts the sword, saying it picked the wrong person to challenge. Then he tilts his head and wonders aloud how a sword can even feel pain. The sword answers weakly that it can feel pain only when it's inflicted by its master. Baphomet then asks whether user can influence it. The sword admits that it can, that a user's stats, disposition, and even strength can affect it in return. Beelzebub comments that its previous master was Raven. The sword affirms this, acknowledging Raven's strength but dismissing him as boring. Because Raven never took advantage of its special attributes and used it merely as a sword, it found him dull. Baphomet, on the other hand, loves experimenting with a variety of weapons, which makes them far more compatible. The sword admits that it looks forward to working with him, but Baphomet, ever curious, asks which of them, he or Raven, has stats more compatible with it. The sword has clearly expected this question. It answers curtly that the more powerful the user's stats, the more satisfied it becomes, and that Baphomet should already know this, as someone who was once defeated by Raven. Then it brings up his fight against Cheongyu, which makes Beelzebub immediately warn it to stop. But the sword continues anyway, saying that if it were Raven, he would have sliced the twin snakes in half easily, and Cheongyu would be nothing but ashes by now. Beelzebub braces for Baphomet's angry outburst, but instead Baphomet calmly admits that he is quite weak at the moment. He adds that once he becomes stronger, killing Cheongyu will be no problem. Beelzebub sighs and calls him a battle maniac for being able to admit his own weakness so casually. Baphomet then states that his defeat is a stain on his pride, one he is determined to wash away. He vows to become much stronger than he is now. At that very moment, the goddess observes that Baphomet's stats have reached an abnormal level due to the sudden surge of his ambition. In a dimly lit building, several blindfolded men lie on stretchers while their blood is being drawn. Staff members patrol around them with silent efficiency. In another room of the same building, a girl is soaking herself in a bath filled with blood. Suddenly, she senses someone's presence and immediately kills the intruder, only to realize that it's Cheongyu. He appears right beside her, calling her peacemaker and praising her sharp senses. She narrows her eyes and demands to know his purpose for being there. Cheongyu smiles and answers that he has come with a special request. The next moment, she rises from the bath and grabs him by the neck, sensing that his power is greatly weakened. She demands to know who injured him or where his strength has gone. Cheongyu, or Loki as she calls him, replies simply that he's handsome. Hearing that, she snorts and stands up straight. He then informs her about Baphomet while she checks his data on her system. Cheongyu intends to ask her to capture Baphomet alive, but his words are cut short when she sees the photo of the boy with olive skin. Greed flashes in her eyes. She's eager to test his blood. Someone gets online as another person posts Valkyrie photo in the online chat room. As soon as it is uploaded, a swarm of messages floods in. Soon, the conversation turns to the clearance of the labyrinthine tower, which everyone expects Valkyrie to clear, but instead it is Baphomet who does it. The person comments that the Abyssal Tower's final boss has turned into a human. Others take it as a joke. This person insists he is serious about Baphomet being a demon beast, but no one takes him seriously. That person turns out to be the hooded figure from Baphomet's team, the one who has seen with his own eyes how our boy transforms into his beast form. He knows it well because he has witnessed Baphomet's original form in the Abyssal Tower. Meanwhile, Beelzebub is excited to have a smartphone, which gives him access to thousands of web novels. Our boy warns him about purchasing things online. He protests that he is already earning plenty of money. Baphomet reminds him that he is the one who risks his life while Beelzebub stays home. Beelzebub protests that he never even bothers to use the money. When he asked Baphomet to buy an AC because of the heat, Baphomet declined. They argue for a while as Baphomet stays determined to keep tracking Cheong-yu with the help of the phone. At that moment, he receives a message from the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs. He checks it, and the message is about the auction of Raisel's crystal. The item is sold. Their eyes pop out when they see the amount. It sold for 800 million won. They are quite happy to see the money, and Baphomet still wants to buy lots of pork stew with it. Beelzebub, however, urges him to buy an apartment in a building, but Baphomet points out that there is never enough money to buy a house in Seoul unless he rips the crystal from his own body. Beelzebub reminds him that his human body cannot hold a crystal. They decide to collect money first, and then decide what to do with it. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, people are staring at Valkyrie and her gang. The photo she shared on social media is really good, and it's trending now. The girls around them talk about their plans to go to a cafe, but Valkyrie's eyes stay glued to the screen. Eventually, she has enough and complains about a guy she recently dated. He is an obnoxious, arrogant jerk who only talks about himself. At that, Echidna points out that Baphomet already rejected her. Valkyrie argues that she didn't ask him out, so rejection isn't even an option. All she did was ask him to join for dinner to celebrate the clearance. He thought for a moment, then excused himself by saying he is already busy with his rank recalibration and repairing his house. She consoles herself by saying she doesn't mind eating dinner alone. The girls look at her in annoyance, thinking Baphomet even understands what dating is. They guess different things about our boy, including his sexual preferences. Echidna clearly states that maybe Valkyrie is not his type at all, which makes her sullen. Maybe he has already started dating someone when he first met her. Meanwhile, our boy is approached by Reaper. Later, they settle down at a table full of dishes. Reaper even urges them to order more if they want. Baphomet asks what's the event, but Reaper explains that she wants to express her gratitude for him saving everyone. When he left the hospital, she didn't know how to approach him, so now she is taking the opportunity to thank him. He doesn't understand why she is so friendly to him. She declares that as age fellows they can become friends. He reminds her that she doesn't even know his age. Then he asks seriously whether she has checked his background. Instead of answering, she asks whether he is the one who cleared the tower, as she has investigated but no one gives her a clear answer, which makes her conclude it must be him, though she still has no proof. After a pause, she offers to hire him as her mercenary. She explains that she went to the Central Agency to find one, but now she has found him, the one with incredible ability, fighting skills, and knowledge of tower clearance. She assures him that he will be paid for his work. He asks about the danger of the tower if she needs a mercenary. She admits that it is a dangerous tower, equal to the Labyrinthine Tower. She urges him that they can discuss details regarding payment and other things later. But suddenly, he tells her he wants 800 million, which makes Beelzebub choke on his food. She stares at him. He states that this is the worth of his life, as he will have to risk it for her. She agrees easily, which he does not expect, and he asks whether she is really that rich. She is about to answer when some frantic men enter, asking why she didn't inform them about her arrival. Then they notice her guest and apologize for the intrusion. They inform her that the president is in a meeting, and she brushes it off, saying she always meets her uncle at home. Now she turns to him and reveals that her family owns this hotel, which instantly creates a mental image of her surrounded by dozens of golden spoons. She then declares that they are going to raid the Tower of Sanctum. Meanwhile, Mr. Ha and his assistant are also discussing the Tower of Sanctum. Apparently, someone is stuck in that tower, and they suspect that person is still alive. They have investigated heavily on the hunter. The man asks about the Nebula Guild's message. She informs him that 3 of the guild members are trapped there as well, so the guildmaster is personally going to rescue them and clear the tower. But Mr. Ha insists that the hunter they have invested in should be the one to clear it, to secure their investment in him. Then he orders her to contact the Nebula Guild and tell them to stay away, as they are going to handle the situation on their own. He also adds an order to ban every hunter from approaching the tower except the people they will dispatch. She already expects this order, so she has already done it. Then she asks about his preference for the dispatched hunters. He demands someone A rank who can be thrown away after completing the task. Meanwhile, he hears someone demanding to get into the Tower of Sanctum, while our boy is still concerned about his 800 million won. The receptionist tries to excuse it by saying it is because of their policy, but they demand she explain the policy. At that moment, Mr. Ha appears behind them, ready to explain the situation while calling our boy a loser. Later, he assigns them to join their support mission, as both of them are A-rank hunters, and they are looking for hunters who will have the opportunity to enter the tower. But our boy can smell something fishy in this offer. The sly man claims that he is only a worker of the department, not a trained hunter, and that he respects all hunters. Baphomet still curses him. Reaper, not knowing this man's intentions, assumes he must value hunters if he is trying to hire them. She asks about the hunter they are supposed to support. He answers that one of them is the S-rank hunter goes by the code name Chiu, who is the right-hand man of the Nebula Guild. Another hunter, A-rank Nelia, is a summoner. And the last one is the brother of Raven. This catches Baphomet's attention, as the man reveals Griffin's worth as a hunter. The scene opens with a dream recalling a gate break, where monsters wreak havoc. A boy calls for his big brother, who checks if he's hurt and tells him to stay while he searches for their parents. The younger boy pleads for him to stay, but the older brother runs off. The dream ends as Griffin wakes, wondering if he overslept, and is reassured he's on time. He prepares for his remaining mission. Meanwhile, Baphomet tests his arms while Yunseon checks his condition. She credits herself for treating him free of cost, though he notes the government covers his medical expenses. She urges him to stay in her guild, but he replies that entering the towers leaves him no choice. Their conversation shifts to the newly appeared Tower of Sanctum. She hopes he won't fight, though he joins the mission. Yunseon mentions they have no information on the tower and asks about Ma, who Baphomet hasn't seen, assuming he's cleaning up his own mess. She senses something unusual but doesn't comment and wishes him luck. She then takes his hand to work her magic, revealing small spirits aiding his arm's healing. She explains she's a spiritualist, a supportive buffer rather than a combatant. Elsewhere in a church, a pastor gives a speech about faith, emphasizing gratitude for life over personal gain. A peacemaker girl in the audience asks about his source. It's revealed the pastor is Cheong Yu with dyed hair, who previously enchanted a mother-daughter duo to take care of the former pastor role. She reassures that Baphomet hasn't been interfered with, and that everything is proceeding according to plan. At that moment, Reaper is angry at him for reaching there late. He points out that he is 10 minutes early, but she wants him earlier. Looking at her face, he points out that she is just excited to explore her archaeologist curiosity inside the tower. She admits it, as they are the first hunters to enter it aside from the advance party. She expresses her excitement to explore the tower, which is not explored yet. He is quite annoyed by her excitement. Then she informs him about the preparations she has done in advance, as she has covered the basics besides having some scrolls and equipment to support the combat. She even purchases inventory expansion because she has stuffed too many things inside it. When she mentions that she has brought 3 years of supplies for each person, including the advance party, he loses it, asking whether she plans to live there. She clears out that she wants to be prepared, especially given that 2 A rank and an S rank enter the tower and are not able to clear it. She prefers to stay long term, but still she comes there to support the advance party to clear the tower. Then he mentions the condition they agree on, in which he will not use any active or passive skill. The scene flashes to the time when he tells her this condition, which she finds strange as he always loves to fight. He explains that he wants to be stronger and wants to have higher quality fights. He concludes that he cannot get stronger while depending on his skills. Now in the present, she annoyingly asks whether he shouldn't prioritize her safety as his client. He consoles her that for the sake of money, he will keep her alive no matter what. Then he wants to enter the tower, but Reaper informs him that they are waiting for one more person, which annoys him. At that moment, the third party member arrives. It is shown that this person is Jihyun, the assistant of Mr. Ha, who wants her to go with Baphomet's team as the third party member. She is hesitant, but her superior reminds her that she needs to keep an eye on our boy, as she is still unable to find any information regarding him. Sensing her hesitation, he asks whether it is because it has been too long since she was in a tower. She declines it, saying she is confident in her power, but is worried that Baphomet will sense their real purpose. Her superior is not worried about it, as he wants Baphomet to think about him. He can also flaunt his power in front of her and eventually let his guard down. It is their way to collect information regarding him. Now she introduces herself as Zest and greets them. Reaper greets her enthusiastically, while our boy already suspects that she is here to keep an eye on him. She doesn't deny it, adding that her power can contribute to the team as well. Reaper agrees with her, while our dude is not convinced, but they decide to head on anyway. Stepping ahead, they spot the tower floating in the air. Zest points out a warp-like device that helps them transport into the tower. Both girls look at the device, then look at our boy, who takes the cue and grumpily agrees to go first. He is thrown toward the tower as soon as he steps into the device. Reaper can't believe that it flings a person like a spring. The next moment, Baphomet returns with information that he is transported to the waiting room, and it is safe as long as they land properly. Zest, after listening to this, goes ahead without hesitation, but Reaper looks clearly terrified. When asked, she explains that she is afraid she will land on her head. Deciding to help her, he scoops her onto his shoulder and transports them away. Finally, they are at the entrance of the tower, noticing the silence. They discuss how they cannot find the entrance to the next floor besides the weird button device in front of them. Both girls discuss what might happen if they press the button. Our boy walks ahead and presses the button without thinking much. Both girls freeze at his action. As soon as he does, the first trial of the Tower of Sanctum starts. There is a pink swirl, and from there a number of demon beasts come out. They have 10 minutes to clear them out in order to advance to the next door. Baphomet is the one who immediately takes out his ego sword, while Reaper is stressed over the situation. Zest also draws her weapon and opens her eyes to see the monster. With one swift motion, she kills it and turns to another one. Baphomet also has his own share of monsters to kill with her. Both hunters are killing and slashing the monsters without pause. his ego sword becomes the twin blade, which kills 2 monsters at the same time. With that, they kill all the demonic beasts and advance to the next floor. There they find another similar looking button like the one at the entrance. Before Baphomet can press it, Reaper grabs his arm and asks him to at least discuss it first. He doesn't understand what there is to discuss, since they will advance to the next challenge. She points out that they need rest as well, and maybe Zest also needs one. Zest assures them that she is fine, and they can move forward to join the advance party. But Reaper argues that he always does what he wants to do. Baphomet points out the waste of time, as they are already informed by the system window. In the system window, they are warned that if they fail to clear out the demonic beasts within the time limit, they will have to reattempt the clear chamber. He points out that if they need to reattempt, they will be wasting more time. They should understand that if this is the same condition applied to every floor, they should know why the advance party with 1 S rank and 2 A ranks couldn't clear the tower. Zest answers that it is because they couldn't complete the quest in time. He agrees, so they need to progress fast in order to join them. Reaper protests that they need to consider their safety as well, because if they are in danger, they can't help anyone. He shuts her up by reminding her of her fiasco at the labyrinthine tower. She apologizes while explaining that she doesn't want things to repeat from the labyrinthine tower. Meanwhile, Zest is observing our dude, who has good judgment in the tower and even shows efficiency during combat. She wonders how he improves this much in such a short amount of time. When he looks back at her, she observes that he is not showing all of his power. Then they reach the next floor, and finally, after some effort, they clear it, but it takes them longer than the previous floor. Zest agrees, because she can sense that stronger demonic beasts are swarming, and they should avoid a reattempt. Meanwhile, Baphomet is having the feeling that this is the first time he climbs this tower, but still he is itching to have stronger opponents. Besides, he can sense Zest's eyes on him, observing his strength, but his skills are off, so he cannot show her much. However, he wants her supervisor to beg on his knees for not recognizing his worth before. Not to mention, as he steps ahead, he also has a fishy feeling, like someone is watching him. He looks above to see someone. Suddenly, he senses something that gives him chills, and he immediately turns to Reaper. However, she is quite happy to find some weird construct in front of her and is ready to take a photo. He annoyingly thinks she hasn't been interested in anything until now. She explains that this tower is like every tower she visits, but this point is quite different. She then asks him to take her photo with the background of the button. He is annoyed at that, even when she explains that it is for her book. Then Zest comments on the different construct of the button. He answers nonchalantly that this tower is quite different from the ones they have cleared so far. She points out that this chamber is named after a demonic beast. Snapping the photo, he throws the phone at Reaper and finalizes her sightseeing as they are going to the next floor. He presses the button and activates the 20th trial of the Tower of Sanctum. This time, they need to eliminate the demonic beast's Docam 2 within 10 minutes. However, this time they will have to restart from the first floor if they fail the trial. Learning this, Baphomet comments how he is disgusted by the master of this tower because of his game. He glances at the creature that pounces at him, but our boy throws it back. Now the beast attacks him with its whip, but he dodges the attack and leaps away. By dodging each attack with his sword, he gets on the monster and tries to pierce his sword into its skin, but it is protected by the golden shield. He lands on the ground, and after thinking about the shield, he orders his companions to hit the monster with everything they've got because they won't be able to kill it if they can't break the shield. They try their best to pierce through the shield as time keeps passing until only 10 seconds remain. Then suddenly the shield cracks at one point. Reaper desperately calls for him, and he asks them to stay aside as he is going to take it down in one go. Then he throws the weapon at the monster, but when it is about to hit, someone interrupts and smashes the monster with a fist at the last second. With that, the elimination is completed, though our boy is not happy, as it was supposed to be his final blow, and the golem ruins it. He observes that the golem doesn't look like a demonic beast. Then they are taken back and see a person beside it. Zest recognizes her as Hunter Nelia, who is part of the advance party. Baphomet, however, is still angry that she stole his kill. Before she can say much, she collapses on the ground, which worries Reaper, who accuses him of not catching her. Then she steps near him. Nelia stammers that she is hungry. They are taken aback by this revelation. Later, Mr. Ha is meeting with two people, and apologizes for not evacuating the Hunter Training Department for their visit, saying they are quite busy. Then he happily informs them about the recruitment of 2 A-rank hunters, but these two are not happy with his decision. He explains that they are talented and that one of them is a government agent, an irregular one who has improved in a very short time, referring to our boy. But he assures them that his skill is lacking, as no one but his guild members will be clearing out the tower. It is shown that one of the people is the guild master of Nebula Guild, Hunter Vango. He assures him that it's all under their control. He even adds that they should be meeting the advance party by now. At that moment, Griffin raises his sword against our boy. He grits his teeth, unable to understand what is going on. A few hours earlier, when they find and feed Nelia, she is quite happy to finally have some carbs after so long. When asked, she explains that they came here a month ago, and it has been 2 weeks without food. They are shocked to hear this. Nelia knows that ordinary people can't withstand such starvation, but her body is the body of a hunter, so she can endure. Reaper doesn't understand why they didn't leave the tower to restock, but she points out that she wanted to do it, yet it would hurt the pride of the guys on her team. So she went back on her own to find some supplies when she ran into them. Zest raises a question, saying she should be able to teleport with the device. She is about to answer, but Baphomet cuts in, saying that teleport devices can't work in this tower. She agrees, adding that some towers deactivate teleportation devices. Zest agrees as well, mentioning that the government is trying to come up with better teleportation devices. Then it is shown that Nelia comes from the 49th floor, which they assume means they have cleared half of the tower. Nelia reminds them that they don't know if they've cleared half. Maybe there is more. They are shocked to hear this. Nelia informs them that they've heard this tower has more than 100 floors, and they are stuck at the 49th. Then our boy whines as Nelia bombards him with questions, from his name to his height to his weapon type, which is annoying him quite a lot. Finally, she lets the matter go and thanks the party, saying they now have a good chance to clear this tower. She is brimming with confidence as she asks them to gather around. When asked, she explains that she has a unique O-tier skill, which alone is enough for her to reach A-tier. Then she asks them to hold each other's hands and they comply, forming a circle. She tells them to imagine the place they want to be. Before Baphomet can protest, the dimension magic activates. They feel the gate invert, and there is a flash of light. Meanwhile, Griffin is in front of the gate, thinking about Mr. Ha, who states that Griffin's stats are not improving at all, which will make it difficult for him to pass the S-rank test. He explains that hunters like Griffin, who are irregulars, usually have a special driving force that pushes them to reach their strongest point. He points out that it seems Griffin has lost his driving force. He needs to find it again, otherwise he will remain stuck here. Now in the present, he is thinking about his problem. Then suddenly he becomes alert as he senses an evil force. He looks around to find its source. Turning back, he raises his sword and finds our boy standing there. He remembers Baphomet's words that he needs to get stronger if he doesn't want to be killed by him. He doesn't understand why our dude is here, then looks at Nelia, who is coming down to find supplies. She explains that she was on her way when she found them, who are the support party sent by Mr. Ha. When they greet each other with animosity, Nelia realizes they already know each other. The moment is interrupted by the third member of the advance party, Hunter Chu. However, this man turns out to be quite lively, laughing as he listens to the entire ordeal. He is very happy to get food since he is almost running out of stamina as well, and he thanks them for their support. Reaper whispers that she heard Chu is Vango's elder brother, and she feels the age gap is quite big. Zest answers that Vango was born late, adding that they belong to a famous hunter family, as all the siblings are well-known hunters, but Vango stands out the most. Now that they have support, they decide to start their raid once again. Nelia suggests sending Baphomet into one of the doors. Baphomet asks whether he is going alone, but she explains that he will go with Griffin, because Griffin will be entering the opposite door over there. So in order to clear this floor, they need to clear both demonic beast rooms at the same time. He doesn't mind going in but wants to know why she is specifically sending him inside. She shows confidence that he won't have any problem fighting the demonic beast and tells him to go ahead. She will explain the rest when he returns. Then he goes ahead and immediately starts fighting the monster. But when he comes out, he is grumbling about how weak the monster was. He is shocked to see Griffin already there. Nelia explains that Griffin comes out a minute earlier than him, which makes Baphomet want a rematch. She assures him he will get one, but they don't understand why they still aren't moving to the next floor even though they killed the demonic beasts. At that, Nelia guesses that both chambers are interconnected with identical beasts. She explains that the timing affects the clearance of the floor. Chu adds that they probably need to take down the demonic beasts to the millisecond for successful clearance. Now Baphomet understands that she wasn't flirting when she asked those questions earlier. She agrees, saying he needs to be similar to Griffin in order to increase their chances of success. With that, she declares that both Griffin and Baphomet are going to have a cooperative mission. Reaper is surprised to see Baphomet finishing all of his food rations, though she expected it since she'd already seen him eat at the hotel, which is why she brought extra. What shocks her even more is how much Griffin has eaten. She reasons it's due to his growing power and having been starved for 2 weeks, and now wonders if she should bring even more food. Zest offers to help Reaper clean up, and while doing so, she asks whether both hunters can clear the floor trial. Reaper explains the trial requires them to succeed simultaneously, likely why they're stuck. Zest notes they're relying on Baphomet, which makes Reaper suspect she's here to keep an eye on him. Zest doesn't deny it. Reaper explains Zest isn't good at lying and has researched Mr. Ha, understanding the animosity between him and Baphomet, which is why she was assigned to watch him. Reaper admits it's tiresome for someone gentle like Zest to work under Mr. Ha, but Zest counters that their goals align, and anyone opposing him becomes her enemy too. When they finish collecting trash, Zest wonders where to dispose of it. Reaper reveals a void cube, a mythical item that erases anything thrown inside. Zest is surprised that Reaper owns such an item, and Reaper smugly explains she uses it to erase secrets. Zest asks to borrow it, and Reaper agrees. Meanwhile, Baphomet is discussing a way to defeat the monster at the same time as Griffin. He suggests setting a timer, but she objects that there is a special condition preventing them from using electrical and digital items. He then suggests they should just strike the beast as soon as they enter. Chu objects that it isn't possible because every person has a different level of skill. He suggests again that they should just beat the monster to death. Griffin interjects that he should just do what is necessary, as the advance party knows more about this tower. Baphomet grumpily asks whether he should just shut up and follow orders. Griffin asks him to do exactly that. For a moment, both of them are ready to fight each other, but their companions ask them to calm down. Then Chu takes off his gloves and comments on their temper, adding that they all need to cooperate as allies. He challenges them to fight him to let out their anger. Griffin doesn't agree, saying they should focus on reattempting instead of wasting time fighting him. However, his next words hit a nerve when Chu provokes them by calling them cowards. Both of them rush toward Chu. The girls are shocked to see them fighting like this. Chu, on the other hand, further provokes them, asking if this is all they have as famous A-rank hunters. Baphomet, already provoked, takes the bait as he states that he hasn't even started. With that, he leaps toward Chu and tries to attack and kick him, but he can't even touch him as Chu kicks him back. Chu comments on his fighting style, saying it is similar to a street fighter's, but his movements lack purpose and precision. With that, he punches so hard that Baphomet is thrown away and coughs blood. The next moment, he is on him again and smashes him into the ground. Griffin appears behind him and tries to punch him, but he can't land a hit either. He dashes toward him again, and Chu comments that Griffin has good technical skill. While throwing him to the ground, he complains that Griffin makes too many wide and unnecessary motions during fights. Both of them are now on their fronts on the ground, while the girls are shocked to see the power of an S level. Chu laughs, happy to find such talent in them, and even offers to spar with them in the future as well. Nelia, however, doesn't agree that any of them would like to do that. Days pass as Reaper notes everything in her diary. She writes her experiences as Nelia has already informed them that even the waiting area will be raided by demonic beasts, so they usually take turns fighting them. Reaper writes that it feels like the tower itself waves and then gets stuck at the 49th floor. Chu instructs them that usually demonic beasts use the same fighting pattern. To improve their chances against them, they have to create their own pattern instead of depending solely on their different fighting styles and skills. Now their victory depends on the success of Baphomet and Griffin, because only one person can enter each death chamber. Baphomet finally admits that he will align his fighting style with Griffin, which shocks him. He reasons that Griffin has already fought the demonic beasts hundreds of times, so he should be the one who knows when they will die. So he asks him to display the fight to him so he can learn to follow his moves. With that, he dashes toward him and tosses a rod at him while clarifying that he doesn't need to copy the exact movement. He doesn't even think Baphomet can pull it off. However, in the next moment, Baphomet's eyes are red as he displays movements identical to Griffin's, which shocks everyone. Seeing this, Reaper hopes they will make progress with it. But even next time, Griffin takes slightly longer than Baphomet. After that, they make a number of attempts until they tire themselves out. When Nelia notices it, she asks them to take a short break. When Baphomet is about to go on his way, Griffin teases him, saying that he thinks he can do it, but he would be faster if he aligns his moves to Baphomet's. Our boy curses him but is cut short by Reaper, who gives him water and states that even if he gives up now, she will still pay him his full fee as her mercenary. However, Baphomet is adamant about clearing this tower even if he dies there. Then he comments on her generous offer of money and wonders aloud whether her archaeology work is quite precious. But she clears out that it isn't her only reason for being there. She adds that she wants this war to be over soon. She explains her opinion that demonic beasts are evil from a human perspective, but humans are the enemy from a demonic perspective as well. She wonders how long this cycle will continue. 1 year, maybe a decade or two. He earlier says that demonic beasts' sole purpose is to kill humans, but she doesn't agree with this logic. She thinks they have their own story to tell, and for this purpose, they need to delve deeper into the abyss to find answers and search for an ultimate peaceful solution. At that, he comments on how annoying she is, which shocks her because he actually has the guts to say that to her face. She agrees that they are here to fight demonic beasts and she shouldn't overcomplicate things. But she adds that they need to delve into things in order to find clues and understand why this floor is really difficult to clear. She then comments that they can't even communicate telepathically, which rules out killing demonic beasts at the same time. Suddenly, he gets up as he gets an idea, realizing they have been doing things the wrong way from the very start. Later, they are ready for another attempt. Nelia turns to both hunters to ensure they are ready. Looking at Baphomet, she assumes he is exhausted but consoles him, saying their gap is decreasing, so he needs to hang in there. When they leave, Nelia suggests going back if it doesn't work again this time. Chu, however, is sure it will work. Nelia thinks he is just hoping for the best, but he can sure because of some reason. True to his words, they suddenly receive a message that the elimination has been completed simultaneously, and now they can move to the 50th floor. A while ago, when they are discussing Baphomet's idea to clear the floor trial, he gets to know from Nelia that the two doors share information. She even tries to break the long thread of mana between the doors but is not successful, as it is an impossible task. Then Baphomet gets the idea to use this communication to their advantage. Shu at first doesn't understand and deems it impossible, but our boy points out that it would work for them. Griffin, however, is not sure, because from his perspective the tower is a den of demonic beasts, so everything is designed to give advantage to them. Even the rules are made to disadvantage hunters, but successful hunters break those rules. Baphomet doesn't agree because, to him, this is a misconception. In reality, the tower is a common battleground for both hunters and demonic beasts. It's up to both opponents to use it to their advantage. He points out that if demonic beasts have such an advantage, then why would they be trapped here instead of going outside to hunt humans? This prompts a comment from Griffin that Baphomet is seeing things from a demonic beast's perspective. Then Chu asks them to share their suggestions regarding the communication system between the gates. Griffin suggests using the same system the demonic beasts are using. Chu is doubtful. Griffin agrees that in theory it is plausible, but they don't know if they can use it to their benefit. He then points at Baphomet, who might have a solution, though Baphomet himself wants them to help him find it. Now in the present, when they emerge victorious, Nelia wants to know what they have figured out. Baphomet states that she is correct that they need to defeat both demonic beasts at the same time. Moreover, the timing should be identical when taking down the demonic beasts. For example, both of them go to chambers A and B. In reality, both monsters don't move at the same time. If chamber A's monster moves, it sends a signal to chamber B's monster to move, like a puppet with strings. But mana doesn't always transmit in the same rhythm. Sometimes it is slower, sometimes faster. That is the reason he doesn't match his tempo with Griffin. So this time, he enters the chamber in an unconscious state, which results in his whole body being enveloped in mana. This way, he starts moving in the same way Griffin moves in the other chamber. Listening to this, Nelia falls down in disbelief because all of this makes her feel like a failure. Her role was to strategize, yet our boy solves the problem. She apologizes to everyone, saying it is her fault they wasted so much time and effort. Baphomet is about to make a comment on her admitting her mistake when Reaper shuts him up. Chu consoles her, saying her health is their priority. He then turns to Baphomet and praises his judgment even though he becomes A tier only recently. They step ahead to the next floor, and Chu thinks about how amazing he is even though he is a newly ranked A rank hunter. Not to mention, he already fights like a veteran when they spar. Griffin comments that maybe our boy has more experience of the tower than anyone else here. As soon as they enter the 50th floor, they freeze in shock. Ruins of destroyed buildings surround them. Nelia doubts whether they are still inside the tower. The system informs them that they are in a virtual reality and need to complete the quest in order to progress to the next floor. They don't know what the quest is, but in the next moment, a large monster is already upon them. They immediately take action and start fighting. Stepping on the monster, he questions what these creatures are. A number of demonic beasts lunge and charge at each of them, forcing them to fight. Nelia, however, freezes as she observes the ruined city, the monsters, and finally a person who is begging our dude to help her. Even Reaper is trembling, but the only person completely oblivious to the situation is our boy. Griffin points this out, especially since he is usually so knowledgeable about towers. It's strange that he doesn't know what exactly is happening around them. Finally, he reveals that this is the Gate Shock recreation in virtual reality. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mr. Ha is assuring someone on the phone that he has also sent his own agent to the Tower of Sanctum. He also assures them that the tower will be cleared only by members of the Nebula Guild. As soon as he hangs up the call, his expression turns irritated because of the constant nagging from the Nebula Guildmaster, especially since Vango's brother is also there, someone he is quite attached to. However, he decides to go ahead and find the information he is seeking. At that moment, he spots Mr. Ma. He is startled to see that Mr. Ma is also heading in the same direction as him. Meanwhile, the person on the call is a member of the Nebula Guild, Neptune, who is irritated with Mr. Ha constantly trying to assure him. He then turns to the Guildmaster and asks whether he trusts Mr. Ha as a government agent, which the Guildmaster immediately denies. However, the Guildmaster expresses a bad feeling regarding the tower. Neptune assures him that he will hire more people and prepare them to act as backup. Vango doubts whether they are trustworthy, but Neptune assures him that they are specialists in their field. Those specialists appear as hooded figures when Neptune reveals that they can do anything. They receive a message from the guild and wait for the third-party member. Then that person arrives, known as Hunter Dokabi, who is actually Chiangyu's companion in disguise. The leader informs her about their mission. They mention the advance party and express concern that they can't do much if the support party has already met up with the advance party. This catches the girl's interest, and she asks if Baphomet is part of the support party, but the others have no idea who he is, so she urges them to go ahead. In reality, It is their first time meeting this particular hunter, so they don't know that she has already killed the real party member to take her place among them. Beelzebub's neighbor comes over to borrow a ladder so she can climb into her house after the battery on her door lock dies. Instead, he hands her a 9-volt battery and shows her how to open it by touching the pins to the pad and entering the password. She's amazed, and he proudly admits he learned it from the internet. Inside, she notices he's reading and asks why he isn't in school. He casually answers that he just doesn't go. She insists he should, both because it's the law and because he could make friends. Beelzebub isn't interested. Then she decides she'll talk to Baphomet about it when he returns. Suddenly, Beelzebub snaps to alertness, eyes glowing red. He states that while helping her, someone broke into his house. The intruder, a hooded hunter, has found Baphomet's address and entered the home, furious that Baphomet is pretending to be human and planning to expose him. Unbeknownst to the hunter, Beelzebub is hovering right above him. Inside the tower, everyone is doing their best to complete the quest. Chu rescues the girl whom they are about to drop 1,000 yards straight ahead. Nelia spots a safe spot, and he jumps into the air to reach that place, managing to rescue 1 out of the 10 people. Now that they have finished the first part of the quest, Nelia asks them to focus so they can rescue others from the center. At that moment, both Griffin and Baphomet have killed 1 monster. Our boy complains about his new equipment soaking in blood. Suddenly, both of them spot the rainbow, which confuses them, and then they see Nelia, who has come to reduce the threat, though apparently they don't need it. Meanwhile, Chu notices the demon deterrent device with Zest, which she confirms is used for pulsing waves that prevent the monsters from detecting them. In this way, they can have time to plan their next move. He praises her preparation, but she points out that Reaper is the one who comes this prepared. They look at the girl who is feeling down and checking the notification screen. They need to rescue 9 more survivors to get to the next stage. Griffin is also curious about this next stage phrase, and Nelia answers that she has never seen anything like it before. Our boy guesses that it refers to the next floor. She points out that if that's the case, it could simply be called the next floor. Baphomet argues that maybe the next floor is also part of the same virtual reality, especially since they don't know how many floors exist inside the virtual gate shock. He adds that from the perspective of the tower boss, he would want to use this environment in more than 1 floor. Especially if they replicate the exact scenario of the gate shock, it will naturally come with swarms of demonic beasts as well. At that moment, Nelia observes him closely and comments on his calm behavior, even though he likely experienced the gate shock. On the other hand, the others feel uncomfortable in this gate shock scenario. Nelia herself feels as if her trauma will wake up, but looking at him, it feels like he has never experienced it at all. He doesn't tell them, but of course, he has never experienced the gate shock. She then approaches Reaper, who seems quite detached. Nelia shares her own story from the gate shock, especially because Reaper is feeling ashamed as a hunter for not being able to cope with the situation. Nelia consoles her, saying everyone has their own experiences and different levels of tolerance. During her gate shock, she was newlywed, on a date with her husband after a long time when the catastrophe happened. Her husband was injured, and she used all her strength to carry him out of the building. That was also the moment she awakened her powers, which helped her rescue her husband and learn that she was pregnant. However, she wasn't happy at that moment, because she felt she should have saved more people using her power. But her husband consoled her, telling her that she had already started by saving their unborn child. That was the day she decided to become a hunter to save others. The day was traumatic for her, but it strengthened her resolve. She brings up this story to strengthen their own resolve as hunters as well, so they can clear this tower and save people from the gate shock. Zest, however, becomes curious about her age, since she was already married and expecting a child during the gate shock. When she reveals that she is 40, they are shocked because she doesn't look like it. She thanks her skincare routine in Gangnam, and even promises to show it to them once they are outside the tower. Finally, after a while, they complete the quest by rescuing the last survivor. The system proceeds to the next stage. They are transported to another location from the gate shock, just as our boy predicted. This time, they need to rescue 9 people. As they progress, the number of survivors decreases, but they face stronger demonic beasts. To get through it, they split into 3 teams. Zest and Reaper in one, Chu on his own, Baphomet and Griffin in another, while Nelia stays as backup in a safe location. Eventually, they reach the stage where they need to rescue only 3 survivors to proceed to the next stage. Baphomet is eager to rescue those last 3 so they can finally escape this gate shock. Griffin, however, watches him closely, which is something Baphomet immediately notices and comments on, saying he feels like Griffin is glaring at him. Griffin retorts that it's just his demonic beast instincts. Baphomet is amused to see him openly suspicious. Then he reminds Griffin of what he said during orientation, that if Griffin exposes him, he will kill him. Griffin, however, expresses his confidence that Baphomet really is a demonic beast. He even threatens that if he kills him, no one will be able to tell whether he died by his hands or from some monster. Baphomet takes this as a challenge to fight to the death. Before Griffin can confirm it, they hear the shriek of a survivor and decide to settle the matter later. Our boy immediately dashes toward the sound, but Griffin instantly recognizes the voice. He steps ahead just as Baphomet kills the monster and saves the child. Griffin is taken aback when he sees the childhood form of Raven, his big brother. Meanwhile, Reaper and Zest are fighting the big demonic beasts in their place. Reaper pulls the strings around the monster and binds it with them. Then she calls for Zest for the next move, and Zest immediately jumps on the monster to stab it with her sword. In the next moment, there is a huge blast. After finally killing the monster, Reaper takes a sigh of relief. Zest expresses that she didn't expect the monster to come out of nowhere, which shows that this is really a depiction of gate shock. Reaper then apologizes, but she tries to console her, saying that everyone there has their own experience during the gate shock. Then they decide to move ahead. Suddenly, something rustles behind them, but both girls don't notice. Reaper is worried that she makes others worried and is about to say something to Zest, but Zest suddenly shouts her name as a monster appears exactly behind her. After a while, she goes to the safe zone with Zest and lets Nelia check on her. Nelia analyzes that she has an extremely rare paralyzing venom which can't be cured by any ordinary potion. Zest apologizes for the inconvenience, but Nelia consoles her, saying she is here for backup in these kinds of situations, and assures her that she will take care of her until she gets better. She also summons a small creature that will help heal her, and decides to take Zest's place in searching for survivors. At that moment, she finds Reaper chuckling, who comments on how Nelia's summons are also cute like her. Nelia reveals that it is all because of her son who wanted to play with her summons. When she first summoned them, they looked like monsters and scared him, so she made them look cute instead. Usually hunters who deal with weapons don't know that a summon and summoner have a bond, and the stronger the bond, the stronger the summon becomes. As they move ahead, Reaper inquires about something she heard that for certain summons, summoners need to put their life on the line. Nelia confirms it because she once saw a young hunter determined to do that. She reveals that the person is now a famous guild master and an S-rank hunter. Then she changes the topic and asks about Reaper's well-being. Reaper assures her she is fine, though she is confused about her own state because this is just virtual reality. She is afraid she won't be useful if gate shock happens in reality. Nelia reassures her that it won't happen because they are going to clear all of the towers, starting from this one. Then they notice that they still haven't found any survivors, even though they should have found some by now. Suddenly, they notice a small girl. Nelia goes to her and assures her that she will be rescued. The girl shows her injured leg, and Nelia offers to carry her on her back because she reminds her of her own son, who is of the same age. She plans to spend 2 weeks with her son after clearing out this tower, which makes Reaper smile. But suddenly, her smile turns to horror as she sees the little girl morph into a monster that kills Nelia. A loud crack echoes from the floor. Baphomet hears it too. He looks down at the small boy trembling at his feet. A few hours earlier, when they rescued this boy, Griffin revealed that the boy is none other than Raven. Remembering Raven's silver hair, he guessed that Raven had dyed it, but then doubted himself. Griffin's own hair had changed color too. At that moment, Raven desperately begs them to rescue his family. They get a notification to protect him from the incoming wave of demonic beasts, an emergency quest. In the next moment, a swarm of beasts appears in front of them, leaving them no choice but to hide, because these demonic beasts are upper-tier monsters. He wonders whether this place hits harder than other regions. Meanwhile, Griffin still can't figure out the exact location of the safe zone. With no choice left, they decide to go back to their base, but they have to take Raven with them. Raven protests and begs them to at least rescue his little brother, whom he left behind in order to search for their parents. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought him along. Hearing this, Griffin grits his teeth while reminding him that he told him not to go. Suddenly, Baphomet raises the question of why this boy is conscious when other survivors only ask for help. To console him, he makes up a story that they come from the future, introducing Griffin as his brother. When he mentions that his brother is a hunter, Raven becomes more worried that Griffin dyed his hair silver. Griffin explains that the hair color is the result of whitening, a phenomenon that happened in certain areas during gate shock where people's bodies turned white. In their case, only the hair changed. After killing the monsters and moving ahead, Baphomet wonders whether they were one of the survivors in their area. Griffin corrects him, saying both brothers were the only survivors from that area. Hearing this, Raven becomes even more worried about his parents. Before Griffin can answer, the monsters swarm in again, making our boy curse them for never taking a break. Then they toss a device at Raven and instruct him to hide. He remembers that this device can save him from monsters if he installs it, so he immediately decides to install it. Suddenly there is a large blast, and blue flames engulf the area. Both hunters notice it as they look at the kid, Raven, who transforms into adult Raven, determined to kill all of them. A little while ago, when Raven installs the device, he sees the pierced bodies of his parents, which makes him cry. He remembers that he and his brother were the only survivors. Suddenly, blue flames erupt everywhere, engulfing even the demonic beast behind Griffin and Baphomet. Looking at the flames now, Griffin remembers how they survived back then, because Raven had awakened his power and told him to come to him because it was dangerous on the other side. Now they can't believe they're seeing a fully grown Raven standing in front of them. Griffin is worried, but our boy smirks because they get another emergency quest. They must eliminate this new Raven. Meanwhile, Reaper is terrified to see Nelia with a gaping wound in her body and immediately tries to rescue her. Then a large monster appears behind her, and she receives an emergency quest to eliminate this demonic beast, Goliath Q17. The area will be isolated until she completes the quest. The monster taunts her for running away and warns her that she will never reach their king because it will eliminate her first. With that, it jumps into the air and fires a laser beam. Reaper immediately uses the Shield of Verdure to protect herself from the attack, which makes the monster scoff. Inside the shield, she uses every kind of advanced healing potion, painkillers, hemorrhage suppressants, even regeneration potions, but nothing works. At that moment, Nelia weakly tells her that she is fine, which brings back memories of Reaper's mother during Gate Shock, who had consoled her the same way. She is fine as long as she lives. Reaper repeats those words now and urges Nelia to hold on. Nelia tells her to run, but Reaper scolds her and reminds her she can't lose hope. She's a hunter who has starved for weeks, and a small wound like this can't kill her. She points out that the monster didn't hit her brain or heart, so there is a hope to save her. Meanwhile, the monster keeps attacking the shield from outside. Reaper then asks Nelia whether she wants her son to grow up without her. She pulls out a legendary item, Calyx Pocket Watch, that temporarily freezes time around them. She gets up. She tells Nelia to wait here because she can't let her die like this. Meanwhile, the beast reminds her that she can't stay there forever, that she is trapped. She steps out and challenges it back, declaring that she is not trapped at all. The monster, without wasting any time, attacks her. She is already prepared with her strings and leaps into the air to dodge it. With the help of nearby debris, she pulls them toward the creature, but her aim misses as the creature dodges away and mocks her, saying she can't even aim properly. She tries again and again, but every time the demonic beast prevents the attack from landing. It seems to play with her, constantly taunting her for her slow strikes. It mocks her again, saying it feels like she isn't even trying to hit it. Then it stops when it notices the trap of her strings around it. She confirms that her intention was never to strike it. It was the condition needed to activate her skill, Arachne's Haven. Suddenly, the monster finds itself trapped in a void. She appears behind it, admitting that she is not skilled in direct combat, and that every time she enters the tower, she hopes to find a way to end the war between humans and demonic beasts. Listening to this, the monster calls it nonsense. Enraged, it declares that they are never meant to coexist, and that one day they will rule over humans, that it is their reason to exist. Then it realizes it is bound by strings everywhere, its body crackling with lightning. Reaper admits that she expected this kind of response and still respects its opinion. The monster doesn't understand why it can't move. She calmly says that it will make a good sacrifice as she pulls her strings tied to her hair. In the next moment, the strings slice through the monster, and Reaper darkly declares that it is a sacrifice for peace. As soon as Reaper completes her quest, the isolated zone restores to its original dimension. When she steps out of the void, someone calls her a hypocrite, saying she won't be able to erase what she has done. She turns back but finds no one there. Then Nelia calls for her and praises how she eliminated the beast on her own, saying it shows her promise as a high-rank hunter. Reaper, however, is more concerned about Nelia's injuries, knowing she can't heal here. Nelia admits that Reaper has to go down in order to get emergency aid. Then Reaper notices the blue barrier around them, which she guesses can't be a natural phenomenon. Nelia guesses it must be a divided zone. Reaper worries that it shouldn't be here because she has already completed her quest. But then her eyes widen as she realizes that each zone has its own emergency quest. In a flashback, Beelzebub taunts our boy about being in love with Raven because of his obsession with always searching for information about him on the internet. He protests that he can't just go through his search history like that. Beelzebub understands if he is researching an enemy, but Raven is already dead, so there should be no reason to keep looking. Baphomet admits that this is true, but he still wishes to fight him one more time. Now in the present, our boy gets the opportunity to fight this virtual version of Raven. Raven swings his sword as both brothers face each other, and Raven strikes his shoulder without hesitation. He attacks again, but Griffin finally snaps out of his daze, determined not to let Raven treat him as a sidekick anymore. Raven, in the next moment, clangs back Baphomet's whip blade toward him as our boy grabs the blades with both hands. He is genuinely happy to see Raven again. Even though he knows it's just a virtual version, he understands that he will never be able to see him again, so he gives him honor as he has already activated his passive skill. Not only that, he has also activated his locked active skill because he wants to give everything he has in this fight against his ultimate opponent. He immediately lunges at him, and Raven crouches to save himself from the chain. Baphomet appears in front of him and their blades clash. For a moment, the only sound is blade striking blade, while Baphomet experiences deja vu because this already happened in the tower. Both of them land on the ground. He strikes at Raven again with his chain blade, and Raven dodges. Another blade comes at him, which he blocks with his sword. Then he jumps in front of our boy. Baphomet is ready as he attacks again, and again Raven dodges. He attacks Raven's legs and Raven jumps to save himself. Now Baphomet's ego sword has taken its original form. Raven freezes when he sees his own weapon in our boy's hands. Baphomet smirks and cracks the ground under him. He throws the debris at Raven, who slices each piece with his sword. Then Baphomet appears in front of him, urging Raven to entertain him more. He strikes again. Both of them clash swords for a while, one attacking while the other blocks. They step back onto the ground, but now our guy is huffing. Looking at his opponent, he senses that something is blocking his way. He rushes toward Raven again, but when he gets close, Raven simply pushes him back. He is thrown away, realizing how weak his body is. This is his obstacle. Then Raven notices that Griffin is about to attack him from behind. Meanwhile, Baphomet thinks about how his past fight led him to this moment. This is his golden one-time opportunity, one he will never have again. Yet he wonders, even if he has this chance, can he truly win against Raven? During the tower fight, he managed to kill him only by exploiting a loophole. Otherwise, Raven would have ripped him apart. He regrets being happy about this chance when his body is this weak. Watching the brothers fight each other, he reminds himself why he behaves this way. When it comes to fighting, he fights because that is what he is, regardless of who his opponent is. Then he opens his eyes. His body is engulfed in red energy. Raven, meanwhile, points his sword at his brother, but suddenly he trembles as he senses the presence of a demonic beast. Looking behind, he recognizes Baphomet. On the other hand, the real tower boss is furious at our boy for using the tower system to clear the stage. He is enraged to know that Baphomet dares to hack the system and wonders whether he intends to take over his tower. Meanwhile, our boy receives a notification that his special skill, Conquer, has been activated, giving him access to 15% of the tower system. He agrees to proceed with the system. The skill activates, but its range is limited. Not to mention, because of his low proficiency, the activation is unstable and the result is uncertain. Even so, his skill rises, allowing him to claim the throne. His system urges him to climb higher. With that, he transforms into his demonic beast form, and Raven turns toward him, clearly terrified. Griffin, on the other hand, is confused because he has never seen his brother like this, not ever since he awakened his power during the gate shock. Even after clearing the tower solo, Raven always carried rage. But now for the first time, Griffin sees his brother tremble, his rage replaced by fear. Now he understands that what Raven fears is Baphomet. Looking at our boy's true form, he can't believe this is the same Baphomet who kills and is killed by Raven. Staring at him, he exclaims that he always knew Baphomet was a demonic beast. Raven finally snaps out of his daze and recognizes Griffin as his younger brother. Looking at his body, he can't believe he is alive or how it is even possible. Griffin, however, is taken aback, realizing this copy of Raven is actually acting like his real brother. Baphomet, on the other hand, is laughing like a maniac because the system has restored Raven's data, making this fight completely equal. He is ready to enjoy the fight to the fullest, but in the next moment he freezes, realizing he is stuck inside his beast form as his beast form attacks both brothers. Raven jumps to his feet and says he wants to figure out what is actually going on, but he can't think straight when Baphomet is acting so aggressively toward them. He warns his brother that Baphomet is the mythic tier final boss who can't be defeated by someone like Griffin. Griffin shuts him down immediately, saying that first, he can take care of himself, and second, Raven is the actual enemy of the tower, someone they need to defeat. So Raven should remember his place. Now Griffin knows he has to fight both Baphomet and Raven. He thinks he can do it if he plays his cards right, but he remembers Mr. Ha's words, that he is not improved enough to pass the S-rank tier. Even so, he leaps into the air and attacks Baphomet with a wind slash. He attacks again, but Baphomet blocks his sword, grabs one of his blades and throws him away. He charges again and tries to slice through Baphomet's body, but terror hits him when he realizes he can't even scratch him. In the next moment, Baphomet roars, filling him with terror and reducing his stats by 50%. Because of the fear, he is paralyzed and unable to move. Baphomet is about to attack him, and Griffin finally understands the true strength of a mythic tier boss. But before Baphomet can strike, Raven stops him and saves his brother. However, he bluntly says he notices no improvement in Griffin, which means Griffin's goal died with him. Griffin's eyes widen in realization as Raven rushes toward Baphomet. Meanwhile, our boy's human consciousness is cursing because he can't control his demon body at all. Then he is hit with the reminder from his system. The result will be uncertain due to his low-level skill. Raven and his demonic beast body clash with each other, but in his consciousness he is irritated, realizing Raven is stronger now, at the peak of his power, and he can't fight him. Both Baphomet and Raven burn with power as their blades collide. Raven realizes something. It feels like someone is keeping an eye on him. Instead of attacking Baphomet, Raven turns toward a small camera-like device and destroys it. Baphomet also realizes that this was the presence he kept sensing. The tower boss does not understand how a mere specter like Raven can do something like this. Raven, on the other hand, feels strangely alive. He understands that the tower retrieved his data in order to use him as a demonic beast. He hates the feeling of being treated as one and looks at our boy, because he knows there is only one way to end this. As Baphomet's demonic body raises its sword toward him, Raven lets the blade pierce through him, knowing he must die again to stop it. After Raven's defeat, the system confirms the quest completion and floor success. Our boy watches the message, teeth clenched, cursing Raven, who stands sweaty and unsure if he still feels pain. The skill deactivates. Baphomet presses his blood-filled blade to Raven's chest as our boy drives his sword in. Raven grabs him, demanding why he's a demonic beast with a human face, curious if a quest caused this. He suspects Baphomet lost his original powers inhabiting a human body and mutters quests to make anything possible before disappearing, leaving Baphomet confused and alone. Later, Chu notes a named demon appears in each chamber. Reaper recounts her fight with demons disguised as twins, thankful for no casualties except Nelia, who's badly hurt and can't continue despite emergency treatment. Nelia insists she can manage, but Chu decides to pause for her well-being, prioritizing safety over finishing the tower. Our boy refuses to abandon the mission or go alone. Reaper protests, questioning his solo plan. She senses his sour mood and wonders what happened earlier. Griffin breaks silence, choosing to stay too, wanting to investigate something. Locking eyes with our boy, Chu asks if others want to stay. Zest opts to return with Nelia, blaming herself for Nelia's injury, but reassured it's not her fault. Reaper agrees to continue with Baphomet, Griffin, and others. The Peacemaker girl volunteers, confirmed as Hunter Dakabi, excited to join. Chu heads down with Zest and Nelia, promising to return after Nelia recovers. Zest warns Reaper to stay alert. Reaper commits to caring for Nelia. They step through a glowing doorway. Others continue climbing. Moving forward, Reaper doubts managing alone given the tower's difficulty, suggesting caution until the leader returns. Suddenly, a massive explosion forces them to scramble as metal hands of monsters attack. Panicked, Reaper begs for mercy. Hunters prepare to fight as metallic creatures swarm. A platform appears. Our boy and Griffin jump onto counterattack. Reaper calls halt, feeling lightheaded, requesting a break. Using the golden incense burner, she heals herself and party. In recovery, relieved, she notes they cleared the 89th floor, progressing well. She asks about Griffin's plan. Seated, he says staying put is pointless, needing activity. Eyeing our boy triggers a tense standoff. Reaper senses past tension and wonders its cause. Breaking silence, she introduces herself to Dakabi, indicating Baphomet and Griffin await her. Dakabi explains joining via Nebula Guild to clear the tower safely, meeting Chu during her climb. Our boy asks how she arrived alone and about missing hunters. Dakabi admits demon traps wiped others out in a surprise attack, barely escaping. Our boy finds the backup's poor coordination strange. Reaper defends him, reminding our boy he made it despite losses and chides his cold remarks. She notices something odd about Dakabi. Suddenly, a monster attacks Dakabi. She dodges but is knocked down, struggling to block its weapon aimed to impale her. Terrified, she fires an energy blast, destroying it. Reaper shakily thanks her but senses Dakabi's contempt, which bothers her. Dakabi praises Baphomet's strength, doubting his A-tier rank as he seems stronger. Reaper notices Dakabi stays close to Baphomet, suspects possible feelings, and wonders if that causes Dakabi's hostile looks at her. She rejects the thought but remains wary. They reach the 99th floor with two huge doors blocking the path. Our boy notes only one leads forward, requiring choice. He realizes he and Griffin are both in close combat, making pairing inefficient, suggesting mixing close and long-range fighters. He notices Reaper's irritation and mental plea to be chosen, despite denying feelings and growing angry. He selects Dakabi to go with him through the left door, surprising Reaper, who demands an explanation. He explains her near-fatal wires made dodging difficult, and wonders if she suits Griffin better due to speed. Teams form, Baphomet urges all to proceed and moves with Dakabi. Reaper looks disappointed. Dakabi shoots her a smug look. Reaper suspects something off, uses identity ability to scan Dakabi, and is stunned. Our boy and Dakabi enter an empty corridor, wondering if it's the fake door. Dakabi asks if Reaper is his girlfriend. He denies it. She guesses he's dating someone and apologizes for prying. He mentions the presence of none other than them, making Dakabi blush. Suddenly he draws his weapon, lunging at her, calling out her fake rookie act. She stumbles back, surprised. He advances with raw power, credits her courage for not hiding killing intent, says it suits him, frustrated venting rage on machines, and warns her to protect her neck to survive. A while earlier, Reaper holds onto Baphomet's arm as everyone gets ready to leave, while Dakabi watches them from somewhere nearby. Reaper opens a private chat that Baphomet quickly accepts. The message points out weird things about Dakabi's hunter status, and Reaper thinks she works completely outside the normal government system that all real hunters need to join. Our boy lets her know he already figured out something was off about her from watching how she acts. She asks about it in shock and confusion, so moving closer to her, Baphomet brings up getting food once they leave this place. Back to the present, Dakabi suddenly rushes forward with her gun, ready to fight, which makes Baphomet move straight toward her with his weapon ready. His blade cuts through the air with huge force, creating a deadly attack aimed right at her. Her response comes incredibly fast as she creates her own attack that crashes into his, and both strikes hit each other hard in midair. He watches her from behind his weapon and launches another wave at her, but she moves smoothly out of the way. More attacks come one after another, all trying to hit different spots to make dodging harder. She drops down low to stay under the strikes going over her head, but another one comes right away, so she jumps up while attacking back at the same time. Both of them lift their weapons at exactly the same moment, and a huge explosion happens right where their attacks meet, sending strong winds everywhere and pushing him back while she lands on her feet. They both stand up at the same time. The ego weapon gives Baphomet important details about how she fights and handles her weapons. She keeps switching between different weapons while fighting, showing skills that most hunters can't match. It also points out she doesn't have a special ego weapon like his, which makes her quick weapon changes even more impressive. Illegal hunters usually use changed programs and forbidden software to hide from government tracking and skip the required registration. Her technique shows she's been fighting for many years and has probably killed tons of targets during her work. Baphomet confronts her about whether he is the one who made her hide who she really is. She admits right away and explains she came here to kill him, and mentions being very choosy about which job she takes. She decides to accept or refuse despite the target, but now she considers the situation a waste, and she starts wondering out loud if she really needs to kill him at all. Maybe just cutting off certain body parts would work instead of killing him completely. Her grandmother's old advice returns to her that the kind of toys that still move always stay more entertaining than the ones that stop responding. That memory places her beside our boy, watching his broken body struggle to function. She considers a way to keep him alive but completely helpless. Removing his arms and legs would keep him from running or fighting. During all this, she reveals the identity that is Peacemaker. With her coat tossed aside, she charges toward him with fierce speed. The weapon pushes for his decision right away, and our boy realizes the large weapon in his hand won't help in this cramped place. He needs something steady enough to block bullets. The weapon agrees and warns him again about her strength. He jumps over her next strike. At that, Raven's shattered form flashes through his mind. Using the momentum from his dodge, he drives his attack forward. She doesn't carry that overwhelming terror Raven had. After fighting through Raven's ordeal, he feels sure he can handle her. His beam rushes toward her, forcing her into a fast drop and roll. The blast misses her eye by inches. She flips away and lands farther back, so he rises with his weapon, steady and ready. She senses something completely different in him. He corrects her mistaken idea, making it clear she's the one who's a toy in this game. He steps in and swings, and she avoids it by flattening herself on the ground. He pushes out another strike that she stops only by raising her weapon at the last moment. Their eyes meet for a second before she slips out of sight and reappears far away, placing distance between them. She wonders when his strength shoots upward and decides to stop playing around. Her weapon spins as she releases a chain toward him. He cuts through it as it tries to loop around his head. Another blade snaps toward his feet, but he jumps over it and keeps advancing. She rushes after him, whipping her chain from every direction. He blocks every strike while thinking of Raven in the back of his mind. He slams the chain aside and pushes forward. A sudden explosion covers everything in thick smoke, and she loses track of him completely. He reappears behind her, moving too fast for her to follow. The difference between this fight and Raven's overwhelming pressure becomes clear in his head. His weapon crashes into her hip with force. She reacts with excitement and throws her chain again, creating more explosions that rip the floor apart. Cracks crawl behind him while he dodges her circling chain. He lifts his weapon and brings it down and meets his strike head-on, shaking the ground. She quickly pulls out a gun and fires multiple bullets. He deflects them and sends another strong slash that hits her. She drops to one knee, a deep cut tearing open across her arm. Blood drips steadily while she presses on the wound. Even hurt, she gives him a warped grin. Just then, laughter erupts out of her, echoing across the cracked floor. She refuses to deny him as her toy and questions why he keeps pushing back. A childhood memory flashes in her unstable mind as she calls him foolish for making things harder. She lifts her hand, insisting she didn't want to reach this point. A massive gun appears from her storage, far bigger than before. She throws all the blame on him and unleashes a huge blast. The beam races at him with terrifying speed. For a moment, he thinks she isn't even close to Raven's level. Just then, a clean slash cuts through the attack and blood splashes into the air. His blade sinks deep into her stomach, sending heavy bleeding down her body. What happened earlier is that she releases energy toward Baphomet, warning him that he brought this outcome onto himself, and the blast spreads through the area, shattering everything. She senses something off and watches in confusion as he rushes straight toward her at full speed, unable to grasp why he chooses to meet such a destructive attack head-on instead of avoiding it. He lifts his weapon while closing the distance, and she freezes because surviving this should be impossible for him. His strike hits her cleanly and sends her flying backward until he crouches on the ground, while her mind struggles to catch up how he gained such overwhelming power so suddenly. He forms two magical spheres, releasing them forward, and she realizes he has already shifted behind her position. Before she can turn, he appears in front instead and drives his attack deep into her chest. She is unable to process what just happened and collapses in shock and screams about the unbearable pain, crying out again and again while calling for her grandmother. He places his foot on her stomach and notes that no quest notification appears, concluding she is not a disciple. She huffs weakly and asks what he means by disciple while raising her hand. He questions whether someone sent her to kill him, and figures Chung Yu wants him gone badly enough to interfere with his mission to wipe out him. She confirms Loki as the one he means, and quickly offers information about Loki's hiding place, in exchange for being left alive. He asks the reason why he should trust her, and she trembles while explaining she cannot escape anyway because he knows her face and can hunt her down easily if she lies. She begs him to let her live, but he studies her for a moment and refuses. He explains he does not need her help to track Loki since he already has many ways to find him, and he points out he is not chasing Loki right now because he must build enough strength to finish him the next time they meet. He pulls out his shimmering weapon and makes it clear she only serves as a way to increase his power. She suddenly jumps up and draws her gun while shouting in panic, but he steps in and launches his attack. Her thoughts swirl as she wonders if this is truly where her life ends. A memory of her grandmother surfaces, a moment from her childhood when she watched an injured and helpless version of herself stare while a cold man killed the old woman. She wonders who that killer was, and Baphomet's face fills her fading vision before death takes her. The weapon questions whether killing her in this manner was acceptable. He responds that someone once informed him that when a hunter dies inside a tower, no one can distinguish whether a demonic beast or another hunter caused the death, and he admits he needed to release some built-up frustration. The weapon accepts this reasoning, but still remarks that killing her wastes the chance to reach Loki through her. He replies that Mr. Ma will probably locate Loki since Ma assigned him this task in the first place. He begins to mention Beelzebub when a beeping sound cuts him off. The sound comes from her corpse, and he turns and notices a red light glowing in her chest, and the system identifies it as a detection bomb. He realizes it activates upon her death and curses the trouble. A massive explosion erupts instantly. At the same time, a drop of water falls onto Reaper's head and she flinches while calling out to Griffin. She apologizes and explains the drop startled her. She mentions using a firefly for light, though the darkness still keeps the path unclear. She feels relieved that the ground under them remains firm while they move. She wonders whether Baphomet and Dokebi face the same situation after stepping through the other door. Her thoughts shift to our boy, and she remembers her earlier warning. She assumes he meant to reassure her he would handle everything when he mentioned eating together after escaping. She briefly considers whether he hinted at something romantic but dismisses the idea because he does not match her type. Griffin opens a system window and asks if this screen shows the Tower of Sanctum records. She confirms it and notes the detailed information suggests they might be close to the top. He acknowledges this, and she glances at him while thinking about how calmly he handles everything and how well he understands the tower's structure. She wonders why he still has not reached S tier. They keep walking behind the Firefly. Both of them suddenly halt. She asks what he sensed, and he explains an exit appears ahead and advises her to stay alert because they do not know which boss could be waiting. They focus on the doorway, and shock strikes them when they see a busy amusement park-like space. Workers handle various stations while children play, and swings move back and forth. They wonder whether this is another simulation and question what kind of tower creates scenes like this. A girl rushes toward them shouting about a misunderstanding. The two hunters stare in confusion as she stops near a boy who insists he witnessed her with his own eyes, so no misunderstanding exists. She insists nothing happened with the other person, but he grows frustrated and decides he needs time away before walking off. Reaper suddenly appears nearby holding popcorn and drinks. Griffin looks bewildered by her serious tone as she orders him to communicate properly with the girl, since the girl clearly wants to fix the issue. The boy leaves while the girl stays behind. Reaper complains about how dramas always stretch conflicts that could be solved with a simple conversation, then admits the entire point probably revolves around creating chaos. She suddenly wonders why she even used the word drama. Both hunters feel something is wrong before a heavy box drops on the boy, splattering blood everywhere as screams echo. Horror spreads across the area. Laughter rings out above them, and a giant female demon descends. Reaper studies her and notes she looks like a named demon, then comments on the strange appearance while wondering if the amusement park planned some kind of event. The demon announces that everyone bores her now and orders them to disappear. Light floods the entire space and every person vanishes instantly and the area shifts to black and white. Reaper senses something and spins around and an invisible force launches her backward through the air. Griffin reacts with shock and leaps forward with his weapon while calling her name. She realizes she cannot track her presence anymore, and then she vanishes as well. The demon calls them performers, and a simple gesture raises a cage from the ground. Reaper finds herself trapped inside and shouts about the situation. The demon complains about not finding human stories interested, and decides these hunters will provide better entertainment instead. Just then, a notification appears instructing them to eliminate Jezebel. The demon asks them in a casual tone about their preferred entertainment genre while listing thriller, noir, action, comedy, and fantasy as examples. Yet she makes it clear they never had any real choice because romance remains her personal favorite. Reaper struggles with everything she has to escape the cage holding her, but the demon orders her to stop resisting. Reaper demands her release and questions what purpose the demon has for her, pushing all her strength into the bars, only to find the cage refuses to move even a fraction. She immediately attempts to open her inventory, and a system window flashes an error in front of her. The demon laughs at her failure and taunts that proper casting always requires background checks on actors. She reveals she already knew Reaper could use a large number of items, so she adjusted the system to block that ability. She refers to Griffin as the co-star, and identifies him as the younger brother of the legendary hunter Raven, commenting that his technique feels lacking and pointing out how difficult it always becomes when someone tries to match an older sibling's reputation. Reaper recalls what the virtual reality simulations already proved, that the creatures in this one possess information about the outside world, and the real issue is to find out exactly how much they know. She decides rushing into action would only make things worse. A slash of attack suddenly lands on the demon's face, and Reaper turns in confusion toward Griffin, who launched the attack while glaring in anger. The demon smirks at both of them and assumes they seem prepared to begin. She raises her hand and snaps her fingers while announcing the start of the show. Reaper watches in confusion as the demon starts narrating a story about an ugly girl who lived in an old village. She identifies Reaper as that girl. Reaper protests instantly, but the demon continues describing how the girl reached her final marriageable years without receiving a single proposal. Reaper tries to argue she is still young, yet the demon ignores her and continues with the tale of how no man wanted to marry the girl. Reaper fires back with the claim that her own wealth and appearance attract plenty of suitors. The demon keeps going and introduces the one exception, the most handsome young man in the village. Reaper calls the idea insane, but she continues to say why such a good-looking man would choose someone ugly with a terrible temper. Griffin listens with his eyes closed, and the demon calls the man foolish as he was handsome, and continues with the tale of the girl who grew jealous of the world's fairest maiden named Jezebel, and because of that jealousy, she ended up locked in a cage. The demon then presents the question of whether the foolish young man will rescue the ugly girl so they can enjoy a perfect ending. Griffin suddenly launches himself upward toward the demon. She dodges him effortlessly and continues the story while the boxes floating around her begin releasing energy beams toward him. The blast forces him to the ground, and when he lifts his head, he finds every box glowing with power. He jumps between them and raises his weapon while charging toward her. Countless boxes form a circle around him, and another blast erupts, filling the area with thick smoke before he crashes down again. He nearly falls directly onto one of the boxes, but slices through it mid-fall, then continues attacking as more boxes surround him. A beam of light shoots from one of them, and he narrowly dodges it. He thinks about how their speed increases the longer he fights. He hits the ground hard, and Reaper shouts his name from inside the cage. She watches the boxes move faster than before, and wonders if they study his movements and adapt to counter them. He jumps from the cracked ground while thinking the number of enemies around him feels overwhelming. He pushes himself forward and smashes through each box in his path while slicing through others as he jumps above them. He realizes he will run out of stamina before finishing them. While he battles, strange weapons emerge from the centers of the boxes. The weapons vanish instantly. Both hunters freeze for a moment, thinking about cloaking abilities. Griffin realizes he cannot detect any sound of presence and scans the area in confusion. A beam of light shoots across his face and magical crystals appear around him. He grabs his weapon immediately while glaring at the threat. He clashes his weapon with an incoming strike, and a massive weapon swings toward him, followed by several more. He smashes them into the ground, and the force cracks the earth beneath him. He senses a large box falling onto him at the worst moment and gets struck. Reaper screams his name and reflects he cannot match their speed anymore. The issue stems from the lights disappearing and dulling his senses in the darkness. She tries to explain that the light itself is the problem, and that using a flare gun would help him target them easily. Her voice cuts off when tape suddenly seals her mouth. The demon approaches her and orders her to stay quiet and watch. Griffin trembles with frustration while following her instruction, and selects a flare gun from his inventory. The demon interrupts him again, reminding him that she already mentioned the story has an unhappy ending. She rises into the sky and directs him to resent his own weakness despite his good looks. She points her finger and every box rushes toward him at once while she laughs, and Reaper shouts in fear for him. Griffin suffers heavy in Valkyries and sinks into his thoughts. He remembers people telling him reaching S tier at his pace would be difficult. Others mentioned living under a famous older brother's shadow always becomes painful. Some acknowledged he reached A tier at the youngest age but still fell short of Raven's strength. He admits these points feel true. His thoughts shift toward our boy, and surprise hits him again. He never expected someone to reach such terrifying power in such a short amount of time. He wonders whether the reason hides behind him being a demonic beast. But the idea collapses instantly because nothing about that explains this level of growth. He questions why he himself cannot break through. Just then a voice reminds him that he has not grown at all since Raven's death, asking about his target. As he turns back it's Raven and he freezes while staring at him. Raven continues explaining that irregular hunters do not grow the same way ordinary hunters do. They grow under special conditions, and Griffin's condition was Raven himself. Since Raven died, the system that allowed Griffin's growth can no longer move him beyond this point. Blood drips from Raven's wounded body and splashes onto Griffin's face. Raven leans closer and questions why Griffin believes he cannot grow stronger. Our boy's face forms clearly in Griffin's mind. A voice echoes through him and reminds him that anyone who needs a driving force only has to set a goal. The answer stands simple that he killed Raven. Griffin can now use him as that target. At that exact moment, all the boxes around him move apart as lightning bursts across the space. The lightning forms a shell around him, and Griffin steps out from within it. His aura surges with power as he declares that he will use Baphomet as his new target while the lightning spreads around him in a powerful wave. Jezebel struggles to grasp Griffin's intent, while he focuses only on gaining more strength. Reaper stays locked inside her cage, concerned for him. Griffin picturizes Raven and then decides that removing Baphomet is the only way forward. That thought sends a violent rush of electrical energy through his entire body, strong enough to crack the boxes scattered around them. Jezebel watches the growing surge in disbelief. She tries to stop him, but the power shifts toward her before she can react. The force hits her head on, dragging her to her knees as her body shakes under the overwhelming electricity. Griffin appears in front of her with lightning forming around his hands, already understanding how this new strength works. Jezebel rises into the air, confused but still warning him that this path will end badly. She hurls every box she has left at him, asking him to die, but the moment they hit, she realizes she cannot sense him anymore. A small spark appears among the boxes and expands into a storm of electricity. Griffin bursts through the debris and blasts the boxes away with sharp beams of lightning. Jezebel watches in disbelief as he stands unharmed. Griffin gathers more energy in his palms, steps in front of her core box, and cuts through it with a single precise beam. More lightning follows, tearing through all the remaining boxes with perfect control, and then he turns towards her. Jezebel refuses to accept what she sees. Her weapon form returns as she screams at him, furious that a human ruins her plans. She charges straight at him, but Griffin questions where she thinks she aims. He appears behind her before she can process his movement and releases another strike. Jezebel turns with wide eyes, unable to understand his speed. Griffin shows a cold smile and ends the fight with one final surge that engulfs her completely. Jezebel realizes her fate as the blast consumes her. A massive explosion spreads across the space, and the system confirms the quest's completion with her elimination. Reaper rushes to him in surprise and marvels at the level of power he now holds. She studies his back and notices blood falling from his mouth. She asks about his condition with concern. He wipes the blood and explains that adjusting to this power drained him, but he will recover soon. Lightning still pulses from his body as he lifts his hand and pushes forward to the next floor. The Reaper stays silent, unsure what to make of his transformation. She thinks he might already surpass Raven, which would help her plans. She wonders why they haven't reached the boss chamber yet, and hopes Baphomet's group moves safely on their path. They finally reach their next point and find our boy waiting for them. He questions their delay, and Reaper feels relieved that he stands unharmed, but notices Hunter Decaby's absence. Our dude explains casually that she died on the way up. She asks for details while Griffin studies Baphomet's new strength. He observes Griffin's changed power. Reaper repeats her question about her, and he gives a vague confirmation. Our boy steps forward and places his hand on the giant door, admitting he cannot open it alone. Reaper examines the device beside the entrance and identifies it as a biometric system. She finds another one on the opposite side and concludes that both must activate together, meaning at least 2 survivors must reach this point. They stand before the massive triangular door, and Baphomet explains that he senses the boss beyond it. Reaper grows uneasy, knowing that even 3 A-tier hunters normally fail here. She suggests waiting for Hunter Choi because he climbs fast and might arrive soon. She tries to argue for caution, but a beeping noise interrupts her. The gate announces its opening to challenge the king. As the group steps forward, she protests and questions what Griffin aims to achieve. She understands their confidence but insists that clearing the chamber with only 3 hunters is impossible. Her words stop as the scenery twists around them. They enter a vast space surrounding a strange object encircled by glowing rings. A voice welcomes them to their final destination. They look upward as an explosion erupts. The boss appears and comments on their slow pace, irritated that he had to wait. Pharaoh reveals himself as master of the Tower of Sanctum. He approaches and acknowledges Griffin and Reaper as strong opponents. Pharaoh admits he expected their destruction of his subordinates and explains that he used those battles to gather perfect data on each hunter. In his view, they now move exactly as he predicts. He references the human ranking system and notes that the three of them remain only A-tier hunters, making the outcome clear to him. Pharaoh offers them a chance to abandon their human limits and join him through advanced technological transformation. Our guy interrupts him and mocks him as a useless tin can. Pharaoh freezes for a moment, startled by the insult. Our guy lifts his hand and gathers energy while teasing Pharaoh's appearance. He wonders if diamonds protect Pharaoh's core and states they will test his durability. Griffin prepares his own power beside him. Our guy finishes his challenge by declaring they will find out through a direct fight. Pharaoh accepts, points forward, and launches a wave of flying weapons. A massive explosion signals the start of the battle. At the Office of Hunter Association, a female worker handles night shift tasks at her desk. A colleague approaches, surprised she hasn't gone home yet, and invites her for coffee. The worker hesitates because she cannot miss a tower clearance notification, or she will face trouble. The colleague offers to bring coffee back for her, and she accepts with gratitude. She continues typing until something on her screen catches her attention. The colleague notices her reaction and asks what happened. The worker explains that she cannot understand how the Tower of Sanctum is already cleared when it appeared only recently. Meanwhile, the tower is destroyed. Later, citizens gather along the streets chatting casually until someone notices a hooded figure approaching. A person points toward a newcomer, and the crowd hurries over with excitement. They surround the hooded figure and mention hearing about the hunter who cleared the Tower of Sanctum. The government labeled the tower as a legendary tier, which leaves everyone eager to know how an A-tier hunter achieved such a result. The hooded figure begins to respond, but only mentions landing the final hit before running away. The crowd calls out while she escapes, revealing Reaper running in panic from the attention. Elsewhere, Beelzebub enjoys ice cream while discussing the situation with Baphomet. The system credits Reaper for clearing the tower, yet Baphomet insists he and Griffin fought the boss until the final moment. Our boy explains the story and the scene shifts back inside the tower as an explosion shakes the battlefield. Pharaoh praises both fighters while his damaged body regenerates instantly. He explains that his body can recover endlessly, leaving both hunters stunned and aware that only one option remains. Baphomet calls for Reaper and reminds her of the Void Cube's special effect. The item erases anything placed inside and he urges her to throw it at the boss. She processes the instruction, charges forward, and hurls the cube directly at the demon. The impact triggers a massive explosion. Beelzebub analyzes the situation and concludes the demon crystal inside the item collided with the one in the boss. He regrets losing such a valuable resource because a demon crystal fused with arcane engineering would sell for an enormous amount. Our boy corrects him by pointing out that Reaper also lost her mythic item and pulls out the crux and confirms he still has it. He suggests they continue their tasks and asks about the captive's location. Our boy confirms to him about the prisoner being locked in the shed. Later, Baphomet stands before a door and addresses someone spying on him. The intruder broke into his residence after finding his location. Baphomet recognizes the mage who once joined his party in the labyrinthine tower and demands the person's real identity. The intruder kneels when a powerful energy wave bursts from behind a door, forcing him to collapse. Beyond that door, Beelzebub sits eating ice cream under a protective field. The intruder identifies the spell and grows frustrated at meeting that troublesome child again, disturbed that someone so young handles advanced magic so easily. The link between Beelzebub and the demonic beast Baphomet suggests the child hides far deeper abilities. Baphomet leans closer and demands to know how the intruder learned his nature as a demonic beast. He wonders if the mage witnessed his transformation. He studies the person and questions the feminine appearance. The intruder snaps that he is male, prompting Baphomet to lift his hand threateningly. The mage breaks down in tears and begs him to stop. Baphomet hesitates when something familiar surfaces in his memory. He recalls the twin tails and confirms the intruder's identity, Finesse, an S-tier mage hunter known for cross-dressing. Finesse once climbed the abyssal tower where Baphomet defeated him. When Baphomet cornered him in demonic beast form, Finesse cried and begged for his life. Baphomet considered Finesse's performance disappointing and attempted to finish him, but Finesse's forbidden magic activated automatically. The emergency warp spell teleported the hunter out of the chamber, leaving Baphomet confused. The spell punished Finesse by resetting all his stats. In the present, Finesse explains losing his S-tier rank because of those penalties. He needed to climb towers repeatedly to rebuild his strength. He then presses Baphomet's identity as demonic beast and demands to know how he took human form. Baphomet questions whether that knowledge changes anything, and Finesse threatens to expose him to other hunters. Baphomet comments that few would believe such a claim without proof. Finesse insists he will inform the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs if needed. That threat triggers laughter from Baphomet, and he moves closer and asks whether Finesse possesses any real evidence. He also notes that Finesse entered his territory alone, and wonders about the hunter's judgment. Fear overtakes Finesse as Baphomet asks for a preferred cooking method. His aura grows heavier while he lists brutal options such as beating the victim beyond recognition, puncturing the body until blood pours out, or slicing off limbs slowly. Finesse trembles and demands to know why he must hear this, and his innocent tone catches Baphomet off guard. Baphomet pauses before warning that survival depends on cooperation. He assigns 2 tasks. The first requires locating Loki. Finesse asks who that is, and Baphomet explains Loki works off-record without government registration, making any normal search useless. The second task involves something drawn on paper. Finesse refuses to help a demonic beast, but our boy responds with a heavy kick that slams Finesse to the floor. He stands over him and explains that Finesse fails to understand the situation. He calls for Beelzebub, who reveals placing one of his familiars inside Finesse during the earlier capture, and any disobedience will trigger a lethal poison. Finesse freezes in shock, and Baphomet adds that he does not care if Finesse exposes his identity. Baphomet remarks that letting Finesse leave freely would waste a useful asset. He smiles darkly and promises to drain every drop of usefulness from the hunter's soul. Beelzebub grins and warns that Finesse will soon learn exactly how terrifying demons can be. Baphomet's expression grows even more unsettling as he tells Beelzebub he looks forward to watching Finesse fall into despair. Beelzebub agrees that nothing matches the taste of a miserable soul, and both of them laugh as Finesse flees in fear. As they both watch him run, Baphomet wonders if Beelzebub lied about planting the familiar. Beelzebub confirms the bluff worked since Finesse nearly collapsed from fear alone, and the threat is enough to control him. Beelzebub then questions our dude why they cannot use Mr. Ma for information instead, believing he could work faster. Our dude explains he has not contacted him in a long time and prefers methods that let him work freely. Baphomet then asks Beelzebub to teach him magic. Beelzebub forms a barrier to demonstrate and questions Baphomet's sudden interest. He wonders if something happened inside the tower, and he suggests starting with simple spells since Baphomet favors martial combat. Our dude insists on advanced magic, and Beelzebub studies him silently, takes a deep breath, and looks back in shock as Baphomet creates the barrier perfectly after seeing it once. Beelzebub emphasizes that he only demonstrated it a single time, and asks how Baphomet managed to copy it so easily. Baphomet never used this ability before, which leaves Beelzebub amazed at his potential. Baphomet responds with confidence that he suspected this talent. Beelzebub suggests changing classes entirely because Baphomet could reach Archmage level with proper training. Baphomet agrees and mentions that he has been using his body incorrectly this whole time. Beelzebub notices the strange phrasing and questions whose body Baphomet actually uses. Meanwhile, another man confronts Finesse, who appears extremely stressed. The man reminds Finesse about a scheduled meeting and demands an explanation for the absence. Finesse insists the man promised details about Baphomet, but then disappeared. Finesse needed evidence before contacting him again. The man asks if Finesse found anything, and questions the point of the meeting without results. He turns to leave, calling the whole thing pointless. Finesse stops him by revealing that Baphomet serves as a boss. The statement freezes the man, and Finesse explains that Baphomet is actually a final boss of the Abyssal Tower. Back with Baphomet and Beelzebub, the name shocks Beelzebub and he demands clarification. Baphomet informs that the body belongs to Raven. The scene reveals that the man Finesse met turns out to be Mr. Ma. The goddess explains she only fulfilled Baphomet's deepest hidden desire. During his battle with Raven inside the Abyssal Tower, when Raven's blade pierced him, Baphomet wished with all his being to become like Raven. To grant this, she created a body with an empty soul that allows him to shift into human form. She introduces herself as Ra, embracing him from behind. Our boy realizes this matches what Raven once shared, that Raven never truly controlled his own body. Beelzebub examines the massive mana inside the new body. He had never paid attention to it before, but now sees it as overwhelming. He assumes Raven's unique fire magic would need such a reserve, but our boy corrects him. Raven's skills require no mana, activating freely without cost. This shocks Beelzebub. Our boy explains that the Raven in the Tower of Sanctum was a virtual copy, much weaker than the original, but when it gained awareness and acted with intent, it became the Raven they remember. His body instinctively wrapped itself in buff magic and layers of enhancement that boost physical strength and endurance, because in a tower with repeated long battles, raw strength is more valuable than flashy magic limited by mana. Beelzebub summarizes this as a combat style, one overpowering unique skill, supported by continuous buff magic coating the entire body to dominate any fight. He plans to adopt Raven's method. He recalls how, as a low-tier demonic beast, he learned through many deaths and hardships, so this is nothing new. While he already has buff skills, they only activate under certain triggers, unlike Raven who freely casts buffs. Beelzebub must teach him how to freely use buff magic. Confused by the term, Beelzebub denies knowing anything beyond battle strength buffs. Our boy leans his forehead against Beelzebub's chest briefly, then chases after him in frustration, accusing him of avoiding his teaching responsibilities. Beelzebub insists he only knows buffs tied directly to combat power. Our boy reminds him that he once claimed to be an archmage who mastered every magic field. Beelzebub dismisses support magic as beneath him, but hints that someone else fits the role perfectly, pointing our boy toward her. Later, Yoonseon examines our boy and confirms his arm is fully healed. After clearing the tower, his body holds up well. She asks him to repeat what he said earlier, and boldly asks what he expects to learn from her. He doubts his choice to seek help from someone so unreliable, and as he turns away, she grabs him from behind. She says she heard about his interest in buffs and reminds him that she's a buffer. He explains he finally understands how buffs support battle strength. Yoonseon agrees to teach him but demands payment. He already expects this and asks what she wants. She extends her hand, hinting that she desires his labor work. His cap slips off as she steps closer, making it clear she's serious. At an orphanage, children gather around him. He surprises them by grabbing a boy's arm, tossing him lightly, then catching him immediately, thrilling the kids. Yoonseon reminds them that health checkups come first. While she conducts medical exams, Baphomet plays with the rest of the children. A girl with a leg cast watches quietly as he continues playing but gets hit in the face by a football. As evening falls, the orphanage director thanks Yoonseon again, relieved that the kids enjoyed their checkups. Yoonseon downplays it, pointing out that Baphomet handled the harder part. The director, amazed, notes that an A-tier hunter spent the day with lively children. Exhausted, Baphomet wonders how the kids never tire. He asks Yoonseon if her request is complete now that he finished her tasks. She reveals that 2 more places remain, which frustrates him. He suggests continuing tomorrow, and she gasps dramatically, teasing that he seems unusually eager. She explains that magic can't be taught freely. 1 day of labor isn't enough payment. She leaves, promising to return tomorrow. Baphomet stands fuming about spending the whole day wearing an ugly headband she gave him, realizing she tricked him from the start. Beelzebub and Reaper tease him about the headband's terrible look. Reaper appears, telling him she visited his house when his phone was off but only found his brother. She asks him to call her Yoram Na instead of her title. She requests his time and leads him toward a car. Before leaving, she thanks Beelzebub for his politeness, which he credits to her wealth. He clarifies that his earlier invitation to eat together meant something different. Reaper explains she invited him because everyone worked hard to clear the tower and deserves a celebration. Outside the hotel, Baphomet notices a huge congratulatory banner with Reaper's photo, praising her as a genius who cleared Tower Sanctum. Reaper is embarrassed, blaming her uncle for the publicity stunt. She doesn't want fame as a hunter, only recognition as an archaeologist. Inside, Chu, Nelia, and Zest wait for them. Nelia praises their feat of clearing the tower alone, but Reaper insists she accomplished nothing, crediting Baphomet and Griffin. Zest finds it odd that no other customers are present, and Reaper explains she rented the whole restaurant for privacy. Nelia and Reaper take photos together. Reaper announces a second round. Griffin rises to leave despite Nelia's pleas. Baphomet blocks him, asking about his plans. Griffin explains he needs to grow stronger and use Baphomet without revealing anything now. He wants to defeat Baphomet at his peak for a true victory. Griffin delivers this with clear intent and leaves. Baphomet mutters about his audacity. Later, Baphomet rests on a bench under the full moon, recalling Griffin's words. Reaper joins him, suggesting ice cream. She jokes about her special stomach for sweets and mentions the others left. Noticing the time, she says she needs sleep but has one last thing to do. Suddenly, she kisses Baphomet on the lips from behind, then wishes him goodnight and walks away. Baphomet stays frozen, wide-eyed, stunned, and trying to process what just happened. Baphomet mutters under his breath, puzzled about the ice cream and feeling a nervous chill. He grumbles about running into her again, but a voice from behind interrupts him. Chu appears, mentioning he expected Baphomet to have gone home already, and says it's convenient because he wanted a moment alone with him. Noticing Baphomet's flushed face, Chu guesses he probably drank quite a bit. Baphomet brushes it off and asks what Chu wants. Chu smiles and asks what drives Baphomet as a hunter. Baphomet questions again, prompting Chu to explain that some hunters chase money, some follow a calling, and some fight for a cause. He waits for Baphomet's answer. Calmly, Baphomet says he enjoys standing in the heat of battle and wants to reach the peak where the strongest stand. Chu smiles, saying it would be a waste to overlook such potential, then asks Baphomet what he thinks about joining the Nebula Guild. Later, back at the orphanage, the director thanks Yoonseon again while Baphomet watches her seriously. Yoonseon says helping children gives her deep satisfaction and pride as a doctor. She asks if he agrees it's rewarding. He responds dryly that it's fine and reminds her not to avoid their agreement. She feigns innocence and asks why he thinks she dragged him all the way there. She starts teaching him magic. He releases a controlled burst of mana. Yoonseon watches with glowing eyes, surprised at how fast he picks it up. She admits teaching him might be fun after all, and understands why high-rank hunters seek prodigies, and they want to see how far they can rise. She explains that as his stats improve, new techniques will open, which she can teach if he wants. He says he wants them, but casually adds he's done with her guild. Stepping closer with a grin, she demands what he means. He reveals another guild approached him. Her voice tightens as she asks which one. He pretends to think before naming the Nebula Guild. They descend stairs as she repeats the name in shock. He notes he doesn't need to explain more. Guilds offer big sign-on bonuses, expensive gear, supplies, and tower access, things she knows well. Sweat covers her face as he reminds her she tricked him, dragged him into a dungeon, locked him into a guild with a ridiculous name, and bossed him around just to teach one skill. He ends there and tries to leave, but she drops to her knees. He tells her to treat the skill he learned as payment every time she uses him. Desperate, she asks what it would take for him to stay offering money, power, anything. He says he needs none of that. He will stay only if she accepts one condition. She asks what condition. He explains he wants to play among the strongest, but can't do that with a weak guild. She realizes he means she must expand it. Leaning in, he adds one more demand. She must throw away the awful guild name. Later, at Heaven Hotel, a man at reception confirms a reservation, and that belongings will be delivered upstairs. A couple walks by. The man comments on how expensive the hotel looks and wonders about room cost. The woman reassures him he only needs to focus on her. They stand in front of Reaper's congratulatory banner without noticing. The man jumps at the banner and asks who the hunter is. Someone nearby explains the hotel heir is a hunter and attractive. The woman bristles, demanding what he just said as Reaper passes by, raising her phone to show him something she found. Inside the event hall, voices call for confirmation as the doors slide open. Reaper enters, drawing murmurs from gathered hunters. Near the tables, a hunter girl admires another girl's growing influence and wonders where she found such a crowd. Minerva, Guildmaster of Defiance, credits Reaper for the turnout and mentions the difficulty securing the venue. Ella of Lafoam agrees Reaper's presence helped and congratulates Minerva on reaching the top 10. She brushes off luck and demands dinner as repayment. Ella snaps at one of her hunters, scolding her for needing to avoid eating due to a photo shoot. The girl nervously apologizes and reaches for food but freezes under Ella's glare. Minerva urges her to let the girl eat, but Ella insists on calorie counting if she wants to surpass Valkyrie. Minerva drops it and says important guests will arrive soon. Ella asks who, and Minerva only hints. Baphomet arrives. The girl Ella scolded stiffens, stumbles, bows nervously, and apologizes as he passes. Yunsan approaches Baphomet amid all Hunter's eyes, saying he should have worn a proper suit. He argues hunters don't need that, but she explains that top aspirants must look the part at official events since reputation matters. Ella comes to their table, calls Yunseon's name, and asks if she'll finally take her guild seriously. She asks why Yunseon abandoned her cute guild name. Yunseon answers that Baphomet forced her to change it or he would quit. Ella looks at Baphomet eating cake and asks if that's why. Minerva studies him as Ella wonders where Yunseon found someone like him. Yunseon explains he didn't join for money but because he admired her skills. Ella laughs, asking how much to bid to steal him. Yunseon snaps at her to stop. He's their only hope. Minerva narrows her eyes, asking if Yunseon contacted her earlier, knowing Baphomet would show up tonight. Yunseon is confused until Minerva mentions her ex-husband. Suddenly, a hand rests on Yunseon's shoulder. She freezes as a man leans close and greets her, asking how she's been. Across the room, Baphomet stands among hunters, thinking how much he dislikes attention. He recalls orientation days when standing out made things harder. He spots Reaper entering, guesses the hotel belongs to her family, and the memory of their kiss flashes in his mind. He gulps his drink, pretending not to see her. Suddenly, a man shouts Reaper's name, startling Baphomet. The man storms toward her furious, claiming she promised him a date after clearing the tower. Reaper denies making any such promise and says she already paid any debt she owed. The man grabs his head, mutters her name, and orders her to stop messing with him. His hand lifts toward her, but before he can touch her, Baphomet steps in, grabs the man's wrist, and Reaper calls Baphomet's name in shock. Baphomet grips Barg's hand firmly as Barg studies him with unease, sensing the wild pressure of a demonic beast's blood aura. Barg questions if Baphomet is a hunter. Reaper shows clear surprise, noting Baphomet usually avoids crowded events. Baphomet wonders why his presence causes trouble. When he hints at something but stops, Barg urges him to finish, then jokes that Reaper might be his girlfriend, concluding Baphomet must be a hunter, and immediately asks about his guild. Baphomet names the Wilderness Guild but quickly corrects to Sweet Pink Angel Guild, offending our boy, who explains he's never been familiar with Wilderness Guild and is disappointed Reaper spends time with hunters he sees as inferior. When Baphomet questions his identity, he proudly states he's from the Guardians Guild, which climbed rapidly into the top 3 by clearing towers at record speed. Baphomet admits ignorance about Guardians and taunts him by bringing up Nebula Guild, angering and shocking our boy. Reaper laughs at the idea someone wouldn't know a top 3 guild. Both men stare at her blankly as she catches her breath. Barg grits his teeth, glaring at Baphomet, wondering how he keeps such an attitude while belonging to a guild Barg deems worthless. Barg notices Minerva, Defiance Guild's master, seated among guests. He approaches Baphomet, suggests leaving, but soon loudly proposes something to Minerva. She shows interest as he explains the atmosphere is too quiet for hunters used to constant action. Some whisper about the refined event, while Barg recommends a competition. Minerva asks if he means a friendly duel. Ella tenses, warning that guild leaders are present and even friendly fights risk offending others. Barg insists it will remain proper if both sides agree and points to Baphomet as his chosen opponent. Ella objects to a fight in a formal setting, but Minerva admits boredom, surprising Ella. Their eyes shift to Yun-Seon and her ex for their opinion. Later, Baphomet faces Barg as the match begins. Ella murmurs about the odd situation. One side represents Yun-Seon's guild, the other the Guardian's guild master. Minerva apologizes for the fight's location, saying she only arranged the venue. Reaper reassures her that reconstruction was planned. Reaper hides worry, suspecting Barg has more experience, though she acknowledges Baphomet's talent is above average. She suspects Barg wants to embarrass him publicly. Barg smirks, revealing he personally requested the venue but warns the crowd not to expect entertainment since the match will end quickly. He studies Baphomet sharply, calling him a third-rate hunter for belonging to a third-rate guild. He questions how Baphomet got invited, and insists he should have stayed hidden to avoid humiliation. Baphomet interrupts impatiently, urging Barg to start and criticizing unnecessary talk. Barg questions his confidence as tremendous energy erupts from his hand and spreads. Declaring he'll crush Baphomet's confidence, Barg lunges at him with terrifying speed. Baphomet bends knees as Barg vanishes and reappears above him in a flash, showing mastery of speed combat. Hands in pockets, while Baphomet quietly compares his speed to someone else remembered. His red eyes glow, concluding Barg's speed means nothing compared to that individual. Shock spreads through Yun-Seon and nearby hunters as blood sprays in the air. Baphomet severs Barg's arm, leaving Barg on one knee, cursing, his detached arm falling beside him. Silence freezes the hall, stunned by this extreme result for a supposedly friendly match. Minerva claps, praising Baphomet's overwhelming force and calling him extraordinary. Hunters stay silent since Minerva rarely shows admiration. She asks for his real name and requests to inspect his hand. Confused, Baphomet extends it. She finds the injury and sits with him, opening an emergency kit, noting he hadn't noticed the wound because Barg's fighting style leaves barely noticeable hits. Baphomet brushes it off, saying winning mattered more. Reaper calls him simple as he glances at her before turning away. He says treatment is unnecessary since it will heal naturally. Reaper reminds him hunters must stay fully strong since gate shocks come without warning, and small injuries can cause major trouble. Smiling faintly, she bandages his hand and reveals she learned about his labyrinthine tower clearance through his sheer strength. He looks at her, then notices Yun-Seon hiding behind the door watching. Yun-Seon steps out, admitting she didn't want to interrupt. She says she buffed his right hand earlier. Reaper quickly deduces he lacked time to buff his whole body and had to focus on one hand. She adds he didn't need to go that far against Barg. Baphomet explains winning was necessary to protect their guild's dignity. Yun-Seon questions what dignity their guild holds when hardly anyone knows its name. Internally, she admires Baphomet's ability to adapt skills to his style and respects his battle instincts, though they frighten her. She wonders how strong he might become and feels grateful their guild gained attention through him. Minerva approaches again, saying greater strength demands more time in the spotlight. Powerful hunters represent their guilds. She cites Valkyrie from Arc Guild and Vango from Nebula Guild. She says reaching S tier makes a hunter a symbol and studies Baphomet, saying he resembles her, someone who needs combat as both purpose and life. She mentions a place called the Colony perfect for him. Baphomet asks about the colony. Yun-Seon quickly objects, but Minerva insists it's the fastest path to S tier. Yun-Seon counters that the colony is where A-tier hunters face near certain death. She stresses that number 302, Baphomet, can reach S tier without entering. Minerva admits that takes longer, but Yun-Seon argues steady growth is still progress. The three exchange looks as Baphomet asks what the colony truly is. Yun-Seon sweats nervously while Reaper explains. The colony, aka Demon Land or Demonic World, is where gate shocks bring the most demonic beasts, and where towers erupt repeatedly, no matter how many are cleared. Minerva adds surviving alone there is nearly impossible. Yun-Seon warns even ordinary hunters there fall into battle madness, with fights sparked by mere eye contact. She insists Baphomet cannot go. Baphomet asks if avoiding the colony blocks his path to S tier, and confirms entering it accelerates growth. The women stare worriedly. Minerva smiles and leans forward, asking if he wants to enter the colony. Meanwhile, Barg receives emergency treatment and is bandaged, while Ella notes that the wound looks stable for now but will not last without proper hospital care, and her earlier wish of enjoying a quiet evening with fine wine fades into complete disaster. The guildmaster watches him, and his mother's old advice about avoiding heavy responsibilities crosses his mind. Just then, Barg offers an apology that barely forms before the guildmaster's foot crashes onto his shoulder. Pain shoots through Barg as he criticizes his failure to handle the hunter who provoked him, and accuses him of dragging their guild's honor through carelessness. Barg tries another apology, but the guildmaster dismisses the effort and reaches for his throat with a tightening force that makes Barg plead in panic as sweat runs down his face. Mr. Ma steps in, grips the guildmaster's arm, and suggests that Barg already understands the entire lesson. Guildmaster acknowledges him with familiarity, while Barg pulls free and immediately escapes. He forms a smooth smile, greets Mr. Ma, and offers an apology for any rough tone before inviting him for tea. His phone rings before he can continue, and he asks for a moment. A voice on the other end questions whether meeting his first love again makes him eager for extra time. The call ends abruptly, leaving him frozen. Mr. Ma remarks that the guildmaster's wife never changes. Later, as Ma prepares to leave, he recalls how he learned about his old government position long ago, yet pretended otherwise, which matches his sly nature. Yunsun suddenly appears behind him and questions who he calls sly. Ma jumps and demands to know why she stands there. She explains that she had a meeting nearby, noticed the Defiance Guild hosting an event, and came to check. He reaches toward her automatically, but she blocks him and states she has no time because an emergency concerns Baphomet. Ma insists on details and she explains that Baphomet plans to go to the colony. Ma repeats the word with disbelief while she expresses shock at his interest in what she considers a living hell and begs Ma to intervene. Ma admits that the idea holds merit since the colony would strengthen Baphomet more than anything else. While at Cafe Eden, two people sit across from Baphomet while he focuses on Finesse, who wears feminine clothing that leaves him questioning the odd choice. Finesse insists it relates to business, but Baphomet dismisses it as nonsense. A guy among them approaches and requests a picture with Finesse, expressing deep admiration for his streams, and Finesse accepts quickly. More customers gather, and Baphomet watches the scene unfold with rising confusion until he questions the situation. Finesse explains they count as his customers, and that he announced his cafe visit earlier for fan service. Baphomet questions whether the customers know his gender, and Finesse confirms they do. Shock hits him so hard he spills coffee onto his own face. Finesse continues calmly about supply and demand, and he sighs while accepting the endless variety of the world. He shifts to business and asks whether Finesse completed the investigation. Finesse confirms he located Loki despite a minor change in appearance, and shows a picture of him disguised as a religious sect leader. He notes the dyed hair, while Finesse explains Loki hid his traces the moment he sensed the investigation. Finesse admits this is his limit, but assures our boy that his supporters will eventually track Loki down. For the second request, he reveals confusion while showing the picture of a strange creature, since he found no information despite the detailed drawing. Our boy remembers the mentor, recalling one of his earliest missions, the one where he was supposed to catch the mastermind behind his mentor's death. He failed because the enemy killed the mentor before revealing anything. Only torn remains stayed behind, proving that the killer wanted their organization erased entirely. He suspects a mana user who revives bodies, and if Mr. Ma's assessment holds true, then the enemy must be a necromancer. Finesse shocks to hear necromancer and notes how rare such a class appears, which should narrow the search. Our dude admits he underestimated Finesse's usefulness after criticizing him earlier. He then questions whether Finesse revealed his identity to anyone. Finesse flinches and denies it, but Baphomet's stare pushes him into panic. His mind then recalls a memory from days earlier when Finesse approached Mr. Ma and shared the unbelievable truth that the Abyssal Tower chamber boss Baphomet was actually Baphomet himself. Ma revealed he already knew Finesse had entered the Abyssal Tower and instructed him to think of it as verifying information. He confirmed Minucha as Baphomet, which caused Mr. Ma to burst into loud laughter. Ma explained that he believed everything because someone appears to orchestrate events behind the scenes, and because Finesse's eyewitness account lined up with his own intel. Finesse remembers Ma's order to assist Baphomet while sweating at the thought. He now questions while unable to understand Ma's logic. While our boy gets the call from Yunseon, Echidna asks Valkyrie to test a product during the slow season, but Valkyrie is distracted by trying to clear a difficult game stage. Echidna recognizes her usual pattern of bored laziness. After Valkyrie fails again, Echidna suggests she take a vacation, warning she might lose popularity to the rising hunter-musician Muse. Valkyrie, feeling nothing is enjoyable anymore, ignores the warning. Their conversation shifts to Valkyrie's mentoring work in the colony. Echidna confirms Arc Guild isn't all female and promises to recruit a male hunter soon. When she asks why Valkyrie is suddenly interested in the colony, Valkyrie dodges the question. Echidna dismisses the idea, claiming Valkyrie wouldn't survive a day there. Valkyrie grows curious about the colony, especially after spotting Baphomet walking with Yoon Seon. She observes them secretly, wondering about their relationship while they shop. Upon overhearing that Baphomet will soon leave for the colony, she rushes back to Echidna and announces she wants to go too, stunning her guildmaster. Later, Baphomet's neighbor reassures him about the dangers of the colony and promises to look after Beelzebub while he's gone. Yunseon drives him there, begging him to reconsider, warning survival inside the colony is brutal. Baphomet refuses to back down. When the towering landscape finally appears, smoke rising around countless massive structures, he stares in awe. grinning with excitement at the jackpot waiting ahead. Yoonseon then returns to her hospital where the receptionist greets her and confirms Baphomet has already left. Yoonseon lowers her face while accepting this, and her reaction makes the receptionist question whether she worries about his condition there. Yoonseon suddenly bursts out, screaming how he looked eager to live there forever. She reenacts his jackpot moment with frustration and shouts about his ridiculous response with loud disbelief. Meanwhile, the colony rises with massive towers and a small entrance door at the base where hunters crowd the main square. One hunter grabs another by the shirt while demanding what he just heard. The other meets his glare and explains he only suggested watching where he walks since he moves like someone without eyes. The first curses before drawing his sword and striking. Their weapons clash as Baphomet steps in and questions the point of this fight. Both freeze when they notice him and demand his identity before threatening each other about future encounters and warning each other to watch their backs. Baphomet stands between them until they step away. He observes how simple bumping starts fights here and notes that the A-tier hunters around him are no weaklings but actual threats. He notices everyone keeps weapons drawn instead of stored, something impossible outside. A sword slash suddenly bursts near him as a hunter gets decapitated. Two hunters behind him laugh and celebrate a perfect hit. They mock the injured man by questioning whether the injury hurt too much before explaining he deserved it for trying to flee the colony in fear. They question why he ran now and complain about tolerating him. Our boy watches with calm understanding that anyone trying to leave becomes a loser in their eyes. A-tier hunters receive respect everywhere else, yet here everyone judges skill alone. He feels genuine affection for this place as his aura expands. A voice calls his name from behind and Mr. Ma arrives on a bike with Yoonseon and confirms they finally found him, which leaves Baphomet confused. Later inside a tower, a man and woman in uniform sit together. The woman introduces herself as Jumi Kim from the colony shelter, while the man introduces himself as Haru Kang. Baphomet recognizes them as the ones he barely dodged earlier and questions such an aggressive greeting. They brush this aside because killing an A-tier hunter was never their intention. They explain they received contact from the Seoul branch of the Central Agency of Hunter Affairs, and then question his information about the colony before arriving. He responds that he only heard towers appear constantly and attract A-tier hunters who want quick advancement to S-tier. The staff members step forward and begin summarizing. Haru explains that their job is introducing the colony system, and he requests permission to continue. Hunters receive shared living quarters of 4 at assigned locations where volunteer S-tier hunters serve as mentors on standby. Our guy questions if mentors resemble the guides in early hunter training. Haru agrees, but clarifies they function more like class presidents. Jumi adds that A-tier hunters help other A-tiers while keeping show-offs under control. Haru describes this as a safety measure against accidents, which Baphomet questions. Haru clarifies that accidents refer to hunters dying while fighting each other. Our boy questions how they distinguish tower deaths from hunter-caused deaths, since demonic beast kills and hunter kills look the same. Haru reveals the rule requiring solo tower raids, shocking Baphomet. He questions this contradiction with the group of 4. Haru explains he meant group accommodations while towers must be cleared alone. He suggests meeting Team Leader No, who is waiting. Inside another room, Team Leader No studies Baphomet with a relaxed expression, while a cigarette hangs between her fingers. She greets him with professionalism and introduces herself as Jaekyung No, the one who oversees everything inside the colony shelter. Baphomet comments in a casual tone that the orientation already feels finished, and he wonders if anything still remains. His attention shifts to the side, and he spots Griffin standing near No. Griffin freezes the moment their eyes meet, and Baphomet questions how he ended up here while No quietly notes the familiarity between the two. At headquarters, Mr. Ha reacts with open disbelief after hearing that Griffin entered the colony, despite the records confirming he reached S-tier without needing this place. He turns to his subordinate with sharp irritation and demands to know if he encouraged Griffin to go in. Zest quickly denies giving any advice without permission, which forces Ha to conclude that someone else convinced Griffin behind his back. He falls silent for a moment and then orders his staff to alert him the moment Leader Ma arrives. Back inside the tower, No explains that Griffin and Baphomet will now split up and head to their rooms before starting their activities, and assure them that staff members will handle the rest. Their eager faces draw his attention, and she remarks that every newcomer steps into the colony with the same bright look before the atmosphere eventually breaks it. She describes this place as a harsh world where hunters claw their way to S-tier, and he mentions how many actually achieve that goal after entering. She brings up Raven as the most known case, which leaves both men reacting with clear surprise. Our boy questions why Raven's name enters the conversation, and No takes that reaction as a sign of genuine ambition, since that title belongs to the greatest thunder. No then asks for their first impressions and directs his attention to Griffin. He explains that nothing stands out except the large number of towers, and the understanding that clearing those beasts will push him to S-tier fast. He keeps his eyes locked on Baphomet during his explanation, and Baphomet returns the look with a faint smile. No comments that Griffin matches the rumors and turns toward Baphomet. Baphomet responds by questioning whether reaching S tier through tower clearing should not be considered a basic standard for hunters. Griffin watches him with quiet focus, while No listens with interest. Baphomet adds that he came here because he intends to fight every hunter inside the colony. His serious tone leaves both staring at him for a moment before No bursts into loud laughter. No remarks that this mindset is completely different from the usual answers she hears and expresses high expectations for both of them. She wonders who will tear through the colony and reach S tier first and wishes them strength before they begin. After he leaves, our boy's thoughts turn toward Griffin's sudden appearance here. The timing feels too precise, and he wonders if Griffin actually followed him. Something ahead draws his attention. He pushes open a door and steps into complete darkness. The silence feels heavy as he moves deeper and questions if someone else is inside. A voice answers behind him, and he spins around instantly. Light fills the room as a hooded figure steps forward, and someone behind him fires a party popper and shouts a playful surprise while teasing him about arriving late as the newest member. 3 hunters sit together, and one comments that the court name fits the colony well. The hooded figure introduces himself as Lunatic, an S-tier hunter assigned as Baphomet's mentor during his contract period, and mentions the A-tier hunters who will support him here. A redhead steps up and introduces himself as Guilty. Another follows and introduces himself as Jackal. The last one, Hyper, mentions they share the same age and suggests they should get along easily. Baphomet stays silent, which prompts jokes about his dull reaction and guesses that the surprise must have failed. They assume he feels nervous and lift bottles of wine, urging him to drink and relax. Baphomet watches them with disbelief and thinks these overly enthusiastic people feel unreal. In the morning, Lunatic approaches him directly by name, which startles Baphomet slightly. Lunatic guesses he drank too much the night before because everyone already left to clear towers. He advises Baphomet to begin as well, while faint chirping sounds echo in the background. Baphomet reacts with disbelief. Later, he manages to clear a tower, and the notification confirms the completion of the Tower of Royal Wrath. He bends forward in exhaustion and wonders how he managed anything while half hungover. When he returns to the quarters, the others declare him the last one back. Their casual tone confuses him, and Guilty explains that this team follows a competition system they created themselves. First place earns 3 points, second earns 2, and third earns 1. Lunatic adds that last place receives nothing and points toward a board with everyone's scores. Baphomet gives a small nod. Guilty comments that he drank far too much yesterday because hunters should never let their guard drop. Their laughter fills the room, and Baphomet sighs before letting out a small laugh of his own. Without warning, he slams the table, smashing it instantly, and shouts that they completely ruined him. His eyes sharpen as he declares that their behavior was genuinely ridiculous. Their expressions slowly turn into nervous smiles. Rain pours down as our boy stands in the tower with a glowing stone, with his weapon raised. He cuts straight through a demonic beast, then turns and cleanly removes the head of another. He calls out for the real enemy to reveal itself, and a disguised boss steps forward with subordinates forming a circle around him. The boss demands to know how a human reached this chamber and promises regret for stepping inside. Energy surges as he rises from a magic circle, lifts both hands, and unleashes power across the ground, and the force wraps around every subordinate. Something begins gathering beneath his coat before his joints split open, revealing a massive demonic form, Amon, the boss of the Tower of Darkness. Amon lifts his arm and creates a swirling mass of magic while declaring that our guy should feel honored to become his sacrifice. A magical blade flies toward him, who responds that the dramatic transformation deserved a better attack. He jumps above Amon and slices through him in one clean strike, shocking the demon. Baphomet calls him another weakling before a massive explosion erupts. Later, our boy cuts down another demon while Hyper watches in disbelief. He drops from above and splits the creature cleanly. Jackal joins Hyper, amused by the display, just as Baphomet binds another demon with his chain weapon. Guilty arrives as well, and all three stare wide-eyed. When they look back at Baphomet, he gives them a relaxed smile. The board soon updates, showing Baphomet at the top with the highest points, leaving them stunned. Then the scene shifts to Sujin Yeo, who is confirming arrangements over the phone and offering extra assistance. The person on the call mentions her 3 years of work at the colony branch of the Hunter Agency. Nearby, a man suddenly approaches a female worker and shouts about being told to wait. She reminds him of the rules, while Sujin thinks about how they usually manage troublesome hunters like him. A newly hired worker nearby looks ready to cry, reminding Sujin of how easily frightened she used to be. Sujin steps forward and lists his violations, including 3 counts of property damage, 5 assault cases inside the call unit, and several counts of threats and verbal abuse. She informs him of his 10-day tower ban and adds that he is getting off lightly. The new worker watches nervously as the man questions how she dares talk this way when he comes to the colony to clear towers. Sujin calmly confirms that because this is the colony, staff can speak this way. Losing 1 or 2 hunters will not affect anything here. The man freezes, then lunges a hand toward her as the female worker shouts a warning. A hand stops him, Baphomet appears between them and tells the man to leave since his own turn has arrived. He adds that this is the colony, a place where hunters behave like walking disasters. When Baphomet steps outside, he bursts into laughter, catching everyone's attention. He declares that he has burned through every note in his inventory, fighting non-stop every single day, and calls it refreshing with a bright grin. Elsewhere, a receptionist asks if Yoon Se-on is coughing from a cold. Back at the colony, Baphomet thinks about the 2 months that have passed since he arrived. He has improved a lot, upgrading his skills using cruxes from tower clears, though his level rises slower than expected. His biggest jump came from the crux of the labyrinthine tower, making him wonder about the differences between tower tiers. He recalls the categories: rare, unique, epic, legendary, and mythic. Higher tiers give stronger cruxes. He currently clears up to epic towers, so his upgrades come from epic tier and below. He compares it to an RPG where skills need more experience points the higher they go. The only way to get those points is by clearing towers and collecting cruxes. Legendary and mythic towers will demand far more strength. He realizes that he can fight endlessly now without waiting around like he did in his old tower life. He will surpass his past self and surpass everyone, especially Raven. He starts laughing uncontrollably, drawing looks from passing hunters. At that moment, his phone rings, surprising him. Back home, he learns with shock what Beelzebub did 2 months earlier. A flashback shows a classroom where a teacher introduces the new student, Jinu Cha, Beelzebub standing emotionless. She encourages everyone to get along. Girls whisper about his cuteness, while a boy watches with irritation. Later, the boy trips someone and asks if being popular with girls makes Beelzebub feel cool. He mocks the attention Beelzebub receives and questions what he expects from it. Beelzebub replies that attraction to superior beings is a natural instinct. He stands up and deduces that the boy must be the area boss. The boy demands an explanation, but Beelzebub punches him so hard he flies to the ground. Everyone stares as Beelzebub studies his own hand. He tells the boy he has finally understood his weakness compared to stronger beings. He calls him lucky for learning the rules of survival early, because it will help him later in life. He walks toward the trembling boy. His neighbor explains over the phone that Baphomet's brother is like him, which makes him think about how the boy lashes out at others. He remembers Beelzebub asking if he planned to spend money from Reaper for buying an apartment. He answered that he wouldn't refuse because Reaper reminded him again that good equipment is crucial in towers. Beelzebub agreed and explained that he wanted a human body specifically to fight. Then he questioned why he became human, since he never asked for it. He complained that he cannot use proper magic without hunter status, unlike Baphomet. He hated wasting days reading books and insisted that if he had to be human, he should get to enjoy human perks. He yelled and called Baphomet every name he could think of for not knowing how to enjoy anything. Back in the present, she promises to take good care of him and tells Baphomet to be cautious, though she admits he probably has nothing to worry about. After the call, Baphomet wonders why that memory returned, especially the part about strength by Reaper. Hyper suddenly appears and asks what he's doing. Baphomet looks at him, and Hyper stares back before asking why he's acting distant. Hyper claims he isn't plotting anything and insists housemates should be friends. He asks if Baphomet is still mad about their earlier teasing and mentions that grudges aren't healthy. He suggests they go out for a break. Our dude questions the idea, and Hyper points out that Baphomet has been clearing towers non-stop. He acknowledges the hard work but warns that burnout is real. He tells him to fix his hair, put on decent clothes, and have fun. Baphomet refuses, but remembers Beelzebub's rant about not enjoying life, and he changes his mind immediately. Now at a party, Baphomet studies the empty surroundings and wonders what people even do here. He walks forward and soon spots a group of girls dancing. He watches them, confused and curious about what kind of situation he has walked into. Hyper walks beside Baphomet and explains that people always react the same way the first time they enter this place, because no one expects a spot like this to exist inside the colony. He mentions that it opens only once in 30 days and allows colony hunters, outside hunters, and even ordinary people to come and go freely. He adds that constant battles wear people down, so having somewhere to unwind helps prevent everyone from breaking under the pressure and urges Baphomet to follow him. Our guy watches the crowd drinking while the girls dance in the center. Hyper notices his stiff posture and asks why he looks so wary, as if he has never stepped into a place like this before. When Baphomet admits it, Hyper reacts in disbelief and jokes that Baphomet looks rough enough to fit right in. He questions the comparison as he studies the interior, which feels strangely familiar. Hyper explains that this building used to be a hotel and survived the gate shock while the rest of the district was destroyed during the colony's creation. Our dude inquires how people are supposed to enjoy themselves here. Hyper realizes again that this really is his first time and explains that people either dance, drink, or spend time with others who visit the colony for personal reasons while gesturing toward the girls. When he asks what he means, Hyper explains that hunters naturally develop certain desires in a place like this. Baphomet wonders what kind of desires he means, and Hyper casually asks what type of women he prefers. Our guy questions why he suddenly brought up women, while Hyper cheerfully mentions that he likes older women who know how to control the situation. He then asks what type Baphomet likes. Before he can respond, he senses Jackal seated behind him with someone leaning close. Baphomet turns to see Jackal grinning and winking, which leaves him tense. Guilty suddenly jumps forward, slams his foot onto a table and shouts that he is done being tricked. Girls sit along the table while he yells at them for playing him again. He complains about always ending up on the losing side and lifts a punishment stick to prove it. He declares that they are messing with him on purpose before tearing off his shirt and tossing it aside. He orders them to admire the abs he earned through fighting demonic beasts and insists he is not just a gym show-off. The girls laugh and cheer while Baphomet stands there feeling uncomfortable. Hyper then talks about how the trip from Seoul takes about an hour or two, which isn't far but still drains people because of the procedures involved. When Baphomet asks why people still travel here, he explains that almost everything is allowed in the colony, except killing someone. Baphomet stares at him in disbelief as Hyper sticks out his tongue to reveal a pill resting on it. Hyper calls out to the nearby women and motions for our boy to come join them. Baphomet wonders about the pill as he recognizes it. The scene shifts back to Baphomet standing with Griffin before No, who asks for a short private conversation. Baphomet asks if something else needs discussing, but No brings up hearing that Baphomet joined the cleaning crew. Baphomet questions how No even knows about the crew and asks if she works with them as well. No replies that she understands enough without needing more explanation and shows a pill connected to a drug spreading among hunters in the colony. Baphomet questions why hunters would rely on drugs and asks why No cannot track down the dealer himself. She explains that hunters control the colony, so most things get tolerated unless the issue becomes truly severe. She adds that the situation changes when civilians get dragged into the problem. When Baphomet asks if civilians have already been affected, No confirms it and explains that he followed his usual nightly routine until he finally got a lead. Baphomet figures out that since hunters are using it, hunters must be the ones selling it. He then asks with a grin if he can kill the one responsible once he finds them. She smiles back and comments that hunters treat the colony like their own private world, even when one of them causes trouble. Back at the party, Hyper approaches Baphomet again, wondering why he is still just standing around, and suggests having fun with the two girls behind him. Our dude considers whether Hyper is involved in the drug issue or simply tied to someone who is. He decides blending in would help him figure things out and agrees. His attention shifts when he notices a girl with long flowing hair and turns out it's Valkyrie. He studies her closely while thinking of a familiar woman. Everyone turns toward her as she steps forward and begins dancing with bright, lively energy. 1 month earlier, a hunter asked Valkyrie why she looked so pale. She insisted she was fine, but the hunter pointed out how completely drained she looked and asked if handling A-tier situations had worn her down, and Agatha appeared at that moment. Another S-tier hunter commented that their team had grown stronger recently because of A-tier newcomer. Agatha asked if he meant Griffin, which confused the others. Valkyrie then demonstrated how she approached a hunter group, introduced herself, and explained that she had been assigned to work with them. They stared in disbelief as they recognized her and wondered why someone at her level came to the colony, which had deteriorated over time. They continued staring until Valkyrie noticed Griffin and questioned why someone like him was even here. Griffin called the older hunter an old dude and challenged him to fight if he had a problem with it. Agatha understood the situation but still admired Valkyrie, calling her inspiring because nobody expected her to come to the colony. She held Valkyrie's hand and praised her choice to mentor others after reaching S-tier. Valkyrie apologized as another hunter explained that many had considered coming to the colony after hearing she arrived. Valkyrie questioned why this happened, and they explained that even though they never show it, many A-tier hunters in the colony respect her. They offered their help if she ever needed it, which left Valkyrie wondering how everything had changed so quickly. Back in the present, she thinks about ending up here just because she wants to flirt with someone. 2 months have gone by without even spotting Baphomet once. The earlier comment about someone like her not lasting a day here echoes in her mind. She runs around searching for him. In the colony's bathing area, she steps out of the water and someone immediately asks what is wrong. She explains that insects crawled out of the water. The person explains that the colony's sewage system is old, so problems like this happen often, and sometimes the water shuts off entirely for days. She is shocked at the idea of not being able to wash for that long. The person points toward another path and explains that an old wooden cabin filters mountain water and works fine. Valkyrie asks if it really works before saying she will be quick and rushing off. She gets warned that skill usage inside colony facilities is forbidden, which confuses her. The person explains that damaging facilities is taken seriously. Valkyrie questions walking around in darkness, and they offer to go with her if she feels scared. She refuses and reminds them she is an S-tier hunter before hurrying away. As she walks, she wonders if she should have accepted help because missing one shower would not matter much. Suddenly she hears movement around her. She tenses as a massive hand appears behind her. She jumps back in shock and ends up landing on someone. When she looks up, she sees Baphomet. Her eyes widen, and she shouts his name, and Baphomet looks down at her, asking what happened before losing consciousness. Agatha walks beside Nen while scrolling through her phone, and she wonders how Hunter Valkyrie can look so harmless when her reputation spreads fear everywhere, and realizes that Valkyrie feels a bit scattered in real life. Nen reminds her that she sent Valkyrie to the cabin without anyone, which pushes her into worry. She admits she feels guilty because Valkyrie looked scared of the darkness, so they decide to go after her. Nen starts mentioning Valkyrie's real strength. She mentions that an S tier stands far above them and questions if the two of them could even handle her in a fight. Agatha stops and warns her that she is building ideas without any reason to fight Valkyrie, though she also wonders how far Valkyrie has already gone ahead. They suddenly catch sight of Valkyrie as she kneels on the path and begs our dude to wake up. They are stunned as they notice Baphomet lying unconscious with his head resting in her lap while she calls his name in tears. Later inside the cabin, they settle him on the bed while Valkyrie keeps crying over him. Even in her panic, she notices how attractive he looks while resting. Agatha tries to calm her by mentioning he will recover soon. Baphomet shifts slightly, and Valkyrie instantly checks on him. He opens his eyes and wonders how he blacked out. Valkyrie apologizes and admits she struck his pressure point by mistake. Her pure expression forces him to accept that she knocked him out with one hit. Nen examines him, and he mentions he feels fine before he questions their identity. Agatha introduces herself and Nen as Hunter Valkyrie's soulmates, then asks why he is wandering in the forest. He explains he wanted a short walk to watch the moonlit forest. As our boy explains, the scene switches back to Hyper walking deeper into the forest with his phone in his hand. A sudden rustle draws his attention as a wild rabbit crosses his path. He mutters that he never knew rabbits lived here and continues onward. Behind him, our boy hides behind a tree and watches Hyper's movements with suspicion. He feels satisfied he followed him and starts wondering if Hyper links to the drug source. He forms the thought that whoever distributes the drugs will face the consequences once caught. He senses something shift and Hyper has vanished from sight. He panics at the thought that Hyper noticed his tailing. Something moves behind him, and he whirls around. Valkyrie stands there, which explains how he eventually ended up facing her. Back in the present, Valkyrie becomes crushed by her mistake when she learns she considered him a demonic beast. Baphomet pushes himself up but notices his body feels slightly off. Valkyrie checks if something hurts, but he denies any problem. He glances at the three women and realizes they sense nothing strange. A faint aura lingers around the cabin, and he recognizes it because of his birth in a tower. The feeling matches the energy that surrounds a tower. He becomes certain something exists inside this cabin, which makes its isolated placement feel even stranger. Valkyrie mentions the cabin once worked as a surveillance point. As he inquires about it, Agatha confirms this and explains that it was built during the colony's early days to watch tower activity. He wonders why anyone would monitor towers from such a high point, but pushes the thought aside since it has nothing to do with his current goals. He gets ready to leave and they inquire about the zone he belongs to, and he informs them it is Zone C, lying in the opposite direction. Valkyrie stops him before he steps away, her eyes wide with innocence as she asks if they will meet again. He grows confused and points out she is not his mentor. Her friends stare from behind, almost convinced he remains completely clueless. He mentions they will probably run into each other eventually since they live in the same area, then he walks off. The three women watch his figure fade into the trees. Agatha tells Valkyrie not to take his reaction to heart. Valkyrie tightens her fist and vows to prove her charm the next time. She promises she will make him beg for a date, and her friends cheer her sudden determination. Back in Baphomet's quarters, Guilty grumbles about their miserable situation. Jackal asks what bothers him, and Guilty points at the broken dining table that stops them from eating together. He blames Baphomet for breaking it earlier. Guilty notices him entering and gives him a sarcastic welcome. Baphomet passes them without a word and walks straight to Hunter Hyper. He spent the entire earlier period searching for him in the forest but never found him again. He becomes convinced Hyper's disappearance links to the drug issue. Hyper watches him with confusion and questions his purpose. Baphomet mentions he needs something and flashes a calm smile, deciding to use the same approach that worked during the mentor incident, and he suggests they spend time together. They end up in a small beer place and Hyper suddenly asks where he thinks humans originated, either from evolution or from creation. He mentions how religious people credit God for human life. Baphomet grows confused and wonders why Hyper drags such topics into the conversation. Hyper smiles and shares a story from an overseas assignment. Someone once explained to him that humans spread across Earth because of their own sins. According to that idea, Earth works as a place for repentance. The man believed God grew angry at humanity and built the towers so demonic beasts could punish those unworthy of existence. Hyper ends his thought by insisting weak and selfish humans deserve to vanish, then looks at Baphomet for agreement. Our boy remains still while Hyper insists he understands the idea completely. Suddenly he opens his eyes and he lies alone in a forest. Pain throbs in his head, and his memory feels empty after the moment with Hyper. He notices a folded paper in his hand with some sign. A ringing phone nearby catches his attention, and he wonders how his device ended up so far away, and he picks it up. Reaper's voice echoes through the speaker, relieved that he finally answered. He recognizes her tone and questions why she called. She reminds him that he was the one who contacted her, and his confusion deepens as she explains he probably blacked out from drinking. She sounds relieved because he suddenly disconnected last night. He asks what part worried her, which leads her to mention the strange things he muttered. He asks for details, and she reveals that he asked her for a date. A long pause follows before he bursts out denying it. Reaper accuses him of assuming she made the story up, which to her means he feels embarrassed. He loudly rejects that thought. She tries to calm him and mentions his colony assignment before wishing him luck. She adds that she might consider dating him if he reaches S tier, and he cuts the call after telling her to shut up. On his way back, he curses himself for drinking so much. He bumps into someone, and the man instantly shouts at him to step carefully. Our dude snaps back and threatens to pull out his eyes and feed them to sharks. The men behind the stranger whisper warnings about his unstable mood. Lunatic appears and notices Baphomet's irritation. Our boy recognizes him with surprise, and Lunatic points out that his clothes show he spent the night outside the dorms. He mentions he is also heading that way, and offers to walk together. He adds that he expects Baphomet to reach S tier soon. While walking, Lunatic explains that not all S tiers stand equal in strength. Some can overpower 2 S tiers alone, while others can defeat 3. Baphomet listens and eventually questions how many Lunatic could overpower while calling him Mr. Ma. He admits he cannot judge because he remains inactive. He then notes that Baphomet figured out his identity. Baphomet mentions that anyone would notice. He thanks him for keeping the secret for 2 months and asks him to continue hiding it from others. Baphomet considers it easy but mentions he owes him answers. He turns toward him with a heavy stare, causing Lunatic to stiffen. Lunatic points at him and curses, blaming him for starting this mood. Baphomet asks what he expected from him before demanding to know why Lunatic entered the colony undercover. He pushes open his room door while speaking. Both freeze as the room comes into view as Jackal lies dead on the floor. Baphomet stares in shock as he discovers Guilty's lifeless body nearby. Lunatic steps inside with disbelief, unable to understand how this occurred. His eyes widen even more when he notices Hyper's corpse lying to the side. He mutters his disbelief that hunters have been murdered inside the colony's protected safe zone, especially someone of Hyper's level. He keeps staring ahead, overwhelmed by the massacre spread across his room. Hunters gather around the bodies and whisper among themselves, stunned that murders occurred there. One hunter notices claw-shaped bloodlines across Hyper's torso and wonders if some beast attacked him. Our guy studies the scene and questions who stole his target from him. Haru and Jumi arrive and order everyone to step back so the investigation can start. Haru announces they must seal the entire area, which means every bystander needs to leave at once. A hunter protests and demands to know how murders took place inside a safe zone. Another hunter insists they deserve answers instead of being pushed away. Both officials hold their ground while Jumi warns that anyone refusing to leave will become a suspect, and the threat shocks everyone. Baphomet scans the bodies and pieces the clues together. A fight between A-tier hunters should leave marks across the room, yet nothing shows signs of struggle. This lack of resistance points toward a killer with such overwhelming advantage that the victims never even processed their injuries. Baphomet reaches the conclusion that only an S-tier hunter could do this. His words freeze both officials, and he reasons that these deaths could not come from an A-tier unless that A-tier had absurd power, and nobody here holds that level of force, himself included. Jumi urges him to avoid early claims until they confirm the evidence. Haru adds that such remarks stir trouble. Baphomet responds that he speaks nothing but basic logic. The hunters around him slowly admit an S-tier could kill this cleanly. Some turn their frustration toward the officials for not detecting such a threat earlier. A girl rushes in and calls for attention, and No appears with Lunatic standing behind her. Later, at her office, she orders Baphomet to stop his investigation. Baphomet reacts with confusion because they already uncovered Hyper's link to drugs before the murder. He insists the killer must be found and offers to take the lead. No questions whether he can stand against an S-tier as he claimed. His confusion deepens as she dismisses him entirely and urges him to focus on improving his abilities like everyone else. She thanks him for his earlier work, leaving him speechless. Outside, Baphomet tries to reconnect the scattered pieces. Hyper died after their separation last night, and his headache tightens, because every memory after that moment remains blurry. He wonders why Hyper became the target and what Hyper did to him. He pulls out the paper that was in his hand. A vision appears in front of him with Hyper showing him that symbol. Hyper admits he understood Baphomet's suspicious approach, but had no concern because he believes Baphomet would relate to his viewpoint. Right after seeing the paper, Baphomet lost consciousness, even though the paper carries no mana. He questions if the mark works only once and whether this object hides the clue he needs. Lunatic approaches and calls for him, and he informs Baphomet that the staff already removed Guilty and Jackal's bodies. Baphomet explains that team leader No removed him from the case despite knowing he was involved from the start. Lunatic asks if his work focused on Hyper. Baphomet confirms and questions whether Lunatic holds information, reminding him that infiltration comes with a deeper purpose. Lunatic admits he came to monitor Baphomet's growth, but also carries another mission. Baphomet asks if this mission ties to Hyper's killer. Lunatic stops briefly before explaining how the colony operates outside central government control, which allows them to hide or reshape any incident inside their borders. He inquires if the colony branch itself participates in this cover-up. Lunatic grows quiet before suggesting that team leader No herself might have killed the hunters. Baphomet reacts with shock as Lunatic explains her role. She has been present since the colony formed and remains the only one who understands its full structure and how to exploit it. Lunatic entered the colony to investigate her crimes, but the murders occurred before he found the truth. He wonders if No used him to remove Hyper, then killed Hyper herself when the plan failed. Lunatic agrees but adds that her reaction looked personal this time. He notes her response came too suddenly, considering she did not even bother hiding the bodies. He understands No cannot control the system alone. Lunatic agrees and states that others must be helping her, which leaves only the two of them able to trust each other, though one more ally would make things easier. Later, Agatha informs Valkyrie that a murder happened in Zone C. Valkyrie stiffens as Agatha explains that 3 members of Baphomet's team died. Valkyrie repeats the information in disbelief. Across the room, Nen slams the table and curses the loss of 3 strong A-tiers. Both women look at her as Agatha explains that she and Nen arrived soon after the colony was built to guide rising hunters. A-tiers always held special meaning for them. Valkyrie listens quietly while Agatha recalls life before the gate shock. Hunters were not respected, which left the world without strong defenders. When the disaster hit, countless lives vanished, including people they witnessed dying with their own eyes. Agatha trembles as she mentions how strong hunters could have changed that outcome. She expresses that this colony was created to nurture such protectors, which makes losing these A-tier hunters deeply painful. Back at the colony's center, Haru reminds our dude that the last 3 team members besides him have already left. Jumi adds that they will notify him about his next teammates later and hopes he continues clearing towers and improving. He sits and questions whether they know who the killer is. They respond that the investigation continues. Baphomet laughs softly, already expecting that reply. Lunatic calls him as the officials prepare to leave. They wish him luck, and the 2 hunters watch them go. Inside her office, No asks about Baphomet's condition. Haru and Jumi report no strange behavior so far. No orders them to keep monitoring him and asks if they have anything else. They answer no but mention they worry about her. She dismisses their concern and sends them back to work. As they leave, she stops them briefly before deciding to handle her next task alone. In her room, she makes a phone call, and she asks the person if she is prepared and mentions needing a favor. The person responds calmly, saying she expected this request, calling her older sister. In another room, Valkyrie soaks in warm bathwater while thinking sadly about the murders until a knock reaches her door. Outside, Baphomet focuses on priorities. He thinks about his conversation with Mr. Ma that they must first prove No killed the 3 hunters. Lunatic told him they need the timing of her actions. He has admitted he lacks both evidence and timing, but he knows one location worth checking. He had already sent its coordinates. Lunatic received a call from No and Baphomet questioned the chance of her knowing about them. Lunatic guessed 50% and adjusted it to 51 once her call came through. He advised accepting the call. Now, in the present, Baphomet stands in the forest inside the wooden cabin. He senses the same aura again, and this spot remains the only strange area he can identify inside the colony, which pushes him to explore it. He walks until he recognizes the source directly beneath him. A powerful tower aura leaks from underground. He turns suddenly when he feels another presence. Valkyrie leaps forward and attacks him, then freezes as the moment triggers déjà vu. Her eyes widen as she recognizes him. Our dude complains about her constant reckless charges and asks why she came here. She claims she wants to use the cabin for cleaning. He questions why she traveled all the way out here for that and falls silent as she scrambles for an excuse. Baphomet reveals his identity as a government hunter and mentions his superiors ordered him to investigate this cabin. Valkyrie questions what makes this plain cabin special. He describes his ability to sense things others cannot. She pauses and asks if he feels something below them that only he perceives. Without warning, Baphomet drives his fist into the floor, cracking it open. Valkyrie screams in shock. Mana explodes upward, flooding the entire structure and rising from the depths. She collapses onto her knees, overwhelmed by the evil aura. She calls out to Baphomet as he drops into the hole and lands below. She watches in worry. She steps down after him and studies the area. She realizes a hidden cave existed under the cabin. She questions whether he knew this place was here, but her eyes land on something ahead. She freezes as she recognizes what looks like tower gates. Our boy finally understands why towers keep appearing inside the colony. Valkyrie stares at him in confusion. He explains that this place produces towers endlessly. He names it a tower nest while looking toward a massive red door standing before them. Lunatic walks beside No while she studies the clear night above the colony. He comments on how rare it feels to see a sky full of stars in Korea. She encourages him to enjoy the view while he remains here, and he accepts the advice before he brings up the reason she called him out. No explains that they barely had moments to talk since this colony marks the first place they ever met. She points out that they never crossed paths anywhere else. Lunatic agrees and mentions that his assignments usually push him toward remote regions or countries that lack strong hunters. No gives him a faint smile and mentions noticing how often he traveled to Costa Rica, Monaco, and Singapore. She remembers another hunter being sent to Singapore and wonders if Lunatic ever met Hunter Mild there. He stands silent for a moment before answering that dispatch duties never guarantee hunters will know one another. No accepts his response with a short pause. She then questions why Singapore would even need foreign hunters when their own system produces plenty of talent and calls him Mr. Ma with a smirk. Lunatic understands she uncovered his identity and admits she found it out. A sudden explosion tears through the air, filling the area with smoke. Mr. Ma appears in his real form now that No removed his disguise. A vicious beast steps out behind her and he demands to know if she killed the A-tier hunters while she focuses on why he came to the colony. Mr. Ma refuses to move on without an answer and pushes her to explain the hunters' deaths. No warns him not to interfere with her plans. He shouts that her intentions make no sense to him, but her actions can only be viewed as betrayal and charges at her. Before he reaches her, A-tier hunters looking blank move in front of No and block the attack. The force flings him backward and grinds his teeth as he studies them and realizes they are A-tiers. He demands to know what she has turned them into. Meanwhile, Valkyrie questions Baphomet about something called a tower's nest. He confirms it exists and wonders why such a massive truth remained hidden here. He catches himself thinking about why he even knows such details. Valkyrie wonders if this nest explains the number of towers inside the colony. She steps closer and suggests tearing it down, and he reacts instantly, confused by the idea. She argues that treating it like any other tower means clearing each chamber, which would stabilize the colony and reduce future tower births. As he weighs the consequences, he realizes destroying it would erase the colony itself and immediately shuts down her attempt to destroy it. Valkyrie stops and asks the reason, and he argues that hunters like him will not be able to improve if the colony vanishes. She reminds him that towers outside still exist, and insists that protecting civilians must come first. Baphomet responds that this will only be successful when hunters already carry enough power. He brings up gate shocks and questions what happens when there aren't strong hunters to hold the line. Many would die again. She insists that they lacked knowledge in the past and that the situation is different now. Preventing gate shocks always comes first to her. Baphomet challenges her stance and wonders what happens if another gate shock already moves toward them, making this entire argument meaningless. She dismisses it as baseless doubt and refuses to treat towers as things hunters can ignore. He suddenly shouts that he finally understands why team leader No hid this nest, because of people who think like Valkyrie. Valkyrie starts to agree but freezes halfway through. Baphomet informs her that No maintained this colony to raise hunters who grow at impossible speed, even if her methods twisted into something dark. Valkyrie immediately questions why the Overseer would hide such a structure and permit it to survive this long. He assumes No suffered something unbearable during the first gate shock. This idea shakes Valkyrie as Agatha's earlier words rush back that how No was buried in the chaos, surrounded by death, wishing for stronger hunters. Baphomet mutters that the situation feels shameful because power grows too quickly here. His mind circles around Jackal, Hyper, and Guilty and refuses to settle. He clenches his teeth. Valkyrie announces that regardless of excuses, nests must fall. Towers must not remain. Baphomet thinks her absolute righteousness almost turns his stomach. She lifts her hand toward the structure, sparks forming around her. Argai wonders if a barrier shields it. Valkyrie asks for a moment before her magic spreads around her body, and she leaps toward the gate to attack. As she closes in, she realizes the barrier won't break. She hesitates, unsure how they can enter. He hears a whisper calling to him by name, and the voice repeats the invitation. The tower itself seems to summon him. He steps toward it despite Valkyrie calling out to him. He touches the gate. Mana circles bloom beneath his hand and the doors glide open with a burst of energy that sweeps through both of them. Valkyrie shouts that it opened while trying to move forward. Something yanks her backward each time she attempts to enter. She informs him that the entrance keeps rejecting her. He realizes the tower only accepts him, and Valkyrie stares at him in disbelief. The voice inside grows clearer, and Baphomet tells Valkyrie he will handle this alone. She objects, reminding him he has no idea what waits beyond the gate. Another sound rings out from afar, making her tense. Baphomet assumes Mr. Ma must be near, and he asks Valkyrie to guard the outside until he clears the nest. He gives her a quick look before stepping inside while she shouts his name. Inside, he senses a strange presence and faces a tunnel filled with light. He debates following it and moves ahead. The goddess interrupts with a notification, questioning if he truly intends to continue. Baphomet smiles, almost amused, noting it has been a long time since she tried to stop him. He wonders if the place is forbidden to him, and the goddess explains that his arrival was always part of the plan, but the moment came too early. He asks if the future data turned worse. She assures him that the outcome remains unchanged. He questions her concern then, and materializes in front of him, and admits she simply worries about him. She grants permission as the main quest appears, ordering him to clear the tower's nest. Baphomet enters the nest and studies the chamber beyond the tunnel. The air feels different from the outside, almost like moving underwater. A sudden explosion cuts off his thoughts. A massive beast forms in the light and roars toward him. He reacts in alarm. Before the attack lands, a voice echoes behind the monster. A kid walks over its giant head and he freezes on the existence of a human there. She stands above the creature, smiling while announcing with delight that a human finally arrived. Griffin walks with heavy steps, exhaustion spreading through his body after continuous raids without rest. He decides that tomorrow must become a break day. A memory drifts back from the team leader approaching him while asking for help in the colony. Griffin now considers it a right choice to accept it, unsure how much power he has gained since then. The street around him feels strangely silent. He slows his pace and scans the area, wondering if anyone even remains inside. Someone suddenly appears behind him with a raised blade. Next moment, an explosion shakes the street as Griffin dodges and turns toward the attacker. The strike tears into the ground, forcing Griffin to leap back. The attacker jumps clear of Griffin's counterattack before releasing another blow. Griffin dodges again and crosses his swords in preparation. He focuses ahead and charges for a direct assault. The opponent springs upward and lands near two more figures. Griffin notices three hunters standing together, each wearing the same lifeless expression he saw on the hunters under No's influence. He cannot understand the reason behind this, but he considers this a chance to test himself against real threats. Lightning crackles around his weapon as he challenges them to come at him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Agatha lifts her hand, forming magical circles from her palms, creating mind magic controlling them. Inside the nest, the kid studies our boy closely while shouting at Banshee. He compares his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears to their own kind and concludes he was made like humans. Baphomet grabs his ear and demands to know his identity and whether he was the one calling for him. The kid stares with confusion and explains they never called for Baphomet, only wished for someone to visit. Fear flickers into his eyes and our boy questions who pulled him here. He looks at his face again, sensing something oddly familiar. Just then, Banshee lashes its tail toward him, but Baphomet dodges. The kid calls Banshee's name as the beast charges again. The kid shouts for it to stop, explaining that Baphomet is a human shaped after their own kind. The wording shocks Baphomet and he questions his identity again and the purpose they serve here. He answers that he is waiting for someone named L. The kid explains that L promised to return and play with them if they stayed here and befriended Banshee. He spins with excitement, claiming boredom almost caught them before our dude arrived, calling his arrival perfect timing. Baphomet cannot follow this strange situation, and asks whether the kid creates demonic beasts as a method of making friends. The kid answers that demonic beasts simply represent what humans call to his friends, and argues that the wording means nothing. The kid spins around again while asking what game Baphomet wants to play. He brightens even more and asks about the outside world, curious about everything. Since Baphomet is male, the kid assumes women must also exist and asks about them next. The kid's chatter about flowers and trees grows non-stop while Baphomet holds a stiff expression, irritated by his words. He notes the kid shares nothing with Ra except being trapped in this odd place. The kid freezes at the mention of Ra Baphomet and notices the reaction instantly. The kid edges closer and demands to know how Baphomet knows Ra before announcing that Ra is his bride and the words stun. Banshee suddenly charges again, causing an explosion that throws our boy across cracked stone. He draws his sword and curses as the kid demands to know how he knows Ra. The kid repeats the question with rising emotion. Baphomet wonders why the kid becomes so frantic, and the kid decides the method no longer matters and declares their intent to erase him completely. His emotions twists wildly as he shouts that incorrect data must be removed. He watches his unstable shift with alarm. He lunges at him, leaving him confused by the sudden hostility. A notification appears, revealing the main quest objective to eliminate the creator remnant of L. Before he can react, L changes into a huge creature with wings that make Banshee look tiny. One eye turns red, the other yellow, and its face reshapes entirely. Baphomet freezes, trying to process the meaning of creator, L, and remnant. L extends a hand and commands him to vanish. Magical circles surround the nest before rushing toward him. Our boy raises his ego weapon to defend, and the weapon screams about unbearable pain. He realizes, shocked, that his weapon hurts because of someone other than its wielder. He jumps back in time to escape an explosion. L points again and orders him to disappear, and a beam of cutting energy races toward him, and he narrowly dodges. More beams follow with the same command echoing through the chamber. His ego weapon warns him that something about the kid's ability feels wrong. As the attacks continue, the weapon explains that the power can erase its very soul and existence. He looks back and sees more glowing circles approaching. El stands rigid with an outstretched finger while issuing another command. The ego weapon apologizes to Baphomet, claiming it refuses to be erased. Its form begins to fade. He shouts in disbelief as the weapon vanishes completely. Another beam slams into him and causes an explosion. El's face twists in shock when Baphomet walks out of the smoke without a scratch. El cannot understand how the attacks produce no effect. They raise their hand again and repeat the command. More blasts follow, one after another, filling the chamber with explosions, and none of them harm him. The kid shouts even louder for him to disappear. When they look down, chains wrap around their body and Baphomet's voice cuts through the chaos. He admits he still doesn't know why the kid's strength fails to affect him, but his own abilities clearly work on him. He lands with a surge of mana, his aura spreading like pressure. He asks whether El intends to begin the second round. Beelzebub has instructed Baphomet to focus, and he confirmed that Raven originally owned this mana-rich body, and Baphomet understands that Raven used all that mana on buff skills. Baphomet questioned where this explanation leads. Beelzebub pointed out that he copies the same growth method and wastes potential. Our boy ordered him to stop dragging his words and reach the core. Beelzebub explained that magic opens a whole field of supernatural power. A hand can burst into the unknown, or turn into a hand of judgment that crushes everything. Magic carries whimsical force where creating a universe waits right beyond one's fingertips. He continued expanding this thought when our boy cut him off. He questioned whether he is being pushed toward becoming a magician. He describes magicians as fragile cowards who hide in corners and wave soft hands, and he wants nothing connected to that path. Beelzebub shouted at him to withdraw those words and insisted that so much work lies inside those hands. He calls it delicate effort, far beyond brutes who embarrass themselves. Baphomet fired back at the flailing remark, insisting his techniques require precision. He cursed while Beelzebub counters that they look like circus tricks compared to proper magic. Beelzebub darts away and our dude charges after him. Later, Baphomet informed him that he will not switch paths because he already mentioned preferring magic that supports combat. Beelzebub replied, "Magic can support fighting even better," and states he already learned several useful tricks while holding his aching face. In the present, El stands frozen before Baphomet in disbelief. Confusion hits him when he realizes Baphomet uses simple chain magic against him. Baphomet leaps forward and delivers a punch that sends him flying. He turns red as he stares at Baphomet before rising, and another explosion erupts when Baphomet lands. Baphomet watches him, and the child nervously meets his gaze. The kid reminds him that he is nothing more than someone's creation. El lifts his hand again and orders Baphomet to vanish. He questions why Baphomet refuses to disappear as another massive blast bursts and fills the air with smoke. Baphomet stands inside the smoke and raises his head. He questions whether he learns that his power is not helping. Magical chains wrap around him and inflict pain before he charges again. Baphomet spots a small cut on his own arm and notes that he managed to deal some damage. He steps forward and observes his sluggish movement. He rises above him and concludes that he owns power, but lacks the knowledge to use it in real combat. Baphomet opens his inventory instantly and summons weapons. 2 weapons fly at him. He guards and hurls a counterstrike that triggers an explosion. The blast shoves and Baphomet backward, though no cuts appear. Baphomet decides this method will not work, and he draws his sword and calls haste, salvation, and patience. He recalls Yunseon's reminder that buffs are simply magic woven to assist a hunter's battle. She continued explaining while telling him about bravery. She mentioned that this belief belongs to those who never understood buff potential. Buffs follow the user's strength and grow through it. Our boy grips his weapon as it pulses with magic, remembering her claim that stronger users create stronger effects. He raises his shining weapon and smiles at the child, forcing fear into his eyes. Before the child reacts, Baphomet rushes and slices off a wing, and another swift slash lands on his back. He unleashes countless strikes at a speed that El cannot track. He collapses to his knees and drops fully to the floor in pain. His eyes widen as Baphomet approaches with his weapon. Our dude questions whether the child wished to know about the world outside. While El hid here creating towers, people outside continued sharpening their strength. Our guy asks how helplessness feels, and points out the irony that they became monsters because of the towers the child built. He identifies himself as one of those monsters. He continues explaining that too many strong people spoil the balance. There must be weak ones, average ones, and strong ones. Because of this, the child's role ends here. Baphomet lifts his weapon and aims directly at him while ordering him to disappear. He laughs and questions how a creation imagines it can erase him, mocking him. His body expands as tentacles burst outward and rush at Baphomet, shocking him. Argai answers that he is a hunter and unleashes endless cuts that tear through the child until blood sprays everywhere. El calls Banshee's name while Baphomet lifts his head and announces his own name. He launches a final strike as more blood pours out and his eyes stretch wide. El questions why this happens, and a vision of his bride Ra appears in his mind. He questions why she betrayed him when she should stand with him. Her voice responds, bids El farewell, and murmurs that she loved him back then. A tremendous burst of light erupts before Baphomet and crushes everything. A system notice appears, confirming that L's remnants have been eliminated, and a new skill has been granted. Our boy processes the idea of receiving a skill as a reward. From inside the light, a crux forms, and Baphomet reacts with shock and questions whether collecting another crux here is possible. A voice urges him to come and take it. He recognizes the same voice that called him outside the tower's nest. He throws his sword away and steps forward, grabbing the crux. Huge light bursts the moment his hand touches it, and the crux shifts color while lightning storms behind him and swallows the entire area. Outside, Valkyrie watches the strange phenomenon with confusion. She thinks about Baphomet and reminds herself she cannot enter the nest. She forces herself to trust him and wonders what he meant when he promised she would learn soon why she must guard this place. Someone calls her name from behind and she turns and finds Nen, who mentions searching everywhere for her. Agatha questions whether Valkyrie spent the night bathing at the cabin again. She notices the changed atmosphere and wonders aloud whether someone sits inside the mana-coated cabin and steps closer for checking. Valkyrie blocks her path and questions whether she stands with No. She replies that she once thought there would be no need to fight Valkyrie and admits that she was wrong. She lifts her face, prepares to charge, and apologizes. Mr. Ma runs while A-tier hunters pound the ground behind him as they chase with raised swords. They leap high together as if they intend to pin him down in one strike. He pushes forward, and smoke bursts around him, helping him slip out of their sight. 3 hunters land and scan the area in confusion. A voice reaches them from behind, and they turn just as Mr. Ma lifts his hand and hits across their backs, dropping them to the floor. He realizes he cannot handle this mess without support. He recognizes the pattern in their movements and understands this is mind control magic, not Ms. No herself. Another S-tier must be helping her. He remembers the report about Ms. No's younger sister being inside the colony, a mage-type hunter, and he understands how much trouble that creates if she's on No's side. But he knows now isn't the moment to think it through because Ms. No used these A-tiers to distract him while she slipped away, and he needed to find her first. A presence approaches from behind, and he turns with irritation building. He intends to knock out whoever this newcomer is and then move on. But more hunters appear in front of him in large numbers, while smoke rises behind them. He looks at them with unease and understands he cannot bring down several of them. All A-tiers seem to be under control, and that thought tightens his nerves and all leap toward him at once. He wonders if every single one of them is being controlled as he raises his hand and calls Echo to assist him. Lightning bursts out and sends many hunters flying back. The system declares the removal of all abnormal statuses as the spirit arrives in front of him. Mr. Ma recognizes this as a high-ranking spirit because of the amount of mana swirling around it. Only one hunter he knows can command a spirit like this, and turns as footsteps approach. Hunter Echidna steps forward with lightning sliding off her hands. She calls his name as both of them point fingers at each other, each wanting an explanation for the other's presence. He responds that he is wondering the same, and Echidna eyes his outfit and questions why he is wearing a spandex suit. He refuses to accept its spandex, but he covers the bus nose and asks about the smell, wondering if he fell into a sewer. He insists none of that matters right now and urges her to explain what is happening inside the colony first. A loud sound echoes across the area and Echidna turns toward it and questions the source. Something rises over the tower zone. Mr. Ma recognizes it immediately as a barrier and feels dread confirming his thoughts, and No has already activated it. He explains she has triggered the program that fortifies the colony. Echidna asks, and he describes how the colony is surrounded by towers, and a gate shock would release countless demonic beasts from inside them. A device was made to trap all those beasts within the colony when needed, showing they are now locked inside. This hits Echidna hard as she processes it. Inside a tower control room, someone taps on a laptop while muttering about how tiring it is to manage so many A-tier personalities with only a small staff. Hunters sit in front of her with tape over their faces while she encourages them to hold on a little more. No stands with Jumi and Haru and insists this step must be taken for the colony's survival and for creating stronger hunters. Behind her, the screen shows activation of the fortification program. She has tied up all the staff and instructs them to remain here until she finishes everything, promising to release them later. Then her head snaps back in alarm and she rushes to the window. Something unusual glows in the distance as a beam of light rises from a certain point. Haru informs her that the area where towers are created is undergoing some strange change. No tries to understand what is happening there since Hunter Nen promised to guard that place and wonders what Nen is doing. Nen battles Valkyrie and slams her fist into the ground, cracking it. She admits she tried to hide her killing intent but knows a surprise strike against someone like Valkyrie would never work. Valkyrie pulls a weapon from her inventory. Nen loosens her stance and accepts that Valkyrie figured out the colony's secret. Someone must be inside that restricted place, and Valkyrie meets her gaze without answering. Nen questions her silence and warns there is no turning back. Nen steps closer and demands to know what Valkyrie has done, but then she catches herself, confused by her own slip. She attacks, sending a shock through the floor. Nen trembles as she insists that even if someone made it inside, it changes nothing because nobody can enter. Valkyrie shakes and responds that she is wrong and someone has already gone in. Nen's eyes widen in disbelief, and she demands proof. She charges again, striking Valkyrie hard enough to throw her back. Valkyrie counters, and Nen blocks with her armor. Nen unleashes another strike and admits Valkyrie stands as a skilled fencer just as she heard. Valkyrie flinches at the remark, and Nen continues and mentions the rumor about Valkyrie once having the mindset of a national athlete but ruining everything. A memory hits Valkyrie as an official announces her name as being disqualified for breaking rules. Her awakening disqualified her instantly because awakened people are banned from competing. She remembers the tension she felt when the system revealed her awakening. People questioned her strength, claimed her fencing talent came from supernatural abilities, and accused her of trying to cheat her way into being a national athlete. Their disgust forced her head down as she cried. Back in the present, Valkyrie watches Nen raise her fist and acknowledge how devastating that must have felt. Valkyrie jumps, escapes the strike, and lands with force. Nen continues explaining she understands that pain because she felt the same helplessness during the gate shock when she could do nothing. Valkyrie rises and releases slashes toward her. Nen stands through the smoke and clarifies she isn't supporting No's reasoning. Lightning spreads around her as she insists she is acting according to her own belief. Her aura erupts into a powerful storm as she activates her skill, the second coming of the tiger. Lightning explodes around her, and Valkyrie watches in surprise. Valkyrie frowns at the talk of beliefs, and she admits her own despair never reached Nen's level during the gate shock. Light bursts from her body as she remembers her fellow hunters. Lightning crawls across her skin as she forms her belief. A memory returns of a man thanking her for saving his pregnant wife after a car accident, otherwise he would have lost both of them. In the present, Valkyrie declares her belief in a world where future children treat towers as mere stories. She believes in a future with no gate shock disasters by destroying old towers. She activates the Curse of Venatus, State 3, letting powerful energy swirl around her. Her strength and speed rises 500%. She vows to use her belief to break Nen's belief and her immunity and defense surge as the system announces the sacrifice of her soul to Venatus. Both fighters face each other before a massive lightning strike hits between them. Nen's final thoughts drift toward the truth behind the rumors about Valkyrie's peak state. She recognizes the overwhelming force in front of her. She remembers asking Agatha if the two of them could ever defeat Valkyrie together. Facing this power alone means she never stood a chance, and her head drops as exhaustion sweeps through her. She thinks she wants to sleep and decides to leave the rest to Agatha. Nen collapses as blood spreads across the floor. She lies still while Valkyrie, wrapped in full peak state power, stands over her while Valkyrie apologizes to her. Echidna runs alongside Mr. Ma as he quickly explains the situation. She struggles to believe No would go this far, and asks if there's any way to stop the fortification. Mr. Ma replies that once initiated, it can't be interrupted and will last nearly 12 months. They consider reaching the outside world, but Mr. Ma explains all signals are cut, including their devices and the system messenger. No faces the same restrictions. Blades rise before them, signaling that their priority is to take down the A-tier hunters. After a fight, both Echidna and Mr. Ma lie defeated. Mr. Ma estimates almost every A-tier in the colony is controlled and suddenly wonders if Baphomet is too. Echidna admits she suspected his presence inside. Mr. Ma questions how she entered the colony without clearance, implying she may have used illegal methods. She dodges the question, urging focus on the emergency. Suddenly, Griffin charges Mr. Ma but freezes when he recognizes him. Mr. Ma is equally shocked. Griffin then sees Echidna and reacts similarly. He says he feels fine and tries to understand the colony's chaos, the sirens and strange A-tier behavior. Echidna points out Griffin's unaffected A-tier status, and Mr. Ma deduces not all A-tiers are controlled. The two hunters they defeated earlier suddenly rise, moving like puppets. Alarmed, Echidna and Mr. Ma realize the need to find the mage controlling them. Mr. Ma suspects prolonged exposure triggers control since Griffin only recently arrived. He wonders why No, who once aimed to build an army, now uses mind control. He instructs Echidna to trace the mana flow to find the caster, their only chance. Meanwhile, Agatha stands in a chamber of shifting magic circles among S-tier mentors. She hopes all is proceeding without errors, and the hunters are ready. One hunter reports that dissenters have been knocked out temporarily, but wonders what will happen when they wake. Another mentions rumors of a government investigator in the colony. Agatha orders continued persuasion attempts and removal of the infiltrator if they refuse cooperation. Hunters whisper worries about targeting a government agent. Agatha erupts angrily, mocking their weak resolve after the gate shock tragedy, reminding them they joined to build stronger hunters and preserve the colony's purpose. She warns that if the tower creation site collapses, the colony will lose meaning. As she urges steadfastness, a hunter hesitates, asking if things will return to normal. Agatha assures it's only one investigator, and handling him won't take long. When questioned if towers will stop appearing if the site is destroyed, she confirms it and demands to know who questioned her. Two hunters apologize as a disguised figure suddenly triggers an explosion, scattering everyone. Griffin and Echidna reveal themselves while Mr. Ma grabs Agatha by the throat. He demands to know if she is No's sister and the one controlling A-tier hunters. He points out No distracted him with controlled hunters to escape and questions why Agatha continues using them. Agatha calls him a government hound and orders her hunters to kill him, but Mr. Ma holds firm, unfazed by being outnumbered by 5 S-tiers. Griffin senses something strange about Echidna's mana, which suddenly burns painfully. Mr. Ma recalls a rumor of one S-tier killing 7 others, and offers to prove if it's true. All hunters' mana ignites as he warns them to cooperate or face pain. Holding Agatha's throat tightly, he drags her down, making it clear this is a threat, not a negotiation. Elsewhere, 2 hunters rush No, but Jumi and Haru quickly take them down. No wonders why controlled hunters who recognized her no longer respond. Haru points out the red light in the woods has vanished, suggesting Hunter Nen might have dealt with it. No knows she cannot contact Nen due to signal loss and decides to check the cabin first, planning to confront Mr. Ma afterward. Suddenly, a figure with glowing eyes steps forward, Baphomet, with blank, controlled eyes. Jumi and Haru prepare to fight, assuming he's under Agatha's spell. No knows controlling Baphomet requires great effort and shouts for them to retreat. Baphomet slashes both Jumi and Haru's arms, incapacitating them, then turns to question No about killing Hyper, Guilty, and Jackal, linking it to the tower's nest. No panics, fearing the disappearance of the red light signals disaster. Baphomet reveals he destroyed the nest, freezing her in shock. Blood sprays as Baphomet collapses wounded while a beast stands behind No. She is stunned that an A-tier like Baphomet entered the nest, a place even she, an S-tier, couldn't reach. Baphomet trembles, revealing he suspected No's true motives. The mark on his body matches Hyper's death mark, confirming No's guilt. He explains pushing himself this far due to his skills conditions, facing an unbeatable enemy, receiving a death strike, and standing atop a tower floor. No accuses him of going too far. As she attacks, shouting for his death, Baphomet has already destroyed L's remnants and unlocked a new skill. He unleashes Gehenna, transforming the area with a massive eye appearing. The space shifts into a Lord's chamber. All linked passive skills activate. No is overwhelmed. Baphomet transforms as an emergency quest triggers. Eliminate the Abyssal Tower boss, Baphomet himself. In his new form, he notes he was seconds from death before awakening this power. 1 hour earlier, Valkyrie stood over Nen's lifeless body with her energy radiating around her. She murmured an apology when a sharp flash lit up behind her. A violent burst of lightning erupted at her back, cracking the entire ground and causing her to startle. As she landed, she sensed a shift linked to Baphomet and noticed the gates had vanished. She assumed he cleared the nest, yet wondered where the exit sent him. If this nest followed normal tower rules, an exit gate must have opened somewhere in this forest. Meanwhile, a giant lightning portal ripped open and Baphomet dropped out of it and hit the floor while breathing hard. His thoughts scattered as he tried processing the moment he grabbed the crux. Something had dug through his head as if trying to split it open. He swore never to feel that again, though he admitted the nest was cleared. Heat pulsed under his skin, reminding him of team leader No and the S-tier hunters chasing her orders. The situation felt heavier than he wanted to handle, so he decided Mr. Ma could deal with them instead. A notification sprang up in front of him and he froze as the main quest ordered him to eliminate team leader No and survive inside the colony. He questioned if the system planned his death through this. He opened his skill list and scanned Chrono Break, the power that let him draw on what he once held as a demonic beast. The cooldown still stretched endlessly until max level. The labyrinthine tower had been the first and last time he used it. Lowering that cooldown became possible only after he gathered cruxes. He pulled the nest's crux from his inventory as Ra never handed him tasks he couldn't handle, yet this one felt uncertain. He questioned whether to trust the risk, and his form shifted while he wrestled with the thought. Back in the present, he acknowledges he almost dies a moment ago. No stares at him as her own notification appears. The emergency quest orders her to eliminate the boss of the Abyssal Tower, Baphomet. Her confusion grows as she reviews the words. Baphomet examines her expression and asks if she receives a quest too, while his own quest demands her death. He realizes her system recognizes his current form as a demonic beast. She offers a smile while admitting none of his words make sense to her. She brings up Hunter Raven, and how he sacrifices himself to clear the Abyssal Tower. She questions whether he plans to claim he is the tower's boss. He responds with a smile of his own, recalling someone who once mentions that anything can happen in this world without feeling strange. He urges her to keep her mind open. One truth remains that one of them will die here, and he extends his hand as he states it. She stands still, scanning the area while Jumi and Haru burst from behind and rush toward Baphomet. He instantly spins around to face them. Before they reach him, No watches them drop to the ground, trembling. Haru whispers, questioning if he is even alive. Baphomet looks at them with boredom, noting that killing small targets holds no interest for him. He releases chain magic and tosses them backward before charging toward No. He mocks her about not being worried since he already drags her subordinates out of the zone, declaring to want king instead of subordinate. He questions her readiness while rushing in. Two beasts appear in front of him and block his path with their swords. Baphomet recognizes that they are summoned demons. They launch attack after attack, so he leans down to dodge one strike and twists to avoid the next. While still low, he senses another strike closing in. He moves at close range, letting the attack slam into the ground beside him. The second demon leaps above him, but he seizes the first demon and smashes it into the floor. He then sprints toward the airborne demon and hurls chains at it. Energy floods his body so intensely he pauses in confusion. Wolf-type beasts charge at him with snarls, and one lunges with its jaws open. The system triggers a combo passive of Gehenna, 20% boost to all attributes and 20% boost to elemental resistance. He understands it instantly and meets it with a smile. His ego weapon appears in his hand, and one sweeping attack cuts down multiple wolves as chains crack through the air while their bodies fall with blood spraying. He sprints toward No, and she glares at him while the ego weapon questions whether this power reflects his true strength. Baphomet answers with curiosity of his own. The weapon vibrates with excitement as immense energy surges into it. Its size increases, and Baphomet notes how much the weapon enjoys this and offers to make it even better. He charges and unleashes an attack that lands just above No's head and stops. Something catches his attention, and he questions why she refuses to bring it out. The ground rumbles as a giant monster appears behind him. He recognizes it immediately, and the monster strikes the ground with its open jaws, but he restrains it with chains and tears through its core with rapid attacks. Smoke bursts from the wound as more demonic beasts appear behind him. A pack charges, but his ego weapon splits them in half with one enormous swing. No lifts her hand and summons more beasts. Baphomet cuts through them as fast as they appear. She summons flying demonic beasts next. He catches them mid-air with beams of light before leaping upward. He cuts through their ranks in a flash while streaks of light follow his blade. More beasts swarm him, and he releases a powerful slash that cuts them apart, then chops down each one until laughter escapes him. Monster after monster appears, and he shreds them with effortless speed. A massive beast lunges with its mouth wide. He flips upward and slices the mouth clean off its body, leaving it collapsing in pieces. He steps toward No, shouting for her to stop hiding. His chain attack shoots toward her position, and the strike tears through the ground behind her as a giant beast rises behind her with jaws open while Baphomet smiles. Later, the beast's severed arms fly through the sky. Baphomet stands on its corpse with eyes glowing. Blood splatters around him as he orders the monster to die and presses his attack down on its body. No stands in the center of chaos with a darker expression, as a giant monster drops with a pierced chest in front of her. Baphomet steps out from behind the corpse with a confident smile. She flicks a lighter, burns a cigarette, and admits through her hardened look that the infamous boss Baphomet has reshaped himself into a human with real power. Baphomet confirms her thought and reminds her to keep her view open. Before ending her life, he demands a reason for the deaths of Hyper and the others. No releases harsh laughter and wonders why a beast like him acts shaken over dead teammates. She questions whether he formed emotional ties with them, which feels absurd to her. She suspects maybe he likes humans enough to become one. She dislikes revealing anything to a beast, yet she forces herself to unfold the past. Hyper, real name Ihyun, had been the first survivor she saved during the gate shock. Baphomet is confused as she continues. Hunters lived at the lowest social level before the shock. She hurried along with her friend toward a popular eatery, but stopped when a sign bars hunters from entering. That era treats hunters like infected beings. While eating elsewhere, her friend vents about how science already proves hunters cannot harm others, yet people still cling to rumors. She insists hunters start life as normal people, making the discrimination ridiculous. They focus on their meal afterward, while No walks home with a cassette, tired of repeating the same dishes. She considers ordering food again, and notices a restaurant named. Her plain clothes hide her hunter identity, so she steps in, planning to store food for later. The world suddenly fractures with a familiar pressure, the same aura from the first gate shock. Screams cut through the street as people reach out for help, calling specifically for hunters. Their desperate voices give her a brief sense of superiority. She spots terrified Ihyun crouching in the chaos and checks on him. Later, the captain questioned why she returned to the danger zone when rescue teams claimed all survivors had been evacuated. She explains the grandparents and sisters of Ihyun remain inside a collapsed building. He accepts this since trapped victims are hard to detect, and mentions the adjacent red zone, where only 2 survivors have been found. Another hunter doubts her actions because the captain has not given approval. She insists on joining the mission, arguing they can track her location as long as she returns immediately after saving anyone. Her partner finally taps her shoulder and yields. She studies him and reflects on the desperate choices people make for their loved ones, but her boyfriend soon lies dead in front of her. She mourns as the captain curses their return and places full blame on her. Later, Hyper had demanded a reason for her broken promise to save his family. She had met his accusing eyes as he called her a liar. Then, demonic beasts from the red zone burst into their sector, killing 70% of civilians and hunters. She fails to stop any of it. After the shock ends, she withdraws completely, drowning in thoughts that greater strength might have changed everything. Eventually, the captain guides her to an area overflowing with towers. No one understands why towers gather there, but the pattern repeats endlessly. As she observes lines of structures resembling a colony, the captain adopts the term and names the region the colony. He assigns her to manage it, explaining that traumatized hunters need a place to return to work. He believes her talent can serve the government. She commits herself fully, determined to raise stronger hunters. She recruits more people, and her sister initially shares her purpose. Over time, her sister's goal shifts, but she causes no disruption. Everything runs smoothly until they uncover something beneath the ground. During construction, workers reveal a hidden nest. They fail to recognize it, but she instantly understands that this nest explains the never-ending flood of towers. A constructor prepares to report the find to the government. Panic grips her because revealing the nest would erase the colony's purpose. Memories of the gate shock surge back, and she fears the same disaster will repeat. The moment she confirms that only a few constructors know, she kills them before the information spreads. She admits she committed countless wrongs to protect the secret. She builds a wooden cabin over the nest and disguises it as a harmless gateway. Only a small circle of hunters learns the truth, but Ihyun arrives at the colony already aware. She recognizes him immediately and feels relieved to see him alive here. She had always carried guilt for failing him. Ihyun heads straight into the topic and asks about the place that creates towers. She questions how he discovered that truth. He challenges her for hiding the nest from her superiors and reminds her of her earlier apology before presenting a deal. He wants permission to distribute a special drug to civilians visiting the colony. When she questions his reasoning, he explains his belief that weak people do not deserve to exist. The twisted thought horrifies her. The Ihyun she once saved has disappeared. However, she cannot force herself to kill him. Listening now, Baphomet concludes she attempted to use him. She acknowledges trying to use him to restrain Ihyun, only to fail because of his interference. In the memory, Ihyun confronts her for planning to use Baphomet to kill him. He admits he tried to act with mercy because of their shared past, but claims her actions proved otherwise. He reveals the presence of a government investigator already in the colony, and warns that she is likely a suspect. She wonders how he learned everything so fast. He threatens to expose her. She grabs him and demands a reason for his transformation, inquiring if he joined a cult. He responds that if his family was there, he would never have become like this. She kills him instantly. Guilty, and another person witnessed the scene and rushed toward her. She kills them too as they witnessed it. She ends her explanation with the full truth he wanted. Our boy forms a crooked smile and judges her actions as disgusting. She takes it as a compliment and drops her cigarette and accepts she is a disgusting human, yet she asks for the right to die as a hunter, one who hunts demonic beasts. Baphomet raises his weapon. She thanks him and presses her hand to her chest, awakening her power. Her form transforms as her aura bursts outward. Amused by her strength, eager for an S-tier opponent, she hopes he will not hold back. He finds her interesting and charges forward, ready for their final clash. Inside the collapsing structure, scattered shadows shift as clusters of small monsters crawl toward the center. One creature lifts a severed arm above its head as if claiming a trophy. That gesture ends instantly when a massive fused beast crushes it. The fused monster unfolds into our boy's transformed body, his growl echoing through the broken walls as he tears through the crowd. Blood bursts across the room while the floor shakes under the weight of his slaughter. Through the haze, No drifts into a childhood memory. A voice from long ago admires the beauty of the colony's night sky, even inside the strange realm she created, and wonders if Baphomet once shared that view. Baphomet lunges toward her with violent force, questioning through his expression if this moment suits sentiment. He rises with his weapon angled for the kill and unleashes a heavy slash. She dodges as a wall of tiny creatures forms around her and absorbs the blast with a single thunderous burst. She admits through her movement that her sister once insisted she carried too much softness to stand as a hunter. She steps forward without hesitation. Baphomet's disbelief flickers across his face, impressed by the talent she tries to dismiss. He bounds upward, ricocheting between walls to narrow the distance in seconds, then drives a strike toward her. She knocks it aside and counters with a blow to his face. In the exchange, he shears off one of her horns. He comes at her again with greater force. Their clash triggers a blast that slices deep cuts across her hands. He charges once more, and her attempt to block only earns her another gash. A ruthless slash tears across her chest, followed by another across her face. His blades sweep from every direction until she stumbles back and crashes to the ground. He lands in front of her fallen form and leaps again with his weapon raised for the final cut. Mid-fall, he notices the shift. A massive combined creature forms between them, summoned as her last barrier. He hurls a wide slash toward it. A hand bursts out from inside the creature, meeting his blade with a shock that rattles the room. The creature twists unnaturally before standing tall. Its mouth splits open, lined with layered teeth, and it hurls itself at Baphomet. He responds with a slice that tears across its back. He then drives forward with a storm of blows, yet each wound closes as fast as he creates it. He cuts off its head, then slices the body apart again and again. Both pieces reform after every hit. He pushes deeper into the assault and releases another strike just as No materializes in front of him. The fused creature appears above his head with its mouth stretched open, teeth reaching downward. Baphomet lifts his hand and blasts it away with a concentrated burst that cracks the ground and ceiling at once. He leaps upward and carves through the air with multiple rapid strikes aimed at its body. He pivots back toward No and drives another attack. She meets him with her own counter while the creature coils protectively around her. Baphomet shifts position and appears behind her, locking his gaze on her weakening form. She meets his eyes for a final moment. His next strike sweeps through both of her arms, sending shockwaves through the room as they fall away. She admits through her fading breath that victory never belonged to her. Baphomet prepares to end it. She releases every scrap of power remaining in her, and he responds with a surge of his own. Their forces collide in a massive explosion of electric light, scattering feathers across the darkened sky. When the dust clears, Baphomet rises through the drifting feathers with an intense red aura flowing off him and enormous wings unfurled. He faces the towering branch-like creature linked to No's demon form. He lifts his weapon and charges toward it with full lethal intent. Outside the collapsing zone, Mr. Ma and Echidna watch the sky shift. Mr. Ma senses the battle reaching a turning point. Valkyrie steadies herself in the chaos and focuses on the explosive light where the two forces collide. Inside the ruins, Baphomet and the armless creature stand across from one another. No turns away from him. He closes the distance in a single swift movement and draws a clean arc across her neck. A memory flashes through his mind of her younger self with identical wounds, smiling quietly as if accepting a fate carved long before this moment. Above them, the moon shines with perfect clarity, spreading its gentle light across the final scene. The interrogation begins without delay. The official demands identities, and Baphomet answers. Griffin answers the next demand, stating that he carries A-tier status and entered the colony because team leader Seong Eun-ma approved him. The records expose a discrepancy when Echidna's case appears. The system shows no trace of her invitation, so the official presses her. Echidna grows annoyed and reminds them that she already explained to Ma that she slipped in through the same hidden path she once used to escape. She demands to know how long they intend to keep her confined when she has urgent work waiting. Focus shifts to Valkyrie, and they mention her role as a mentor, and ask if she sensed unusual behavior among the A-tier mentors. Laughter escapes her before she forms her reply. Attention moves sharply to Ma. They order him to recount every incident inside the colony, especially the one involving No. Ma reminds them that his full report already covers everything. They admit reading it but insist gaps remain. The report notes No's elimination, yet the autopsy clears Ma as the killer. Ma points out that he also recorded that the killer remains unidentified. The official insists that only Ma, Valkyrie, and Echidna possess the power to eliminate someone of No's level, yet none of their signatures match the wounds. Someone else must have been present. Ma agrees with the conclusion but states he has no answers. Impatience erupts from the official, who orders him to uncover the truth. Ma repeats that he doesn't know, and asks what they expect him to fabricate. He reminds Mr. Song that upper command sent him there under direct orders, and everyone in the system understands how those orders work. Song attempts to calm the room, explaining the interrogation is routine. Ma fires back that Song raised the tension first by shouting at him. Ma then explains that the fortification program activated and sealed everyone inside the colony. Echidna breaks in, addressing the earlier question. She bypassed the main route and used an old sewage tunnel that even the colony administration overlooked. That same tunnel allowed their escape, and strangely, the fortification system never reached it. Near the tunnel exit, a blindfolded hunter met Echidna and asked about her success and the current situation. Echidna apologized and promised generous payment later. She also reveals that this hidden tunnel once functioned as a secret route used to deliver drugs to Hunter Hyper. Inside the Central Agency for Hunter Affairs, a detained hunter insists he never knew the items were drugs. He explains that someone simply handed him packages to deliver and offered to share everything he knows. Officials inspect his clothing and features for clues. Another official arrives with fingerprint results. The suspect is a D-tier hunter. Ma concludes that this man holds too little influence to orchestrate such operations and may be telling the truth about being a mule. The case becomes more tangled. No met Hyper years ago, yet they never crossed paths again until Hyper joined the colony. No's motive is solved, but Hyper still floats in uncertainty. Ma weighs the idea that an A-tier hunter wouldn't run drug routes for financial need. According to Baphomet's testimony, Hyper carried deep resentment toward civilians. Ma wonders whether Hyper's monstrous deeds grew from devotion to that hatred. Recovering the drugs becomes one task. Restoring every affected hunter becomes a crisis. Rows of medical beds fill the room as Ma watches colony hunters suffering severe mental collapse. Yunson points to a parasite specimen and explains the destruction behind the symptoms. These parasites drain their hosts and break their minds. S-tier hunter Agatha uses these insects as her ability. Insect control normally manipulates beasts or applies debuffs, but Agatha's twist of the technique turns it into something grotesque. Ma asks about treatment. Yunsan explains that the parasites damage everything, including the brain. Healing may depend on natural regeneration only. She adds that they are fortunate the victims suffer only mental collapse, because weaker hunters would either fall into vegetative states or die. Our boy asks why he and Griffin are unaffected. Yunseon explains that the parasites need time to root inside their hosts, so the two still require enemas to flush out possible eggs. He reacts with disbelief. Yunseon clarifies that these insects prefer the large intestine and may have left eggs there. She reveals 3 prepared kits and instructs them to complete the procedure today. Ma freezes when it's revealed that the 3rd kit is for him. He asks her meaning, and she reminds him that he strangled Agatha, which counts as direct contact. He assumed only A-tiers were threatened. She explains that Agatha attempted infesting S-tiers too. The proof lies in the 2 dead S-tiers. Behind them, Valkyrie collapses without warning. Echidna catches her and drags her toward the exit. Baphomet watches in confusion as Echidna calls out that she will meet him again. Someone assumes Valkyrie suffers a mental crash, but Echidna explains that Valkyrie simply emptied her bowels and feels drained. In truth, Valkyrie's mind cannot endure everything she witnessed. Yunseon claps loudly and orders everyone to stop wasting time. She instructs them to step forward for checkups. After his own examination, Ma hands Yunseon water. She reminds him of the enema. He promises to complete it today and apologizes for the chaos. He asks about hospital arrangements. Yunseon explains that she contacted a temporary physician and will charge the central agency. Her guild members suffered, so she intends to help, especially after past issues with the government. Ma accepts the blame. She agrees partially and directs him toward the next task, to interrogate Agatha and discover how to restore the A-tiers. Agatha sits restrained, studying the young supervisor in front of her. He explains that she cannot activate her ability inside this chamber. An explosive collar sits around her neck and laser weapons target her. She already heard these warnings earlier. The interrogation begins instantly. Agatha asks whether he recently suffered a breakup, leaving him staring in confusion. Later, Ma checks on the progress. Taeyong confirms that the session continues. He inquires whether the hyper-investigation uncovered anything. Ma explains that the situation remains too vague and tangled. He assigned Taeyong to investigate the D-tier hunter and every connected part of the case. The supervisor mentions the mule incident, and remarks that if Ma devotes so much dedication to his duties, he should do the same with No's death and reveal the killer. Ma repeats that he genuinely does not know and asks what they believe he is hiding. The supervisor from Agatha's chamber suddenly bursts out crying, apologizing while fleeing. Ma and the remaining supervisor grow alarmed. This marks the 4th interrogation meltdown. Agatha's appearance misleads everyone. Her voice shatters composure the moment she speaks. Ma chooses to confront her himself. Agatha brightens when he enters and claims she hoped to see him again. He comments that he didn't know he matched her tastes. She explains that she simply never forgot the pressure of his grip on her throat. He asks whether that excitement counts as one of her comforts and wonders whether No held the same trait. Agatha explains that her sister was fragile, a fact he should already understand from meeting her. Ma informs her of No's death. Shock sweeps across Agatha. She absorbs the information and remarks that the time finally arrived. Ma asks whether she feels anything. Agatha insists she does and asks whether tears are required to prove her grief. She expected this outcome ever since the gate shock 10 years earlier. No survived only because the colony existed, and so did she. Agatha then asks whether Ma understands the feeling of receiving disgusted stares from the people one protects. The signs banning hunters, the cold eyes. Betrayal plants a violent impulse inside the heart. Ma concludes that this is why she controlled the A-tiers, turning them into puppets. Agatha smiles and asks whether the 7 dead S-tiers wanted betrayal from him. Her research shows they once stood as his close comrades. She wonders what they would do if they returned. She claims that, in their place, she would hunt him down. Ma orders truth serum. He instructs the staff to prepare her for transfer, and promises that she will spend her life in solitary confinement, where no one will endure her voice again. Agatha mocks him one last time, asking whether she touched a nerve. Officials end the interrogation, extract everything possible, and load her onto the transport bus. The door shuts and the vehicle departs. Ma's phone rings. Yunsun informs him that she has discovered a way to revive the A-tiers quickly. Elsewhere, Griffin and Baphomet sit together in uneasy silence. They consider the possibility of meeting again and notice Ma's absence. One prepares to ask about Ma's whereabouts when a sudden noise makes someone tremble. He vanishes instantly, leaving behind only a card. Griffin picks it up and studies it. In another office, a worker prepares the files Ma requested for the daytime hunters. She confirms completion. The subordinate asks her to include everything, even minor details for the investigation. She continues, until she freezes realizing the photo has changed. It looked normal earlier, yet the system now records that this person died inside a dungeon 2 years ago. Somewhere else, a hunter scratches his head. thanking someone and promising not to forget Hyper's sacrifice. A mark rises under his skin, the same mark Hyper planted on Baphomet. His expression grows fanatical as he declares that the weak deserve death. An explosion erupts inside the building. Ma keeps drifting back to Agatha's question about the 7 S-tier hunters who once fought at his side. Her threat to hunt him down if they ever return presses against his thoughts. He forms his own answer, believing that if his death brings them back, then they can come for him whenever they wish. His phone rings and cuts through the memory. Taeyoung's urgent voice reports that the D-tier hunter isn't D-tier at all. He used a disguise and is actually a terrorist. The news hits Ma instantly. Inside the washroom, Baphomet senses the building tremble. Cracks spread along the walls. Outside, the disguised terrorist stands over unconscious workers and admires the destruction. When he turns, Baphomet steps out and challenges him about the fallen staff in agency uniforms. The terrorist recognizes him as one of the hunters who escaped the colony. He mocks Baphomet's nerve for confronting him here and prepares something special for an A-tier. His form shifts into Raven and he charges. Baphomet spots the Raven mask and erupts with anger. He rushes forward, slices off the terrorist's arm, and throws it aside. He makes it clear he cannot tolerate anyone wearing that face in front of him. A violent shock shakes the building. Employees run toward the source. Griffin stands frozen. Ma appears and demands an update. Griffin tries to explain the disturbance, so Ma urges him to evacuate. He asks where Baphomet went since Griffin was supposed to stay with him. Griffin mentions a symbol drawn on a note. Ma questions the symbol. Griffin explains the note isn't his. Ma grabs it before he can finish and walks off, leaving Griffin confused about where the note originally came from. Inside, blood spills from the terrorist's severed arm. He complains that Baphomet must really hate that face. Baphomet corrects him with another strike and discards the arm without hesitation. The terrorist drops the Raven disguise and attacks with a fast kick. Baphomet slips past it and drives a punch into his stomach. A female disguise appears next. Baphomet asks which gender he is even fighting. The terrorist mocks his pickiness and lunges again. Another disguise vanishes. The terrorist raises his hand and fires a glowing beam. Smoke bursts across the room. Believing he succeeded, he grins, until Baphomet rises above the haze, grabs him, and slams him into the wall. Blood splashes against the concrete. Baphomet asks which form comes next. The terrorist shows his true body. Baphomet questions the new appearance. The terrorist acknowledges his strength and shouts the name Baphomet. Ma Araves and Baphomet announces that he handled his part. Ma instructs him to stop the terrorist. Baphomet turns back. The terrorist now wears Baphomet's appearance, claiming he only needed someone to look at him. He bites into the symbol page and tears it. Later, tense employees linger around the aftermath, while Baphomet completes multiple sketches. Yoon-seon studies them, praises his skill, and asks if he learned somewhere. He explains tower life left nothing to do besides fight and practice things like this. Ma orders Taeyong to compare the sketches with hunter profiles. Baphomet explains the search might be useless. Yoon-seon asks why. He tells them the terrorist's body felt wrong, like clothes that did not belong to him, and that the real host must exist elsewhere. He also repeats that the terrorist shouted his codename at the end. Ma agrees. The terrorist wouldn't give up his original body so easily. He asks Yoon-seon to examine the corpse. She protests and accuses him of dumping tasks onto her. Ma adds a polite request just before a sound interrupts them. Baphomet calls Ma over. He explains something he carried earlier is gone. Ma pulls out the symbol he found and asks if this is what he is looking for. Baphomet recognizes it and admits he must have dropped it. Ma tells him to follow because he needs to show something important. Ma leads him through the building while recounting events from 8 years ago. Back then, he treated his abilities as tools for earning a living and kept himself detached. Everything changed when he met a group who taught him how to understand emotions, read people, and live again. He had been wandering without memories, and they guided him forward. Yet he killed them because of the ones behind the symbol. He brings Baphomet into a container with a photograph displayed inside. Baphomet recognizes the face but cannot pinpoint it. He asks where they are. Ma explains it's an archive that stores records of cleared towers and honors hunters who died by preserving their belongings. Ma reminds him of the long hallway of doors. Each door holds a different tower's history. Baphomet asks which tower belongs to this archive. He studies the photograph again and identifies Raven. Ma confirms it belongs to the Abyssal Tower. Baphomet reacts with shock. Ma explains the Abyssal Tower's reputation, the tower that devoured more lives than any other, and the place Raven cleared at the cost of his own. Raven's body was never found, so his funeral became a formality. He left nothing behind, and this archive remains empty. Ma even suspected someone stole Raven's corpse. Baphomet asks how the Abyssal Tower connects to their situation. Ma explains why he joined the government. He needed access to special hunter crime cases, and government work allowed it. He handled every mission they gave him, investigations, undercover tasks, and assignments meant for a spy. Eventually, he earned a promotion and became leader of Rogue, a guild built to eliminate criminal hunters. Tower work never mixed with his role until the Abyssal Tower appeared. Unlike normal towers open to all, This one accepted only hunters with specific conditions. Those who qualified felt chosen. They felt proud. They didn't know they were walking into a slaughterhouse. Baphomet asks what he means. Ma reveals that every hunter who entered that tower was under rogue investigation. The truth hits Baphomet hard. Ma finishes with the final point. Every hunter recorded in this archive was a criminal, and every hunter Baphomet killed inside the Abyssal Tower deserved to die. Not only this, his shock depends when Ma reveals that World Union has discovered the true purpose behind the gate's creation and the existence of demonic beasts. But what truly astonishes him is Ma's revelation that the physical structure of both humans and beasts is the same, except for their hearts. Ma adds that this information is not suitable for the public for obvious reasons. However, he also makes him realize how similar humans and demonic beasts actually are. Unlike demonic beasts, which kill humans on instinct, hunters have the choice to commit crimes. That's why he has been seeking such criminals, but Baphomet in the Abyssal Tower has unknowingly been doing the same. Baphomet is taken aback to realize that Ma knows his identity. Ma confirms it, explaining that Finesse has already revealed it to him. Ma's conversation shifts to the system spirit, who also told him that Baphomet is the fulfiller of his desires. Now, reflecting on her words and on his surveillance of our boy, he concludes that it can't be a coincidence that they met, and that Baphomet was given the clue to the criminal organization he is after. Ma then seriously reveals that his goal is to wipe out the organization, and for this purpose, he is willing to go to any extent, even giving his soul to Baphomet and letting him run wild. At that moment, Baphomet receives a quest instructing him to find a clue related to insignia prints on paper. Ma's status also shifts from cautious to sociable toward our boy. Ma finally states that he is the clue to finding those criminals. Ma, on the other hand, has spent years searching for them but found nothing. Baphomet, however, is more concerned about whether Ma will reveal his identity as a demonic beast. Ma doesn't care about that because he places hunters and demonic beasts in the same category. Baphomet then wonders aloud about Finesse's criminal record, since Finesse also entered the Abyssal Tower. Ma reassures him that he ran a background check on him, and the man is clean, something proven by his safe return from the tower. Baphomet wonders whether Ra orchestrated Finesse's involvement in all this. He lets the topic slide as his curiosity turns to Raven. Ma admits that he knows Raven was a criminal, but doesn't know how to deal with him. There is no pattern in Raven's killings, as Raven murders civilians and his own hunter partners equally. When Ma mentions Raven massacring the family of his aunt, Baphomet suddenly experiences a flashback Scott Raven committing the slaughter. The memory gives him a sharp headache. Baphomet now understands Griffin's reason for hating his brother. It also shocks Ma that Griffin already knows about his brother's crimes. Anyway, Ma continues discussing Raven's murder spree, which has no pattern or motive they can decode. When he looks at Raven, he sees only a lonely person, nothing more. This leads him to conclude that Raven must be acting under orders. This reminds Baphomet of Raven's words that Raven moves according to quests. Ma is confused by the word quest, but Baphomet lets the topic slide because they need to figure out their next course of action. Ma leaves the matter in Baphomet's hands since Baphomet has already found the paper. Baphomet is clueless as well because Hyper used it. Ma reflects on the strange connection between Hyper and the mysterious hunter who raided at the Central Agency. That hunter declares that he comes to meet Ma. Baphomet wonders whether there is another reason behind the raid that they do not yet know. Ma also considers this possibility. However, one thing he concludes is that the criminal hunters hate civilians because civilians are their main targets. Not to mention, they are systematic, organized, and actively seeking hunters who sympathize with their cause. Suddenly Ma senses something and rushes outside to see what is happening, since communication is banned inside this room. On their way out, Ma finally understands that the hunter raided the agency just to draw attention. Our boy is still confused, but Ma finally reveals that they are after Agatha. Agatha, the hunter in question, has been captured by the organization because she too hates ordinary people. Her tendencies and abilities make her valuable to them. Someone tries to touch her, but even with her body bound, she pushes them away. After a while, she opens her eyes at the sound of someone apologizing for the rough handling. Agatha sees two hooded figures in front of her and demands to know their identities. One of them answers that they are people who despise useless civilians, people who are completely worthless. Their motive is to eliminate them all. He wants her to join their cause while revealing the same insignia Baphomet is searching for. The moment she sees the insignia, her expression twists into something evil. She becomes excited and ready to begin the killing spree. Meanwhile, with our boy, Ma is preparing to deal with the situation while leaving him behind. Baphomet wonders aloud whether he can really trust himself. After all, he is a demonic beast who can go on a rampage at any time. Ma already knows this, so he has taken precautions in advance. In the end, he reveals that even if those cautious measures fail to stop Baphomet, he himself will stop him, because he knows Baphomet wants to fight him. Without waiting for an answer, Ma gives a soft smile and is about to leave when Valkyrie stops him. Valkyrie is drowning in regret for killing Nen and wants to get arrested for her crime. Ma understands that she did what was necessary in that moment, but she remains adamant that using the cursed Venatus skill, one that requires a sacrifice from the user, makes her a murderer because Nen's life was the price paid. Baphomet looks at her condition and consoles her in his own way. Nen obviously knows what she is trying to do when she fights her. Her tantrum can make Nen's death meaningless. Valkyrie first protests against the accusations, then slowly falls silent. She reflects on her regret, wondering if maybe Nen was right about wanting to maintain the colony. If so, her actions may have killed a better future. Ma also agrees that the colony helped hunters improve their power. To strengthen her willpower, he mentions a recent incident in which an old woman wanted to visit the colony because it was once her hometown, but she couldn't because of the towers. Recalling this, he assures Valkyrie that as hunters, their first priority is to protect civilians. By destroying the colony, she has actually given hope to people like that old lady. Listening to this, Valkyrie starts sobbing, which quickly turns into full wailing. Ma slyly leaves Valkyrie in Baphomet's care. Baphomet looks at her in annoyance and forcefully tells her to stop crying, only for her to cry even louder. Our poor boy has no idea what to do with this crying girl. Meanwhile, Ma is investigating the incident in which 3 people died and 1 survived, while they continue trying to follow Agatha's trail. His companion Bub has already heard from the colony staff that Baphomet killed Leader No. Ma tries to act oblivious, but Bub has already guessed that Ma is covering for Baphomet. However, Bub is confused about how Baphomet, an A-rank hunter, could kill No, who was S-rank. To avoid further questioning, Ma simply leaves despite Bub's protests. On his way out, he mutters about how persistent Bub is. He finally finds Griffin waiting for him and apologizes for making him wait. Griffin has just arrived as well, so they move to a secluded place to talk. Ma orders cocoa for Griffin since he is still a student. Griffin is more interested in knowing Ma's purpose for summoning him here. Without beating around the bush, Ma tells him that he wants him to keep quiet about the colony incident. Griffin agrees. However, he suspects that it isn't the only reason Ma called him. Ma confirms this while expressing his interest in talented hunters like Griffin. He tells Griffin to contact him anytime if he ever needs anything. Griffin, however, is still suspicious that there is a catch. To clear Ma's confusion, he reveals that he knows Baphomet is the real reason Ma recommended he go to the colony. He adds that he is confident in his skills and believes he could reach S-class even without the colony, but he went there anyway to seek constant combat. But now he realizes that Ma wanted him to face Baphomet. Ma continues to act confused in response to Griffin's accusations. Griffin eventually lets the topic slide since he doesn't fully know Ma's true intentions anyway, but he still thanks him for suggesting the colony because he learned a lot there. With that, he leaves. The moment Griffin steps away, Ma starts sweating for real. Griffin is incredibly perceptive, especially for a middle schooler. Ma wonders if it's some kind of hunter instinct. Whatever the case, Ma's intention is clear. He knows Baphomet is growing stronger, so he wants Griffin prepared to fight him if things ever go south. In other words, Griffin is his insurance, and he wants him stronger even than Raven himself. Meanwhile, our boy is staring at his screen with an annoyed expression. He doesn't understand Ra's intention in wanting him to develop affection for humans. Until now, he has only been killing criminals during his time in the tower. He wonders what Ra's true purpose is in using him. Anyway, the screen shows people he already knows or has had some kind of relationship with. Even Beelzebub's face appears. When he clicks on his picture, he gets a list of information he already knows. However, Beelzebub's status toward him is marked as cautious, which really irritates him. There is even an option to view more for additional details. He realizes this screen will show information about the people he knows. His eyes catch Reaper's face, and all he wants is to click on her photo. He becomes too fidgety to do it. Before he can click on her picture, he hears the doorbell and opens it. He finds Echidna and Valkyrie standing there. He is already annoyed to see them. Valkyrie explains that they are here for business. Before he can ask what kind of business, Beelzebub appears, claiming he is hungry. He wants to grab food from their neighbors but pauses when he recognizes Echidna. She greets him too. Later, the two of them settle inside his home. Echidna formally introduces herself and asks them to call her by her code name since she is here for work. Our boy, however, is more curious about her association with his adopted brother. She explains that a few weeks ago she was on her way somewhere, talking on the phone while pursuing a male hunter who refused to join their guild because it is filled with intimidating women. She was worried about her guild's reputation. She regrets not going to the colony herself and instead sending Valkyrie there to recruit members. She wonders whether she should recruit rookies with talent instead of active-duty hunters. Their conversation distracts her, and she doesn't notice when her driver takes an unfamiliar route toward the slum area. Meanwhile, Beelzebub is on his way back home. His classmate, Hyon, wants him to play with her. She even tries to lure him with her mom's cooking. But Beelzebub wants to go to the neighborhood barbecue party, so he uses a flying jump to get away from her. She tries to mimic him but is about to fall. Panicking, he uses his wind magic to save her. The girl is already seeing stars because of him. Meanwhile, Echidna is delighted to discover such a gem in Beelzebub. She wants to recruit him, so she asks about his parents. Beelzebub tells her about Baphomet, who is currently in the colony. The moment she learns that Baphomet is his brother and that he is in the colony, she immediately realizes why Valkyrie insisted on going there. Now she completes her explanation. Baphomet is not happy with Beelzebub for using magic in public. Echidna, however, gets straight to the point that she wants to sponsor Beelzebub for the Hunter Training School. She explains that the age restriction was already lifted by the government after the Gate Shock 10 years ago. This school specializes in training hunters, enrolling children at an early age. She offers to sponsor him fully on the condition that Beelzebub will join her guild after becoming a hunter. She exclaims that Beelzebub has the potential to become an archmage. Well, he actually is an archmage, but Echidna doesn't need to know that. Baphomet is unimpressed by her offer, claiming her compensation for Beelzebub's service is insufficient. He reminds her of the incident when she tried to squeeze millions from him for pulling some blonde hair. Echidna immediately realizes he is still holding a grudge. Baphomet now has leverage over her and refuses to give permission for her to enroll Beelzebub under his guardianship. Echidna had expected this, so she raises her offer. Lifetime premium memberships at a luxury resort, lifetime VIP membership for an airline and 5-star hotel, and a penthouse with a view of the Han River. She adds that there are even more perks she hasn't mentioned yet. Baphomet understands that she is offering substantial compensation. Then his thoughts turn to Beelzebub's earlier complaint, as he is wanting perks to be human. After considering it, he finally accepts Echidna's offer. Beelzebub is taken aback because he hadn't expected this. Baphomet adds that Beelzebub should enjoy the perks she is giving, as he is already earning enough from tower raids. Hearing this, Beelzebub's expression lights up, and he pledges to obey him as his younger brother. With that, his status changes to trusted. Later, Valkyrie appreciates Baphomet's decision for Beelzebub. She remarks that once hunters awaken, they can't live an ordinary life, so it was the right choice for him. Suddenly, she reminds him of their earlier promise, something Baphomet might clearly have forgotten. She finally reminds him that they agreed to go on a date. The scene flashes to the time when Ma dumps a crying Valkyrie onto him. To brighten her mood, he dumps piles of chocolates and snacks in front of her. She is taken aback by the treasure, but he explains that he has heard eating sweets can improve her mood. She is genuinely touched by his gesture. However, she cries even more, because she is not a child who can be consoled with snacks. Taking advantage of the situation, she suggests he go on a date with her to help improve her mood. Now, in the present at noon, when they agree to meet, he waits for Valkyrie, but she is nowhere in sight. Suddenly everyone spots her form emerging as she looks around for our boy. She apologizes for her tardiness, saying she is busy with something. In reality, she is occupied pondering about what to wear to impress him. In order to amend her tardiness, she insists on paying for the meal. He agrees, obviously. She has already reserved a table at a famous hotel with a 5-star chef serving the meal, but he points instead to an ordinary restaurant where he wants to eat. Then they settle in the restaurant and start eating. Most of the time, Valkyrie watches him instead of eating her own meal. She notices his preference for the meat, then becomes baffled when she sees him ordering 4 more servings. After lunch, she ends up with a bill of 250,000 won, which proves just how much our boy eats. At that, Baphomet decides to call it a day, since he assumes all people do on a date is eat. She is shocked to hear this, and assumes he must be making fun of her. Instead, our dude is completely serious. When she asks further, and learns that he has never gone on a date or been in a relationship, she is totally flustered with disbelief. Her imagination goes wild, picturing our hero as a nerd who somehow turns out quite handsome in the end. She squeals with delight when she realizes that she would be his first in every way, including the chance to be his first girlfriend. Our boy is totally clueless as he watches her get excited all by herself. When he finally addresses her, she turns to him and corrects him to call her Juri Lee, her real name, while she calls him by his real name too. Because right now they are on a date, not on hunting business. Later, they first visit the aquarium. Then they go to the shooting range. Valkyrie takes a shot first, then offers him his turn. This time, his expression becomes genuinely excited as he hits his target perfectly. However, when they finish, the staff inform them that their policy does not allow giving prizes to hunters. Not wanting to disappoint them, they give the couple keychains instead, white for Valkyrie and black for Baphomet. Outside, they find a crying girl. Valkyrie helps the girl find her mother, gets her ice cream, and even gives her the couple keychain as well. Then they decide to go for dinner before calling it a day. They discuss the menu. Baphomet still wants to eat meat. Valkyrie decides to choose the menu herself, and he agrees. Meanwhile, some people point her out. They approach her assuming she might know English and can help them, judging by her British appearance. But she apologizes to them, saying she cannot speak English. After that, she reveals her family photo to Baphomet along with her life story. Her biological mother dies after giving birth to her, so her father, who was in deep pain after losing his wife, moves to Korea. Later he finds love again and remarries. Now she has a mom and a younger sister who live with her in the city, while her parents live in the countryside. She expresses how happy she is with her life, while also sharing her goal as a hunter, to protect the happiness of others as well. Looking at her serene expression, he awkwardly says that she looks better when she is laughing than when she is crying. A blush creeps onto her face as she listens to his compliment. Unbeknownst to her feelings, he is more interested in dinner. Suddenly she turns back and blurts out her feelings, saying she likes him. She asks him to be her boyfriend. Our clueless boy, instead of answering, responds with a question. How does someone even know when they like someone? Valkyrie is completely baffled at first, shocked that he doesn't know basic things like dating and liking someone. After thinking for a moment, she begins to explain that when someone likes another person, they start thinking about them, wanting to know their opinions, and most importantly, that person's words touch their heart. She declares that she feels all of these emotions for him, but then she pauses when she notices his expression, like he realizes something. Later, Reaper is in her room when she gets another call from our boy. She is about to ask about his time in the colony when he suddenly asks her about going on a date. She assumes he must be drunk like last time, but with a serious expression, he emphasizes that he is not drunk and genuinely wants to go on a date with her. The next day, Reaper is in front of our boy, and he expresses how much he admires her skill as a hunter. That's why she agrees to go on a date with him, because she wants to know him outside the tower. But she ends up completely surprised when their date lands him in the hospital. She is really furious. A while later, Reaper waits for him in a restaurant, arriving 10 minutes earlier than their intended time. She is extremely nervous, overthinking her makeup and her date with him. However, instead of admitting her feelings, she convinces herself that this date is simply an investment in the future, an investment in a strong hunter like him. She waits patiently as time passes with no sign of him. 25 minutes later, she overhears someone discussing an accident at the intersection. By 40 minutes, her patience wears thin, and she is completely irritated with him. When she finally gets up, he shows up at last. She demands to know where he has been and why he didn't bother to pick up his phone, but she pauses when she sees his expression. He explains that he fell and broke his phone in the process. This takes her aback, since he is a top-tier hunter, yet he somehow manages to fall and break his phone like this. Then she asks him to go to the movie theater where she has booked a show for them, apparently realizing that our boy hasn't planned anything for their date. Before they go ahead, he awkwardly gives her a flower. The gesture is so foreign coming from him that she is taken aback. Later, they sit inside the movie theater, but because of her nerves, she can't focus on the movie. She keeps thinking about his gesture, giving her flowers, and wonders whether he is serious about this date. She glances at him and finds him sleeping. Her expression softens, because this is exactly the kind of thing she expects from him. But then she notices blood trickling from his temple. Now in the present, in the hospital, she learns that he actually gets into accidents with vehicles 3 times. Not to mention that the 3rd time he crashes into a truck. He would be dead meat if he were an ordinary person. Baphomet, however, is more interested in continuing their date. She is reluctant and wants him to rest. He, on the other hand, is more interested in confirming his feelings for her. Their conversation is interrupted by a very angry man, who turns out to be Reaper's uncle. He hears about her current location from his assistant, and as soon as he sees Baphomet, he assumes he must be her boyfriend. Later, when they settle down, it becomes clear that her uncle has come prepared with full homework on our boy. However, he exclaims that Baphomet's qualifications are not enough for him to be worthy of her boyfriend. He even assumes that she stayed with Baphomet last night when she didn't come home. She tries to explain that she was at her hideout. Eventually, with an excuse and help from his assistant, he sends Reaper away from the scene. Now that she is not there, he offers our boy a sum of money to stay away from his niece. Though the situation is cliché, Baphomet explains that they are not in a relationship. But the uncle is still adamant. He continues to disapprove of him. Apparently, it's Baphomet's profession as a hunter that makes him unworthy in the uncle's eyes. He wants Reaper to succeed him and own the hotel after he retires, so he doesn't want her involved in the dangerous life of a hunter. He adds that she would never have become a hunter if Reaper's mother hadn't died from the gate shock. But he still wants her to take an ordinary path instead of the hunter's path. Baphomet smirks at that and firmly declares that it is Reaper's choice whether she wants to be a hunter or not. As for the money, he can easily earn that much after some tower raids. Smugly, he prepares to continue his date with Reaper. However, her uncle darkly declares that Baphomet will regret it. This makes Baphomet pause. Then the uncle takes another turn, as he lures our boy with the chance to taste the divine cooking of his head chef, who cooks only 20 servings per day. So regardless of how much money Baphomet has, he can't taste that food. But with the uncle's influence, he can have a lifetime supply of that cooking. Our boy is totally sold by this offer. But as soon as Reaper returns and hears all of this, she scolds her uncle for coaxing Baphomet with food. Then she tries to explain that there is nothing between them. When her uncle remains unconvinced, she emphasizes that just by looking at our boy, she can tell she cannot be physically attracted to him. which she considers an important factor in any relationship. But when she declares that she can't even imagine kissing him, Baphomet starts laughing. He finally reveals that after the party celebrating the clearing of the Tower of Sanctum, she was totally drunk and kissed him. For a moment, there is complete silence. Then, totally flustered, she claims she doesn't remember the incident. Our boy, angry at her declaration, accuses her of being the culprit who kissed him, but doesn't even remember the crime. He declares that he is going to sue her for being a sexual predator. With that, he leaves angrily. She follows him. He stops. She nervously asks if they can go watch another movie and even tries to lure him with dinner, but he refuses both offers. After a pause, he assures her that he isn't actually going to sue her. She apologizes softly. Then silence settles between them as he books a taxi. She awkwardly asks whether he asked her for a date, because he assumes she started liking him after that kiss. Her eyes widen when she sees his expression. Without giving her an answer, he gets into the taxi and leaves, leaving her speechless. Later, Beelzebub looks out from his wall-to-ceiling glass window, observing the scene from his new penthouse. Now he understands the rewards people get after success and why they chase them. His hilarious laugh is interrupted by our boy, who claps to check whether the lights turn on. Seeing his irritated expression, Beelzebub starts how he is going to vent his anger on him just because he gets ditched. Our boy's expression darkens even more. Beelzebub comments on how someone like him could fall in love with mere humans. He furiously denies it, insisting his feeling is just curiosity, but Beelzebub doesn't buy it. Suddenly, our boy raises a question. How does he know he gets ditched? Beelzebub shamelessly reveals that he tagged a familiar on him, but he was so in love that he didn't notice his surroundings. Beelzebub even knows about him getting hit by a car while pondering whether to buy flowers for Reaper. He taunts him, saying he is turning into a human, which our boy protests weakly. Uncaring of his emotion, he warns Baphomet about getting involved with a human, because one day he might revert to his old self. Suddenly he asks for the time. When Baphomet tells him, he immediately orders him to get up, saying they are going to eat a meal at Grandma's home. Baphomet is not convinced about going to the slums just to eat. Beelzebub emphasizes that they need to eat at home. Baphomet is taken aback because he thought Beelzebub was planning to live in the penthouse. Later he is with Yunseon, who is checking his arm. It is in better condition. However, she is curious about how he got hit by a car, which he doesn't bother to answer. She asks a number of other health-related questions after his return from the colony, and he answers honestly. Finally, leaving those questions aside, she gives him a report left by Ma. She reveals that it is a report analyzing a specimen from the body of Mentor Quartz's dead wife. She points out that he only needs to check the last page. After seeing the result, he asks her to interpret it. She shudders while revealing that the body is made up of multiple human bodies. She adds that this necromancer is a magic-type hunter with psychopathic tendencies. It is clear from the way the specimen was created that there was no purpose except entertainment. Baphomet wonders if that is why he felt repulsed by the creature. Yunseon continues, explaining that Ma is also worried about this case. They have known about missing hunters but haven't found any clue regarding the culprit. He agrees that the person behind all of this is incredibly meticulous, leaving no trace. Yunseon is now curious whether he has reconciled with Ma. He doesn't answer much, since obviously his boss knows his real identity. Instead, he changes the topic to the incident in which Ma killed his 7 teammates. She is taken aback that he knows about this. He ambiguously reveals that he contributed to clearing some of the mess, but leaves the details for Ma to explain. Yunseon can't really believe that Ma would share something like this with Baphomet. Her thoughts are interrupted by a kid running away from a shot. The male nurse Jang catches the kid. She introduces him to our boy. Jang greets him with a happy smile. A nurse calls for Yunseon, and she leaves, bidding farewell to our boy. Left alone with Yang, he awkwardly prepares to leave when Jiang steps closer into his personal space, commenting on his male beauty. He adds that he must be famous with women because of how handsome he is. Seeing Jiang's sparkling eyes, our dude is taken aback. Jiang also adds that he must be famous with the boys as well. Outside, he has no clue about the shine in Jiang's eyes. He contemplates his words. At that moment, he remembers Valkyrie's confession to him and tries to shove the thought away, reminding himself that he doesn't become human for relationships. Then he recalls Beelzebub's comment about him being in love. He reminds himself that humans are just toys. Reaper's image comes to mind, how she accused him that he assumes she liked him after that kiss. Not to mention, at the exact same moment, 2 girls are discussing how, when they are nice to guys, the boys start assuming they like them. Baphomet's aura darkens, which eventually scares the girls off. A little while later, he sees a couple being lovey-dovey with each other. He storms between them forcefully. Not only that, he notices couples everywhere. Even the cats are in love. His mood worsens as he sees more and more of them. Finally, he decides to find a solution to lift his spirits. After looking around, he finally spots a gaming cafe. He stretches his muscles, as it has been too long since he gave time to his hobby. Then he stands in front of a gaming booth to start playing. Meanwhile, Reaper is discussing her problem with Zest. Since Zest knows both of them, she is the perfect person for Reaper to vent her frustration. She reveals about her date to her. Reaper also expresses how she wants to keep connected with him. Her conversation is cut short when Zest suddenly asks whether she is not interested in Baphomet at all. The question catches her off guard. Meanwhile, the guild leader of the Nebula Guild also enters the same cafe where our boy is playing. He notices him and smirks. Our boy is playing a game and wins. It is good entertainment, but he is a little disappointed because playing against a computer is easy. At that moment, he gets a call from Reaper, who asks why he hasn't received her call. He reminds her that his phone is broken. She's about to bring up the accident, but he bluntly asks her the purpose of the call. She approaches the topic about how their date ended. At the same time, he receives a challenge from Vango. He is glad to have someone challenge him. Meanwhile, he tells Reaper to forget about the incident, but she is not satisfied with his answer. He simply brushes it off, offering to discuss it over dinner. Excited, she decides to eat at her friend's restaurant. Before she can fix that next date, Baphomet abruptly cuts the call. Her call had distracted him, and now he has lost against his opponent. His challenger asks for a rematch, and this time he immediately accepts. This time, his opponent beats him relentlessly, which angers him greatly. Dumping the game, he decides to confront his opponent in person. As soon as he spots the boy, he immediately recognizes him as a hunter. Vango confesses that he has also heard many things from his brother, especially about his temper. He happily introduces himself as Vango, Guildmaster of the Nebula Guild.